All right, chat. Here's where we're at. So last time we did a little bit of a test for precision farming, and we planted 3 fields with entirely different methods. So this little field right here, this one was planted with no cultivation. It is literally just seeds into the ground. We cut it, seeds into the ground. That's all that happened here. Over here, we did a regular depth cultivation. That's this one here, right? And then over here, we did a shallow cultivation, and we're still seeding this one. We still got some ways to go. That's why it's all stripy right now. Still have a little ways to go, but this one is a shallow cultivation, and based on our numbers so far, there's not a big difference between all of these. Now, that's significant because that means all of the work we've been spending cultivating, like this field probably takes 25, 30 minutes to cultivate, only gets us like an extra 4% yield or something like that. Something microscopic. I'm just going to pull up. Yeah, I'm just making sure we're comparing the same time. So 104% yield bonus with 114 potential yield. 100 and... Oh, is this not seeded yet? Oh, I was on a tram line. 108% with 114 yield potential. And this one, which is the shallow one, is also 108. So there's actually no difference between the 2 cultivator types for poppies. Now, what we did talk about is how is corn going to change this? That is actually something we do need to care about. I think we're going to do corn after this season of poppies. So we'll farm this season of poppies today, see if we can get corn in the ground. And then I want to do this test again with something that roots deep like corn does, because that's where it could change quite a bit, actually. Car together. We could do car maintenance together. That one actually was a lot of fun. I agree with that. Start from scratch ATS first to 500,000 with own truck in American Truck Sim. See, it's tough because we can't do games that I've played a lot of. He's potentially never even played American Truck Sim, and I have played, between American and Euro Truck, probably 200 or 300 hours at this point. So it's not really like we got to find games that we both kind of know. They can be new games though. Like they can be games that neither of us know how to do. Can you show me how to get tornadoes? If you have them turned on, they can happen. The only thing about tornadoes, and a lot of people don't know this, is that it does depend on the map you're playing on. So if you're playing on a map that in real life doesn't really get tornadoes, you're not going to have tornadoes in your game. If you're playing in a place that has a lot of tornadoes, you're going to have a lot of tornadoes in your game as well. So one map that has a lot is Hatan. They're basically a lot in there to simulate tropical storms. And then I think Arkansas has a decent amount of tornadoes as well. That's Riverbend Springs. This map, we've had 2 tornadoes. I think we've been going for like, 6 or 7 years at this point. I think we've had 2 tornadoes. So not obviously a big tornado map. Manitoba does not get a lot of tornadoes in real life, but you got to base it on that. Mr. Drabstorm, welcome in. And Tishan, welcome in as well. Why would corn change it? Not the band, not corn the band, corn the grain. Because it roots deeper. So it has to maybe get a deeper cultivation, but maybe it doesn't. We're going to find that out. Hi, Raven. Welcome in as well. You don't have to tell me you have a question. You could just ask your question, Bot Life. What's your question? If that was your question, I'd have read it. Can we get more seeds? 2 pallets? 2 pallets. We still have half that field to go. And do we need more fertilizer? Oh crap, I needed fertilizer, not seed. Okay, well, I did need seeds, I guess. But what I actually needed was fertilizer. Okay, wait, we'll just top this up real quick. As well. I'm gonna have spares, but I guess that's not so bad. Okay, let's buy some fertilizer in the meantime, and we need 2 bags of that. And that should all fit into the thing as well. Oh, actually, we used most of those seeds too. Okay, not a bad purchase, actually. Gage, thank you for the follow on TikTok, by the way. I watched Austin Farmer's video and when you 2 did the wood and why not, and you kept stealing wood. I did keep stealing wood. In fact, I stole more wood than what was shown in that video, to be honest. Every once in a while, I'd just go by there and I would steal wood from Austin. Listen, we gotta play dirty, dude. I still steal stuff from Austin. We're doing another series like that right now. And I steal from him all the time. I probably steal from him every stream, actually. Now that I think about it, we're gonna go 2 more bags of this. I think last stream. Oh, I might not have stolen anything from him last stream. I stole some peas from him the stream before, and the stream before that, I stole some fertilizer from him. It's a good way to win, dude. You just steal from your enemies. Listen, it's a competition. It's cutthroat. If you want to win, you gotta steal supplies from your enemies, dude. Can the next set make straw? It can make straw, yes, but it can't bale straw. It's a little weird because it actually drops, it drops 2 rows of straw, which is interesting. It's a very big machine, but it drops 2 rows of straw. It can't do anything with the straw, like it doesn't have a baling attachment. It doesn't have a, what's it called? Like a forage wagon attachment. So you have to come back and you have to pick it up yourself, but it can make it. So you don't actually lose it if you're using Nexat. You're all good. What's the mission today? Okay, so we found out some crazy stuff about our fields last time we played. And so what I want to do is get these poppies farmed and out of the ground. We're done with peas completely after this. We might have a few pallets still spawn out of our factories, but that's it. And we are going to be focusing just on poppies. Then once we pull these poppies out, I think we're gonna try corn, just because that thing that we discovered with the poppies may or may not apply to stuff like corn, and we have to know, because we're doing a lot of learning about precision farming right now. And so we're gonna give that a test. It could be ridiculous and plant corn on these skip lines. That'd be insane, but we're gonna do this right. So we're gonna put the rest of the poppies in. Let's see if we can get to harvest time too. We actually don't have that much more going on, so we can move pretty quickly. And by that, I mean, like, we don't have any animals. We don't have any other types of crop. We can pretty much just focus on these poppies and farm them super, super quick. This is going to be a quick 10-minute job here to just grab the rest of these rows. And then we're pretty much just good to go until we can, I forgot we have Walter's field. We gotta pull that next month. That's gonna be ready to go, and we'll see if we can get anything out of Walter's field. He's a terrible farmer, dude. So we'll see if we can get any yield out of that. I did my best to fix it, but we'll see how it actually turned out. Hi, and thank you for the 175 stream streak. So no more Green Giants company. Yeah, I originally thought about that, of doing like a canned veggie factory, but like company. But honestly, it was such a boring time farming that amount of peas that no, I don't think I want to do it. And like, we could do peas and beans and spinach and have the AI harvest them, but we were just driving around unloading them. It doesn't hold that much, so I'm constantly unloading them. I think I'm going to skip it. No need now. Does the Benz DLC come with trailers? No, hook lift. Even better. It comes with hook lift trucks. So rather than having a trailer that detaches, it has a bin that it pulls up onto the back of the bed, and then you can just drop it back down. Really cool. I really like that DLC. It's really good for European maps where you need like the volume of a truck, but like getting a semi-truck to the field is kind of a nightmare. It's amazing for that. You just grab the bin, stick it on the field, and then the truck is small enough to work on the rest of the map, no problem. Walter expertise isn't a very high bar. I wonder if there actually is a ranking, because this is what, our 4th or 5th map on Farms of 25, and I have noticed Walter is a terrible farmer every single map. But I wonder if like the different farmers have different skill levels that are consistent. I truly do think Walter has like a poor skill level. I don't know about the others, but we gotta pay attention. Like, I wonder who's the best. If we see that somebody owns a field, we know it's going to be good. What we should do is we should go to like a few maps. This would be boring to do on stream, so we're not going to do it on stream. But we go to a map and we grade all of the farmers based on their quality and their yield. And then we put them on a chart and we just see who's got the highest average yield. And then you just take that to a couple different maps and see if it's consistent. I think that'd be sick, dude. Sparx, I got that Microsoft Flight Sim keybind wrong. Yesterday, it's Quick Trim. That's the cheaty one. Quick Trim is the cheaty one. Yeah, I used reset trim and then I manual trimmed from where I was. Quick Trim, yeah, I mean, maybe it could be a real thing, but I don't know. I've never seen it. So that sounds like a cheaty one. So that just holds it where you currently have it set. That might be a real thing in some cases, but yeah, not in that gimbal Cabri or whatever it is. Cabri gimbal Cabri. I like that little helicopter, dude. Michio, thank you for the 5-stream streak, by the way. I appreciate that. So for Microsoft Flight Sim, I think what I'll do before we stream it again, I think what I'll do is I'll go through and do a bunch of missions, earn a bunch of money, get my or maybe we'll do the certification together, the training and certification together, and then the new missions together. Because just like running missions, I think is boring, but doing the training is fun. Running the missions for the first time is fun. And then I think we can leave it at that. So I'll just go earn a bunch of money on my own time, get my like unlocks and stuff. And then when we actually have the unlocks, we'll stream it again and we'll do all the training on stream instead. What's the breakthrough? I don't think we need to cultivate. I really don't think we need to cultivate anymore. And even this field obviously has been cultivated. After our little test, I think it makes more sense just to not cultivate and go straight to seeding. We do have one more kind of way we need to test that mechanic, because that may just apply to poppies. My guess is that it applies to grain and seed, but if we do like a bigger veg, like, I mean, corn is a grain, but it's, you know, it's a deeper root. Corn, sunflowers, and any roots I don't think are going to follow that rule. But we're going to find out. We're going to find out. So precision farming makes farm sim easier. Some people say that, but it's incorrect. Precision farming makes farm sim faster if you know what you're doing. Easier is the wrong term because you do have to learn a bunch of stuff to do it. I mean, maybe if you're the kind of person to just follow a guide and like not actually care about the stats, like if you just want somebody to tell you what to do, sure, turn on precision farming. Don't cultivate, just plant, and only plant the stuff that the guide tells you to do. Yeah, you'll get high yield. But to actually understand precision farming, which is way more fun, it does add some complexity. But yeah, I mean, it makes stuff faster. Like, you can farm with less requirements, that's for sure. So is the whole precision farming thing a mod DLC or just a playstyle? It's a DLC. It's a free DLC, actually, so you don't even pay for it. But it is like officially from the developers, and then it does change your play style a lot too. It's definitely worth it if you've been playing like a lot of farm sim and you're just ready to mix it up. Then I think it's good. I think for like hardcore players or for longtime players, it's a nice little mix up, you know? Hope you enjoy the clips I made on TikTok. They're pretty good. They're pretty good. Blank Luke, thank you for the follows, by the way. Cleve and Brig, thanks for the shares on TikTok too. Shout out from Ontario, no way. More fun to mess around and find out. I agree with that. Like, I hate guides. I hate guides. Anytime I play a game, I avoid guides like the plague because I don't like watching a YouTube video and then just copying what's happening in the YouTube video. I know a lot of people do like to play like that, but I'd rather, you know, just kind of through trial and error figure things out myself, because that's like the process that I like when it comes to playing games, especially when it comes to playing simulators, because they're complex enough for that to be fun. Dad, welcome in. How's it going? Thank you so much for the raid. How was the stream? What the heck are you, what the heck were you guys doing today? You don't read the manual? I don't read the manual. No, not for games. Not for games. And like, I'll sometimes use the help section in Farm Sim if I'm stuck on something, but I hate walkthrough videos. Can't stand those. I would rather just try and figure it out myself. I feel like I get more out of my games that way, you know? Shmuel, thank you for the 5-stream streak. I'll do tutorials and stuff though. Like if the game has a tutorial, I'll do that. It's just walkthrough videos on the internet that tell you exactly what to do. I can't stand those. Those ruin it for me. But I mean, if you prefer that, like there's some people who, you know, they play video games for fun, to relax at the end of the day. They don't want to have to think and figure stuff out. So I totally understand that play style as well. It's not for me. Going Burt with a space A10. Did Star Citizen add a space A10? I might have to see that. That sounds sick. Racy, thank you for the follow on Twitch. I appreciate you. Manuals for noobs and true players play for fun. Manuals for noobs. Well, yeah. Yeah, like by definition, that's what a manual is. Manual is for new players. What's your point? That's exactly. I'm not like I'm not anti-tutorial or anti-walkthrough. I don't use them myself, but like, yeah, that's what tutorials are for new players. That's the whole point. Taco Bell, thanks for the follow on TikTok, by the way. I appreciate that. Hi. How do I say your name, by the way? Ike? We're gonna go with Ike. Also, welcome back. I avoid walkthroughs for games unless I get stuck and can't figure it out. I'm trying to remember the last time I used a walkthrough for a game. Probably like 20 years, to be honest with you. I'll use tutorials for... No, when was even the last time I looked up like a YouTube tutorial? I probably would have for some stuff that you guys taught me how to do, like out of ore for building... For like building the factories and stuff, I would use a tutorial for that, maybe like a walkthrough for that, just to learn how to do it, because the game doesn't teach you very nicely how to actually do it. So I feel like that's a fair one. Manuals should be banned, especially on IKEA furniture. You get way more value from the experience that way. I don't know, dude. I built like 12 pieces of furniture over the last 6 months. I don't want to do it anymore. I just wanted to get it done. I was at the point where I would have paid somebody to build it by the end of it, dude. It's crazy. Young guy, I already responded to that. If you're gonna spam a message, you have to at least listen for the reply, dude. I literally responded to that. Do not translate your name to English. Mine or Ike? Okay, Ike, don't translate your name to English, apparently. I don't know what it means. What map are you on and will you play GTA 6? Crazy combination of questions. Nadenthal. And yes, we'll play GTA 6. I mean, I'm going to play a lot of GTA 6 on my own. I'll stream it a little bit, but like I probably won't spend hundreds of hours streaming GTA 6. I do still got to get my simulator time in, but we'll get some GTA 6 for sure. What oh, that's you on the other. Okay, I gotcha. No, out of ore is tomorrow, Brad. What are you talking about? Out of ore is on Sundays. It's Saturday today. You need to look up a tutorial on how to sow a field. No, I think if you have to look up a tutorial on how to sow a field, you might be a lost cause, you know. The game does teach you how to do that. You'll be fine. As a Swedish person, I can confidently say that building IKEA furniture is torture, manual or no. Really? You don't like building IKEA furniture? I think I like doing one. When we moved, I built a lot of furniture, and that was not fun. But I liked building one. That was good. How many hours you got on Farm Sim? 25 or total? Total? 3,500, 4K. 25. It's hard to say. It's probably about somewhere around 1,500 to 1,000. 1,500 to 2,000 is my guess. But it's really hard to get an idea for that, you know? Do you use a sim panel? Like sim dashboard? Sometimes. I have enough physical buttons on my setup that I don't need a digital panel or a button panel like that. I have used it in the past just to see if it was any good, but I've got enough buttons between the joysticks that everything in the game is already mapped, basically. Might be a lost cause, you know. The game does teach you how to do it. Yes, I think this game does a fine job of teaching you how to play. The last Farm Sims didn't, though. That was actually a big complaint I had for previous Farm Sims. It was really hard for new players to get in. This one's better, and that's good. Like you want as many new players to get into the games that you like as possible, because it means there's more people buying the game and more money for the next game and more money for the DLCs. Not that they're using that. Not that they're using that well, but in theory, it should be a better game for everybody when new players can get into it. Farms is one of the funniest games as a farmer and true realist game outside of real life. Yeah, I mean, it's not that realistic, but it is a nice blend of, like, I'd say realism and fun. And you can make Farm Sim as realistic as you want. I'd say base game Farm Sim isn't, like, terrifically realistic, but you can make it as realistic as you want. Okay, that's good. Turn that off, and I think we're good for the whole field. Actually, we could just check the map before I drive away from this. Let's just take a look. Oh yeah, we got to do the other headland on the other side, and then it's done. So that's not bad too. Are there tram lines now? Only with precision farming. So more advanced stuff like tram lines, you have to mod in. There's a mod that comes from the developers that's basically intended to add more of those hardcore settings that like the average player wouldn't really like. But if you're a more hardcore player and you want something like tram lines, then you get it from the devs, you know? So it actually works. Max, thank you for the follow on TikTok too. When are you buying a new tractor? We're getting close. I think maybe the harvest, the money from this harvest could get us a new tractor and some bigger equipment. This one has served us very well. It's about 10 hours on it. But I think we'll make enough money this year to get into the really big stuff because I want to get into even bigger gear. I bought a new field. That was kind of what we were figuring out last time was, do we buy a new field or do we buy a new tractor? And we opted for fields because we didn't really have enough space to warrant a bigger tractor. But now that we bought that field and we've like doubled the size of this one, it's probably time to get something big. Yeah. The right team won today, so not a 6-hour drive unnecessarily. What does that mean? The right team won today, drop. What button do you, what do you mean what button do I, like what button panel do I use? To increase and decrease your cruise control speed. I don't use cruise control. Actually, now that I think about it, yeah, I don't really use cruise control. I mean, it's a little different for me because I've got, yeah, it really doesn't want to grab the proper line here. It's a little different for me because I've got pedals, right? So it's not like my hands are getting tired holding the trigger on a controller. Like I just put my foot down and I'm driving at full speed. So I actually don't use cruise control. When I had the stocks set up, the Moza stocks set up, I was using cruise control just to see if it was any good. And that was cool, but yeah, I find I don't really need it when I'm on a wheel. I'm just gonna leave that. I'm not gonna worry about that. This would be like 10 grains of poppy seed, dude. It's not even important. Flight sim today? No flight sim today. We did flight sim pretty much all day yesterday, but yeah, we'll do flight sim later this week. I think that was a lot of fun. I'm really getting into those. I did not think I would like flight sims as much as I do, but I really like that. I was correct about the fact that it is kind of hard to stream. Not that it's hard to stream. It's kind of a boring stream in the wrong circumstances. Like when we were doing the training, that was so much fun. When we were doing our, you know, the new missions for the first time, that was fun. But once we finished our new missions and we were basically just like knocking out the same missions to get money and get XP and hit prerequisites for training, I think that was boring. I don't think I had as much fun doing that. It was kind of relaxing, but not in a stream sense. So I was just telling chat, what I'll probably do is I'm going to work up to all the other certifications and then we'll do those together. We'll do the training and the certifications together instead. Because yeah, I think once you, and the problem is like once you get good at it and once you're comfortable with it, I think it gets less fun to stream. Because you're not like, you're just kind of going through the motions, you know? You're not really doing anything new. And new is what makes it fun. Raffin, thanks for the follow on TikTok. Appreciate that. Hydrate is out of stock because otherwise you guys would drown me to death. Mrs. Crash Prime, thank you for the 475 stream streak. Rogue, thank you for the 15 stream streak. 475, holy crap, dude. They should give you more than 450 points when you get past 450. That's incredible. Thank you so much. On the farm stick, you can use a little orange scroll to change cruise control speed if you click the trigger on the back and put it in its secondary mode. What? I must have unbound that. I think I intentionally unbound it because it was doing something weird, like it was zooming my map out or something, so I just unbound it because I was tired of it doing that. But that's interesting. Does that work on PC too, or just console? I like that. That's cool because that's what it's supposed to do. But I was surprised because by default it didn't work. I just figured that was a PC thing, like they didn't bind it on PC, but it was properly done on consoles. Okay, that's all good. Now there is another quick test we need to do before we actually advance time. I need to see if rolling has any impact on yield. Precision farming is funky, and I don't think it will, but we have to try it because I have to know. Okay. You have hogs in your field? You know, they're physically in the field, but I haven't had any damage from the hogs. And it maybe they're just not interested in poppies. I don't know. The damage is turned on, but I don't know what. I don't think we have enough forest to actually have hog damage, which is good. Oh, hold on. So the orange light goes white. I forget which one it is, but the zoom mode's out the camera and the other changes cruise control. Oh yeah, I unbound that then because I just tried that and it didn't work. I believe you. I think I unbound that feature. Okay. Good. Now let's go find a roller and see if this actually works. Do we have stones that actually need to be rolled, or can I just buy a little roller? Now we got stones that do actually need to be rolled, but that's okay. It takes like a minute, honestly, with the gear that we use. We'll go around the other way because we're not getting it through here. So what's the new way to play with precision farming? Well, we're going to test absolutely no cultivation, which is very surprising. I just kind of assumed that we would need some level of cultivator, but turns out we don't. 6,000 bucks to roll our fields. Holy. Hope that's worth it. I have the mod off the mod hub for PC that makes it where the tornado can actually pick up your barrels and pallets and vehicles if they're not under something. Austin and I put that on the challenge map and it was awesome. It worked great, but then it stuck. It stayed in the map, and it might have something to do with the fact that it was on a multiplayer save, but it actually just stayed in the map forever. The tornado didn't go away. It visually went away, but if you drove to that spot, you get flung across the map again. So unfortunately, we had to turn it off. Some sort of incompatibility with another mod, maybe. Or it's just not meant to be on servers. I'm not really sure. But we did end up turning that one off. Is that an attachment you can add to the Big John as well to be able to use the planter on Big John? So yes, this attachment that we have on here is an adapter for every type of hitch to every type of hitch. So you can put it on anything, on any tractor, and then you can use it on any tractor. It may even override the PTO requirements. Now, I don't do that. I keep it relatively realistic so that we have to use a PTO tractor to use PTO equipment, but it may let you override that as well. So far, I'm just only using hydraulic stuff though, because this tractor doesn't have a rear PTO. Actually, it doesn't have any PTO. And so it can only use hydraulic attachments. So we're kind of like enforcing that, but this may let you get past it. There's just not enough equipment in the game to actually respect the North American versus European hitch styles. Like, it's just, if there was 50 European ones and 50 North American ones, I'd care more about using the right stuff. But there's like 3 American ones and 5 European attachments. I'm just gonna adapt it. Also, realistically, most farmers, if that was a real situation that a farmer was in, they're just gonna make it work. They're gonna make some janky adapter or crossbar, and they're gonna make it work at the end of the day. So I don't feel too bad about it realism wise. All right, let's go. Steering assist. This will not take long at all. Oh, which way is this going? Yeah, you know what? That works. Make that go. What map did you and Austin use? We actually did use this one as well. Typically I wouldn't have like multiple playthroughs in the same map, but this map in particular has another area in a town that was perfect for what we were doing. So even though it's the same map, we use such a different place that you don't even really notice. The only time you kind of notice that it's the same map is when we go to the vehicle dealer, because the vehicle dealer is the same for the whole map. And other than that, it's completely different. So it's Native Doll is the name. Only ones that Isaac, thank you for the follows on TikTok. Brian says, remember all the questions I asked you yesterday? What the heck is going on? I ordered an entire setup, $800. Hell yeah, dude. Enjoy. Enjoy. That sounds great. I hope you were able to use some of our discounts at least to bring it a little below $800.
Why did the farmer ride his horse into town? It was too heavy to carry.
I'm not even going to entertain that. Crazy, come on. We're better than this. We're better than this. Crazy, thank you for the tier 1 sub for 20 months, dude. I appreciate you. Welcome in. How's it going? Other than clearly something is wrong if we're laughing at this for real. What's in the discount yard? You know what? I haven't checked the discount yard in ages. We better go look right now because otherwise I'll forget again. It has been a while since I've checked this. Oh. Well, Got a chopper in here. It's okay. That's tiny little header, dude. Rigid cutter header. That must be for like the little one.
Just subscribed with Prime.
Ooh, grass seeder. Nothing crazy. Nothing crazy. I do like that those new grass seeders match the versatile tractors though. That's kind of sick. Thanks for the reminder though, because I would have forgotten, honestly. Arkle, thank you for the Prime sub, dude. Thanks for using your Prime in here. Welcome in. Get back to rolling this. Oh, I have to check. I have to check yield. That's the whole point of rolling this. Oh, thank God we remembered. I was literally going to roll the whole thing. 1% yield increase. Okay, chat, you do get a yield increase for rolling and precision farming. It's 1%. That's, I mean, you know what though? If you're rolling stones down anyways, like if you're gonna roll the stones, which you should, it's worth it. But yeah, I don't think I would go out of my way to buy a roller. Oops. I don't think I'd go out of my way to buy a roller just to make that work. I'm gonna put this pillow behind me. My back is still like really killing me, and I cannot get it to chill out. I think part of the problem is I sit in this chair all day. See if that helps at all. How often do you lime? I do it every 3 years. Every 3 years works. No more than every 2 years. Like, it's not worth doing every year because it is expensive to lime, right? Actually buying the material is pricey. And if you're doing it every year, like you're spending more on lime than you're actually making in yield. But every 2 to 3 years is good. You make your money back in that case. Need a better chair? I don't think so. I think it's just because my back is injured. This one does not do it justice. Frankly, nowhere I sit at the moment it feels good, honestly. I was sitting at the kitchen counter eating lunch, and that was not any better. Although those are bar stools, so not great. Arnie, thank you for the follow on Twitch. Not easy to be old. It's not easy to be old. Nobody talks about that. No, just kidding. Everybody talks about that. Sparx, there's a new map out. It's on not on ModHub at the moment. It's based in the UK. I do recommend it. I stick to ModHub personally, so whenever it gets added to ModHub, I'll definitely have to take a look. But I stick to ModHub just because there's kind of an increased risk of getting hacked for me. For the average person, you kind of take that risk and download whatever you want, and as long as you're safe, you're fine. But I gotta be a little extra careful. Somebody was asking if I would test their mod for them the other day, and I just had to tell them no, because mods do more than people think they do. It's running code on your PC. That's a sketchy thing to do. Or we were talking about wallpaper engine earlier today. There was a bunch of wallpapers on wallpaper engine that were stealing people's data from their computers. Because wallpaper engine is basically like a mod. It just runs code on your PC. And there was a bunch that were feeding in malware. It's crazy. How'd you injure your back? I actually don't know. It was one of those things where I couldn't tell if there was a specific time or thing that injured it. I just woke up one day and it was really, really sore, as if I had injured it the day before. And so I don't really know what it was. I just kind of woke up and it was like that, which sucks. Trying to build a 2,000 cow dairy farm and grain and farm sim on an English map. Any tips? 2,000? Man, I guess I would say get the auto feeders. That's probably the only tip I could give you. Is feeding those cattle is gonna be such a chore that it might not actually be fun. But if you can solve that, if you can find some way to mix massive amounts of feed and get them to the cows really efficiently, you might have a good time. That would just be my only concern. Yeah, don't is kind of the recommendation. It's kind of like when people say, oh, I'm gonna farm to the maximum amount of money in this game. Any tips? It's don't do that. You're gonna have a bad time. But yeah, try it. I think feeding just might get boring, so try and find a way to do that as quickly as possible, and the rest I think will actually be fun. That's where I always get with cattle, is they're fun to do, but I always hit that point where I'm sick of feeding them every day. So I would love to do cattle on this map. I think it'd be fun to do dairy at the same time as we're doing everything else, but I'm not going to do it until way later because we're going to go through probably more than 100 months. So feeding cattle 100 times gets to be a lot personally. We'll try it. What's a breakthrough with precision farming? Potentially no cultivating at all. Like just drilling directly, which really knocks down the number of tasks. And that may impact our rocks as well. So if we're just drilling and harvesting, we genuinely may only need to do those 2 tasks, harvest and drill. And that's it. If it's not pulling up rocks, we don't have to flatten rocks. We can put the fertilizer in as we seed. And then we harvest. That's it. Those are potentially the only 2 tasks that you actually need to do for PF. So we're going to test that. We're testing that this year. And then the only thing that might change it is some crops do actually require some level of cultivation. We're going to see what the hit on those crops is. So we're going to try it with corn. We'll do this exact same test, but with corn, and just see what numbers we come out with. Herbicide, oh yeah, you would have to spray as well because you're going to get some wicked weeds. So harvest, plant, spray is about all you'd have to do, right? Yeah, you're actually correct about that. I forgot that, but that's pretty quick too. How much money do you have at the moment? $56,072. So not very much. That's, in some saves of ours, that would be a lot of money. Like in our competition with Austin, that would be a lot of money. In this one, $56,000 is nothing. Okay, I just need to see, what button did I have for unlock? Page break? Oh, not that one. What the heck did I make that? Oh, there's the one. Okay, I was just saying I need to see my lines for a second because this one will make a mess if I mess it up. You get a bonus for efficiency, so you need to plow or cultivate to raise your score. You are backwards on what that score actually does. That score actually goes up when you don't plow or cultivate, weirdly enough. The bonus is an environmental bonus. So the less you work your land, the less like unnatural stuff you use on your land, the higher that score gets. It's actually not farming efficiency. Farming efficiency is rewarded by just the fact that efficiency naturally is faster. It may impact your yield positively, but that environmental bonus is kind of the opposite. You don't want to plow or cultivate. See, if you look at our scores, 99, 98, 98, 100, 95. This was 57, but we haven't farmed this yet. This is Walter's field we just bought. So by not tilling, we actually get that score basically maxed out. I'm pretty close to getting to 100%. It's kind of hit or miss. Like I can pretty consistently get 98 to 100. I'm not really sure what gets us to 100 consistently. But I would imagine this no cultivation strategy we're about to try is the key to getting 100%. Now, that's not a big deal. Like, it actually won't get us more money to go from 98 to 100% because we're already getting the 15% bonus. But it would be kind of a cool flex to know how to do it. Oh, okay. I guess I'll just do this one manually because it doesn't seem to like it. Fletcher. Oh my God, long time no see, dude. How you been? I wasn't even aware you were streaming. Oh, Fletcher, thank you so much for the raid. What the heck are you working on? Welcome in. You're watching Top Gear on Wallpaper Engine right now? I'd be careful with that stuff. I'd be careful with that app now. I don't think I'm going to put that back on my PC anymore. Greta doesn't like cultivating. No, Greta doesn't like cultivating. She will personally pay you to not cultivate. Which it does offset the yield you lose. Like, because it costs you about 15% of your yield to not plow. And it is like pretty well fully subsidized in precision farming. I don't know if that's true in real life, but enough farmers actually do it that it must be like fully covered by the subsidies then. Daniel, thank you for the follow on TikTok. Appreciate that. You'll try that thing? Yeah, give it a shot, Keith. I'm still trying to figure it out, but that's the one thing I've noticed about the environmental score is the less you work your field, the less you do to your field, the higher your environmental score will go. And it basically goes from 0 to 15% yield bonus. So if you're trying to figure out if that's worth it, one sec, this is the wrong field. You're trying to figure out if that's worth it. That's the math you have to do, is figure out if the yield hit you take for not doing whatever job you're going to do is worth that amount of bonus when you sell your stuff, because it can be a lot, like 15%, and it's 15% on final sale. So that's 15%, for example, after you've processed it. So it's actually a really big deal. Park, thanks for that follow as well. We're doing good, Brendan. How are you doing? I didn't miss anything from Fletcher, did I? Fletcher, if you got a raid or run, no worries. Totally get that. Either way, thank you so much for the raid. It's all the anime ones that did the crypto mining. Oh my god, and they were they were doing that as well? That's incredible. Yeah, like I said, I would stay away from Wallpaper Engine. It doesn't make you nervous? Like, you think it's only anime ones that do that? No, if it's possible on my PC, I'm not using that app, dude. That's messed up. Until Wallpaper Engine actually puts in like an official fix for that, I'm not touching Wallpaper Engine. That's just the fact that that was possible. 100% means I'm done with Wallpaper Engine. If they have a reasonable fix, I'll check it out again, but that's not worth it. Potentially risking my PC getting hacked just to like get an anime wallpaper? Nah, I'm not gonna bother with that. It's too freaky, dude. And hi, JB, how's it going? Welcome in. Do you still mulch? No, I actually haven't been mulching either because, oh my God, JDM. Wait, JDM, somebody was just talking about you. Carson, Zol, JD, welcome in, guys. Good to have you. I am not following you either. Chat, go give JDM a follow. JDM, somebody at TikTok was just talking about you. Oh, what were they saying? It was good. It was good. I just can't remember what it was. Pete, welcome in with JD as well. Just American, thank you for the follow on TikTok. Guys, welcome in. How was your stream? Man, it's been crazy in here today. Good to have you. I appreciate it. Well, no problem. No problem. What were you doing today, JD? Maybe they were watching your stream and you were doing something interesting. I can't remember what the heck it was. I'm so sorry. Oh, I think they wanted us to do, like a save together or something like that. But I don't know what you're working on. Is what you're doing similar to what we're doing? Simon, welcome in as well, or Simon. It was great. Were you farming? Or were you farming? Congrats with the collab with RFC. Oh yeah, dude, that's going to be super exciting. I'm just happy to get you guys a server. First of all, the RFC community has been super cool. Like, everybody has been so nice that comes in from RFC. So great to interact with them. But also we may have a community server with RFC that you guys can play on here soon too. Actually, it might be, is it out yet? It's moving fast. Raven moves fast, dude. I sent them ideas for a server and he had the server up, I think even before I sent the idea. He was like ready to go. It was crazy. Raven said it is on. Oh my God, dude. Raven, we'll have to get those notifications out in my Discord too so that we can send people that way. That's crazy. We're doing spraying wheat with fertilizer and harvesting soybeans. Hell yeah. We're doing a test today with precision farming. JD, do you use precision farming? We're doing a test today where we're seeing the yield difference in poppies with and without cultivation. And what we're finding so far, it's still early, is that we may not need to cultivate at all for poppies, which means this is an incredibly quick and easy crop. And the yield has been good so far. Like, the money you get from it has been good. So we'll see how it goes. All right, now I'm going to keep this roller for 1 month because we may need it for Walter's field. We're just going to double check that this is good. And then we need to take a look at that field we bought from Walter and see if we can get it back in shape. Gavin, thank you for that follow too. Also want a map that has RCS. What's RCS? I don't know about that one. There's 7 people in that server already? Holy. All right, well, if you guys want to play on our new multiplayer server, courtesy of Raven, go check that out. That's Raven, maybe if you just want to drop a link in. Oh, maybe Mods, could you maybe help with this real quick? Wesley, are you able to help Raven just get a Discord link? It is out, details in Discord. Are you able to make sure Raven can get a Discord invite for his Discord in ours? It might automatically block it, but I don't want one of the mods to see it because we don't typically allow that kind of thing. But in this case, it'd be totally cool with me. Okay, let's just check yield on everything, and then we might be ready to go ahead to the next month here. BMXer Brian Park, thanks for the follows on TikTok, guys. Steer wheel is a T598. Don't buy it for farm sim. It is way overkill. There's cheaper wheels that'll get you the same experience, but if you want to play some racing games, this thing rocks. Okay, 109. Now this, I don't think there's anything else we could do with Walter's Field before we cut it. I think we're just gonna have to cut it. We get what we get. Oh, wow. We actually got it in really good shape. There's some rough spots. There's some rough spots, but generally it's actually not too bad. We won't get yield until we actually harvest it for the first time. But it's not too bad. These guys, this one's locked in. Look at that. And that was a direct drill too. This one, not so much. Okay. Let's go and skip some time then. I think we're good to finally harvest this. This we don't want to quite put away just yet. But we'll just tuck it out of the way so we don't run into it with the harvester. It's a row crop system. RCS's row crop system. Is that on Mod Hub or do we have to get something else to do that? Yeah, row crops are something that the game obviously does not enforce at all. That'd be really cool to play with. Might have to check that out for our next playthrough. Our next playthrough, I think we're going to do like as hardcore of a playthrough as we could possibly create. So I'm looking for more mods like that. Gotta buy an R12 just for Farm Sim 25. Go R25. Why not Farm Sim 25? R25. You may as well go all the way, dude. Lose a finger farming. Okay. Why do I feel like we're not done everything? Let me just triple check this. So wheat comes out now. We will be able to plant poppies there. Is there any chance we could plant corn that late? No. We basically have to do poppies. Because we can salvage one more harvest out of this year if we do poppies. Okay, I like that idea. We just won't be able to put a what do you call it? A cover crop on it. That's the only difference. JD, thank you for the 100 bits, dude. I appreciate that. It's all PC, third party, really cool though. I'm not super against third party. I'm just nervous about third party. As long as it's like a really well-rated, verified like mod, I might check it out. Otherwise, third party does freak me out a little. Oh, and these will need to be sprayed this year too. We might wait a little longer. Maybe we wait till these are... Oh, this is medium already, but the others might not be medium. Our spraying might get kind of funky with the 3 different cultivator types. Let me just go run over here and see. So these are mediums. This was direct drill. That'd be a spray first month. This one was our full depth. So we got small weeds in there. Could use a weeder in here and actually drive on the crops if we wanted to. Wanted to do it for cheap. And then this one was shallow cultivator. And this one's medium as well. Shallow cultivator is the worst thing to do. Either cultivate for that extra 5% or just direct drill. I think shallow cultivate. Well, no, because it's fast, right? Maybe it's actually full size cultivating that's the worst one. So you only get like an extra, what, 1% yield? Maybe it's full cultivating that you shouldn't do. Do shallow. Don't do full cultivating for the extra 1%. All right, let's go get... Oh, let's just double check. I actually don't know when this was planted. Possible it's not ready yet, but we'll take a quick look. It is ready to go. Okay. I actually forgot that that might not have been ready. And nope, not skip time. We're good. Harvest time, baby. My experience, stay away from king mods and mod... Stay away from king mods. Oh. A lot of people say do king mods. So that's actually surprising to hear. Is stay away from king mods. You might be the first person I've heard that says that. Do you have a bad experience with it or what the heck happened? What do you think of the ADS method? Mod for Farm Sim. What's the ADS mod? I'm kind of new to modding in Farm Sim. I really like to take the approach where I don't mod until I feel like I've really taken advantage of the whole base game. And so I didn't mod in Farm Sim 22. And then in 25, I've done 2 out of my 4 playthroughs have been no mods. So I haven't really gotten into mods much. And if it was something that was like carried over from another game, then I don't know anything about it. Advanced damage system. I'm just by guessing, I'm assuming that makes it so that the vehicles can take damage. Is that correct? I'm hesitant to use mods not on Nexus. See, Nexus is the only place I have experience with, and not even with Farm Sim. I've never used a Farm Sim mod from Nexus, but I've used plenty of mods for other games. Like KSP had Nexus mods for a bit. Fallout, I think Nexus was like the main place to go for, not Fallout. Oh yeah, Fallout and Skyrim. Nexus mods was like the go-to as well. So I've got experience with that site, and I was pretty happy with it. Again, I've never really been like a huge mod guy with everything, but I've dabbled a little bit. I did mod the hell out of Railroader without playing more than the tutorial, but that was to use British rolling stock. I don't think that's too bad. Railroader was a pretty basic game without mods. I don't think you missed out on the core experience. And yeah, if you're just like adding, you know, new rolling stock, the balancing in that game was kind of irrelevant. So I don't think you missed anything. Don't think you messed anything up or missed anything. I would have done the same. Hi Norman, how's it going? Welcome in. Oh, for some reason, was that itch.io JDM? I'm assuming it just blocked it because it was a link, but was that itch.io for whatever you said? That's just like, I just see stars on it. But that's my guess. Cummins, Victor, I was gonna call you Victoria. Gustav's, Ali, thank you for the follows on TikTok, guys. Welcome in. All right, we're gonna use this lot as our staging area for this. Now, I don't really have a way to process wheat or anything like that. We're just going to have to figure it out, and I think we'll just sell it. I might silo
722 just subscribed at tier 3 for 21 months.
We need trailers, and we need one of those things to fill the silo. I've never done this before. Okay, you guys have to help me with something. Saffron, thank you for the tier 3 sub for 21 months. That is insane. I appreciate you. Welcome in. Thank you so much for supporting the stream with a tier 3. Thanks for being here for 21 months, coming up on 2 years here. Dude, thank you so much. Seriously. I need your help. So we need our truck first. And then I bought one of these silos. I've never used one of these before. I'll show you. I'll take you guys over there in 1 sec. Garrett, Tomcio, and Pilly, thank you for the follows on TikTok, guys. Okay, hold on. Okay, no worries, JD. All good. All good. So I bought one of these silos here, and I need something to fill it. I'm not really sure what exactly we need, but we have to bring something over to fill this thing. So it is an auger is all I know. And then I need something, it kind of depends on the trailer we use, but I need something that could slide underneath the trailers to unload them. What am I looking for? Where are augers actually? Oh, they're in belts. They grouped them. Belt systems. Okay, so we need one that can slide under the truck. So something like this. I don't think that will work. Basically, that part there needs to be able to slide under the truck. So I think we need something more like that's got a slider on it. It is big though. Is that going to be too big, or is that the right size? I mean, can we do... But that also feels too small. I don't have very big bins. The pricing isn't that crazy. That takes it from a pile. So that looks insane. I believe the first one you had unfolds to flat. I think that's what we have to do. Yeah, and that one doesn't even have rollers either. Oh, the first one that I had out, like this one unfolds. Should we just test it? And if it doesn't work, I'll refund it. It's only 1,800. I might not even bother. Okay. And then can these drive, or do we need to... Might be close enough that we could drive it over. I know you could hook them up as well, but the shop is right here. So we might just drive it over instead. What farm sim is this? 25. Gamer Electro, thank you for the follow on Twitch, dude. Welcome in. You should use the same brand as the bin it is. It's easier to reach the top. Oh, shoot. I think ours is Meridian, right? We'll try this. Yeah, see, that doesn't look... They go up. And then we can unfold it as well. And nothing's working so far. Unload here. Well, I don't want to unload here, do I? Seed treating liquid. Oh, shoot. Did I grab a liquid thing? Ah, chat! That's not even what this does. This does liquids. This isn't even the right thing. Okay, hold on. Hold on. Go ahead and return that. All right. So not that. Okay, wait. Yeah, that's a good point. Grab the same brand as the bin. Let's check the bin. We have a Meridian bin. So this one, like, that's going to be tall enough? Look how tall that bin is. I mean, we could. Can be used to load your bin trailer or a trailer with bulk materials. And then that one, again, the other problem with this one is it is going to be a nightmare for trailers. I think we use this one. Even though it's ridiculous and massive, I think this is the move here. Is there a hitch on there? Yeah, okay. So we're going to rent it just to make sure it works. I may end up buying it later on. And then that one's a pretty big one, so why don't we drag it over? And we'll just drop this attachment here. Wait, thanks for that follow, dude. This one will be long enough for sure. The little Meridian one, I don't know, but I also need to unload truck trailers, so we can go for something a little fancier. Yellow one is Gucci. I think so too. I think it's pretty much just gonna get everything. Are you using a controller to move in third person? Yes, I have a controller in my lap. If I'm ever like walking around in this game, I just use the controller, and then I use the wheel and joysticks for driving stuff. Holy, that thing is huge. It's just not as crazy as I thought. It looks bigger in the shop. Although we still have to get in front of it. Look at that. We'll get in front of it, and then we can reverse it, I guess. This will be tall. I mean, if this isn't tall enough, we're screwed, dude. There's nothing else in the game. Okay. Ooh, is that gonna swing wildly while we drive? Hello? Why is that not folded? Okay, it's probably fine. I feel like that's not supposed to be like that. This is not the proper way to move this, but whatever. Could have moved it at night. Okay. Oh, see, this looked like it was an insane height, but now bringing it over here, it just looks like it's the right height. Okay. Let's see if we can figure this out. I'll turn it off so we don't have to listen to it the whole time. Use the agri bin on some saves as it's huge, but it's just another type of bin. Yeah, I like this one because it was like good balance in the base game. Okay. So how the heck does this work? Is it long enough? Yeah, maybe. We'll just like fully unfold it. And then this is forward. And then back it in. Hold on, the steering wheel is messing with it a little bit. Oh, that's actually too far. What? Right. I don't think it's turning because of the wheel. I think it's turning because it's... Oh no, it is turning because of the wheel. There we go. And then just dip it down so it makes contact. Maybe it doesn't need to make contact. That seems good. And then how do we move that other little arm there? Okay, that's good. How do we... Oh, I got it. So we just swing that out under the truck. Let's say we just bring a truck up and then we just swing this out. Hold on, let me ban this spammer here real quick. Just pull up beside and then swing that out underneath. That does seem like a lot of work, but we'll try it. And move this up here. Okay, now we need a trailer. We can't have that. Oh, that's probably good. Yeah, now we need a trailer that's going to be compatible with this. Let's go see what we got. Maddox and Emmett, thanks for the follows, guys. I gotta catch you on. I normally get on at different times, and you're already off when I get off. What, if you want to share, you don't have to, but what time zone are you on? Or what time do you usually stream, JD? And P-Man, thank you for the hydrate, dude. I appreciate that. Sparx, I don't know if you remember, but a couple of months ago, I was talking to you about how I was having a huge performance issue on Farm Sim 25, even though I have a good PC. I discovered the cause of it, but it still doesn't make sense. Apparently, it was because of my Turtle Beach Velocity 1 shifter. Your Turtle Beach Velocity 1 shifter was causing performance issues in Farm Sim 25. That's insane. My best guess, to understand this to some degree, is that it was trying to override all of the other devices, because this game, actually any game pretty much, whenever a new device becomes active, there's a very quick blip usually in the game performance. And usually you wouldn't notice, like when I pick up the controller versus when I go like this, you don't really notice. But if it was like constantly refreshing that, it actually does kind of make some sense. All right, so we need a grain bin that unloads underneath. Dude, I really liked these. These were a lot of fun. The only thing is, I think these might actually be a bit of a nightmare to manage with that conveyor. Same with that one. Is there anything that uses like one? That drops it. How? What? Oh, that is a conveyor running underneath and you just back it on. That's 43 cubic meters. That's 75 though. I mean, it's not a long drive. 36 cubic. Let's try these. If they're really frustrating to use, we'll use something else. But let's give them a shot. Mostly because they're cool, but also because they hold a lot of grain, and maybe that will, maybe that'll be helpful. Favorite UK map? Kinlog, dude. Best of the best I've tried so far. Hemlock, thanks for the 5 streams free. From USA, Pennsylvania, and New York time, or also Eastern Standard Time. It's 3:34 right now. Oh, okay, gotcha. You must just stream pretty early now. I thought I streamed early in the day. Usually people in this time zone are streaming at like 8 p.m. There we go. Look at that. That's a good looking setup, dude. Okay, let's take this over to the combine. We'll get a load into here, and then we will see if our whole setup actually works. How do you get more maps on your Xbox? Just go to the downloadable content thing on the main menu, and you can download new maps for free in there. And there's like different, there's basically like different places that the maps are from, and that's how it's sorted. Yeah, super easy, dude. Hashtag ban Turtle Beach. That is kind of the issue I would expect from Turtle Beach, to not to be too mean, but like that's the kind of nonsense that happens with companies that are newer in the space, I will say. And Turtle Beach is pretty new to simulator gear. Well, driving sim gear. Maybe they shouldn't. Should they get a pass on that? Because they aren't new to sim gear. I'm trying to justify this one for them, but I don't know if I actually can. That's a nice truck. Dude, we got this on such a good discount. We got this one for like half price. We had just bought an International. Then we saw this one on there for half price. So we sold the International and we bought this. And it has way more power than I thought. Plus, We're gonna see how it does off-road. It's kind of, we do need a little bit of off-road performance from it, but we can move these trailers one at a time if we really need to, and then just hook them back up when it comes to driving on the road. Usually I am during the week, as I work typically 7 or 8 p.m. Eastern, unless I'm super tired. Oh, I gotcha. Oh man, I had a job where my schedule was like really inconsistent. I could be like randomly working overnight one night, or I could be working during the day, mornings, evenings. My stream schedule working around that job was an absolute nightmare. Holy, this is a big field. Chat, we should have gone for that really expensive combine. I did not realize how big of a field this was. It's like deceptively big. It's actually, well, it's about the same size as 25. It just feels huge, dude. We'll see how much grain we can hold. I mean, it depends on how good the yield is. Kind of hoping the yield isn't too high so that this is an easier harvest. I ended up getting the Canadian map that you stream on and love the difference in field sizes. I do too. The only thing I don't love about this map is square fields. Square fields are just not that terribly common around here, at least. I mean, this is Manitoba. Maybe it's different in Manitoba, but like, it'd be way more common to see rounded fields out this way. So I think if I do another North American map, I'd like bigger rounded fields instead. That would feel realistic to me, but I don't know. I've looked at the map around Nadenthal. I don't know if they actually have square fields out there, or if they're round. Holyfield, yeah, Holyfield is right, and we could round them out. I might do that too, just for realism purposes. I might combine these fields and then round them out on the edges instead. Plant some trees in there, just make it feel a little more, I don't know, a little more to what I'm used to, I guess, is all I can say. Rounded, yeah. So see how these fields are not circular fields, but you see how these fields all have perfectly square 90-degree edges? That's not terribly common to see here. Like, usually whatever corner of the field touches the edge of the section will be square, but the rest just kind of goes along the tree line, right? This is kind of a weird setup out here because all of the tree lines are perfectly clean cut. Like, this is a little bit more of a European thing to see. All of the tree lines are perfectly clean cut. Every edge is clean. And that's less common, at least for Alberta, I guess. Again, I don't know about Nadenthal. You can go look out there and see. Nadenthal's a real place. You can look Nadenthal, Manitoba on the map and see if the fields are rounded or see if they look like this, because they could be. I think the older an area is, like the more years it's been farmed, the more likely it is to be super optimized and square like that. So it might just be younger farmland. 100, 200 years is like less likely to be square, just because you have so much old wood that probably hasn't been moved yet. Number and just American. Oh, hi. Welcome over to the TikTok. Thank you for the follows on TikTok. And Penguin, thank you for the follow on Twitch. This would be pretty common in upper Midwest US. This would be, I mean, that's where Manitoba is. It's just north of, what states does it have on its southern border? It's around there. It's like straight north of there though. So maybe that is realistic. I don't know. I'm looking at Google Maps and it's all squares. Oh, interesting. Okay. Never mind then. Don't worry about it. I guess on Google Maps, it's square. Again, a little less common for where we grew up, but we also didn't grow up with like industrial level farming, commercial farming. Like our neighbors farmed wheat, but it wasn't like this massive corporate operation. We farmed alfalfa, but it wasn't a corporate operation. It was just, to feed the horses, really. And so if you're losing a little bit of yield to rounded corners, you're not going to care. Whereas if you're like a big corporation and you're trying to min-max all of your fields, then maybe you're more likely to square them off like that. Very accurate representation, I got to say. Isn't that crazy how close they got it? Yeah, this map is legitimately like actually Nadenthal. The only thing is some of the businesses and houses are different, but adapted to a farmstead map really well. George, Victoria, Robert, thanks for the follows on TikTok, guys. Do I play with followers? Sometimes. You get a lot of trolls when you do that, so it's become tougher and tougher over the years. We still do dedicated saves, so I would never bring in people to help me with this save It's just after 100 hours in one save, I don't really want it to get trolled. But we do dedicated saves for that. That way, if they get trolled, it's no big deal, really. Do you have a recommendation on how to start a new save in Farms of 25? Are you looking to start a new save as somebody who's been playing for a while? Or are you looking to play the game for the first time? Because that'll be two very different pieces of advice. I got lots of advice on how to start a new save for the first time. If you are a more experienced player, but a little bit different if you're playing for the first time. I just have to position kind of weird until we have a headland here. Because oh no, we don't need that. I was hoping I could just switch over easily. I gotta bring the truck out here. All right, let's see how this does off-road. Oh, should I be making straw? I just realized that I'm spreading this back into the field. Because that's what I do with the poppies. Do we want straw? Do we need straw? I don't have anything that can run a really large pickup because my biggest tractor doesn't have a PTO and I can't do a hydraulic. If there's no such thing as a hydraulic, not at that scale at least, does a hydraulic forage wagon. So I'd have to. I mean, that's a lot of straw. That's probably like 40 grand in straw. I hate doing bales, but that is a really big field. It would be worth renting a square baler and just knocking them out and selling them. That's a really big field. Straw's a lot. I know it's a lot of work. Do we care? It's 40 grand. $50,000. Maybe we don't. Maybe we don't worry about it. I mean, we're talking about a $600,000, $700,000 year this year. What's 40 grand in straw? I mean, it actually is a lot, but for that amount of work, let's skip it. GPS makes me a great driver. What are you talking about? GPS does help us less good drivers. I can attest to that. How do I open the thing? I feel like these trailers are backwards. They are. Okay. We have just enough room to unload here over the cab, I think. We need roads on the edge of these fields, not trees. I hope we have enough room. I think we might just make it. That'll go. Kind of a nuts setup, but we'll do it. And then how much will this hold? So hold 80,000. So this will hold 8 unloads from this combine. That is a sweet setup, dude. Get about 10, a little over 10,000 per load. What do you think the best console map is? Base game for console. Probably Riverbend for console. I mean, the best map for console is Kinlog, but it's DLC, so you have to buy the DLC to get the map. If you don't want to buy the map, I mean, it's the whole DLC. It's not just a paid map, like it's the whole DLC. I know a lot of people are looking for free maps. I still think people don't give the base game maps enough credit. They just skip it. And that's kind of fair because the base game maps have been kind of mid in previous games. I think Farm Sim 22's base game maps were just no good. So I kind of understand why people would skip it now, but I think for Farm Sim 25, you should really give the base game maps a shot. They're so good. Beltfed, get out of here, dude. Thank you for the galaxy on TikTok. Oh my God, how you been? William, thanks for the rose. JDM, thanks for the heart. And Keith, thanks for the heart as well, guys. Appreciate that. That's a lot of extra money. Don't talk me into doing straw. Do you want to watch me do straw? You want to watch me spend an hour picking up straw on this field or what? Because I will if you talk me into it. I will if you talk me into it, but I don't think I do. What do you mean, yes? It's so much work. It's so much work. I mean, is it that much work? We get a good square baler, big fat square baler, auto load trailer. just pick it up real quick. Like, I don't have to mess around with forks. I just drive them over and sell them all in one shot. It's good income. We're bad farmers if we don't do it, right? Fine. I'm doing it. But if you guys start complaining that it's taking too long, you're coming in to help me. I put it in multiplayer and you guys are coming to help because this sounds terrible. All right, we'll do it. We'll do it. Been a while since I've done straw. We'll make it happen. Make straw pellets. That would be kind of fun. It's been a long time since we've done straw pellets. No, I'm not getting cows. You're not leveraging this into cows. I'm not doing cows on this. But I told you, we already had this conversation today. I told you why I'm not doing cows. You're not turning this straw deal into cows, dude. But I like the idea of straw pellets. That might be kind of sick. That's an expensive kit. We're doing corn next, so we won't have straw. That's like $25,000 worth of rental. I don't think it's worth straw pellets. What's the difference? Oh, it's kind of hard to gauge that income. I was gonna say, what's the difference between straw pellets and straw bulk in earnings? But that would be hard math to do unless you knew the conversion rate. Did you use the starter farm on that map or no? I didn't. I'm actually kind of anti-starter farm myself. I think it's way more fun to pick a small field and build every single one of my buildings. I actually have no idea what the starter farm is like in this game. Isn't it? Where is the starter farm on this one? I think it's like an empty spot now that we didn't do the starter farm, but you're just gonna have to be okay with that. Goose, thank you for the 300 bits, dude. What the heck? Nothing much, Belfed. How you been? What have you been playing lately? It's also good for the soil if you don't. Yeah, it's, I mean, on precision farming, I don't know if there's a huge difference. But you know what? Now that we did have some parts that we spread the straw back out, we can check that. We'll see if it's any good on precision farming. Just remind me after we plant. We won't know until we seed. But once we seed, we'll know if it's good for the crop. We're doing it this year anyways. Spirit, thank you for the 300 bits as well. Hey, get your cow moos out of here. I want to go a whole save without hearing cows, okay? They kind of drove me crazy last time. Okay, Alex, really? All right, keep the moos to yourself. Listen, if you want cows, you're going to have to do it in your own save. They terrorized me last save. We had like 800 cows in Kinloch.
The train is
and
leaving the station.
I had to feed them twice a year, dude. It was no, twice a month. I had to feed them twice a month. That means I couldn't even sleep. I had to feed the cattle, and then I had to skip time, and then I had to feed the cattle again before I could actually sleep overnight. And then as soon as I was done sleeping overnight, I had to feed the cattle again. I was done with it. I wasn't happening. I agree, Alex. Gonna set it better myself, dude. Thank you for the 404 bits. I'm glad you're on my side with this one. I says cows coming to this farm. No. If I do, it'll be in the last year of playing this game, and that's it. Derek, thanks for that follow on Twitch. What was that? Belfed, thank you for the sub on TikTok. That's super rare. You don't see a lot of those. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Supreme, thanks for the follow too. Good to have you. If you do straw, I will. If I do straw, you'll do straw. I don't think it makes my experience better if you do straw, but maybe, yeah, you know what? A little bit of solidarity. I'm okay with that. Looney, thank you for those roses. Give it into peer pressure. All right, no. I won't give it to peer pressure. I'll give it to peer pressure to do the straw. That's it. As for the pellets, I'll think about it. I've got this whole field to think about if I'm going to do the pellets or not. Sounds like whinnying, like a horse. That's what Creepy Horseman does. He whinnies because he's a horse. Half horse. The starter farm is plot 66. Plot 66. Where is plot 66? Oh. Okay, then it still properly spawns. Even when you don't start with a starter farm, it still properly spawns. I know where that is. That's a weird spot for a starter farm in this save. Very central. So that's not too bad, though. And 100%. So we get through. Man, we can't even get around the field twice by the time we need to unload. That's nuts. Okay, so we're going to leave this on this time. So hopefully it just unloads. And then we'll bring this around. Once we have done our first Our first round, it'll be a lot easier to maneuver the truck in here. Someone tells you not to give it to peer pressure and you don't, then technically you did. That's an excellent point, Wesley. If somebody else tells you not to give into peer pressure and you don't give into peer pressure, then you have given into peer pressure of not giving into peer pressure. That's a sick way to think about it. And you're 100% correct. So what? Well, there's nothing you could do. If you don't, then you listen to them and then you did. It's a lose-lose situation, dude. Happens either time. That field is a good one. It's got high yield, that's for sure. Like, I think we successfully saved it. We bought it from the AI farmer, Walter, and he's really bad at farming. And then we spent a bunch of money kind of trying to get it back. And I think we were successful because we are actually pulling a lot of grain. I think it'll come in around 13 tons per hectare, which is great. I'm gonna go this way instead. But we'll see when we actually fully get it off the ground. How do I make food for cows with straw? Cows can't eat straw. Straw isn't really edible. It's really dry and fibrous and doesn't have a lot of nutritional value. So it's used for bedding. You add a little bit of it to TMR just to cut it and give them a little more fiber, but it's not nutritional for cattle. So straw isn't food. Grass is food and silage is food. Those are what you need to feed your cows. And you'll actually mix those things together. Hay is food and silage is food. And you'll mix them together to get a mix called TMR. And that's what you'll feed to your cows. AI farmer, is that a thing? Well, okay, so it's not... You don't actually see them on the map. But whenever you go to a field that you don't own, it'll tell you who owns it. Here, I'll show you. While this unloads. So let's say we go to 37 here and we visit. It'll tell us in the right, farmland 37 owned by Katie. So Katie is the farmer that's farming this. And then it'll tell you what's in there and basically what it needs. So Katie was farming this one. Katie tends to be pretty good, I think. But if you go find a field by Walter, it doesn't tell you until you go. This is David. And this was not very good either. Take a look over here. That was David too. This one, Walter's got this one, and this doesn't look good. We don't really know what the yield is until we buy it, but every time I buy a field from Walter, it sucks. This one's got giant weeds in it, so I'm assuming it's not that good either way. I probably wouldn't not buy a field based on which AI farmer is farming it, but depends how much work you want to put in. I could understand skipping out on Walter's fields for somebody else. There we go. Holy, that trailer is like, well, it's half full on that side now. And we have to round this out so we don't have to keep cutting these corners. See if the GPS cooperates when we do that. The tram lines might get kind of weird, but it's okay. We'll see what happens. First, there is a mod that has AI farmers working their fields. It's so cool. I wonder if it lines up to what their actual yield is too. It'd be kind of cool to know if, you know, you see farmers out there, you see them plowing, and then you go check the field if they had actually plowed the field. That's cool. That's cool. What's the major breakthrough? Potentially no cultivation. I think we might just seed this one. I might use what we've learned here, and I might just seed this no cultivator because it'll save us a ton of time. And we'll basically get the same yield anyways. I think I'm actually going to do it, honestly. And we'll just see. This is going to be a crazy field because we'll get 2 harvests out of this one. We'll get this wheat that Walter had planted. And then I'm going to plant poppies, but poppies grow so fast. And we'll actually get wheat and poppies out of the same field in the same year. Which, I don't know, can you actually... No, you can't really keep that up. You can do it once. I don't know if there's a crop where you can plant that crop and then harvest it and then plant poppies and then harvest it and do it every year. Is there? Poppies are really quick. Not with seasonal on. Okay, where's poppies? Poppies get planted in June, so it need to be harvested in June. Ooh, barley. Did you plant barley in October? Yeah. No, because it would throw it off. No, it wouldn't. You do the late plant of poppies. Oh, no, it would. It's not possible because you harvest your late plant of poppies in November. And so you couldn't. So you'd have to do... This is the last month we could do... You could do oats. You could do early plant of oats, harvest in July, plant poppies in July, and harvest in November. You could with oats, actually, if you wanted to do this every year. That's probably what we should be doing with our poppies. Well, is that a good idea? Fixed it, I think. We want to test something with corn next year. You can do peas and poppies. I hate peas. I'm so sick of peas, but I'm sure you're right. Oats and poppies would be really good per year. I don't like that idea. I'm going to test corn next, but you know what? We might do a year of oats and poppies because that would be such a lucrative year, dude. That'd be insane. And you could probably just plant both with no need to cultivate. So you do it really fast as well. I bumped my mic and it like turned it off. This is not a very good mic. Hi, Spoken. Welcome in, dude. Can you get milk with the Highland cattle? No, Highland cattle are just dairy cattle, just beef cattle. They actually don't produce milk. See, that's what I wanted to do in Kinlug is do Highland cattle dairy, and then I bought them and found out that they're just meat. So I don't think I ever made $1 on them, actually. I just kind of did it for fun, but it was cool to have. Spoken, thank you for the Prime sub, dude. What the heck? I appreciate that. Welcome in. Thanks for using your Prime in here. I hope it actually took them out of an ad. They would be in an ad, but we'll see. Chickpeas are nice. Basically oats, but different. Yeah, it might be kind of fun to mix it up. Do you get chickpea straw, though? Because I think that's the benefit of oats, is you get some straw out of that. Well, that would be kind of a wicked business model. We got to do that for at least a year. Do oats, do something with the straw, maybe pellets, then plant poppies, and then... Oh, but does it force you into a late plant of poppies? I was going to say, and then do a cover crop. But I think it forces you into a late plant of poppies. And if you do a late plant, then you can't do a cover crop. So you basically have to choose. And I don't think the subsidies are good enough to do a cover crop instead of oats. Oh, I wonder if it tanks your environmental score, though. Like, if you harvest two... Okay, this is another thing that we have to test, I guess. But if you harvest 2 crops in 1 year on the same field, I bet it tanks your environmental score, because technically you're farming it twice as much as you should be. We'll test that and see if that's actually a thing. Wow, this line right here, I'm getting no yield out of this. This is junk. Oh, it's a tram line. I was like, I'm getting nothing out of this. It's a tram line. It's all good. It's all good.
For 3 months.
It'll like 8 tons a hectare. But it's because we're driving a tram line, and that's totally fine. That's kind of nice because it means we get to make a little more room in here as well. Reaper with the tier 3 sub for 3 months. Jay, thanks so much, dude. Enjoy the new badge for 3 months. And also, thank you so much for tier 3. That's insane. If you're just getting in, welcome in. Thanks for supporting the stream. With oats and poppy, you only need 1 type of harvester, too. That's true as well. That's very nice. Yeah, I guess if you do peas, you have to buy that stupid peas harvester. Although, this field, if you planted peas in here and harvested it once, you'd make enough money to buy the pea harvester the following year. You just rent it for a year, you'd be good. Yeah. I'm actually harvesting chickpeas right now, and it drops straw. Good to know. That might be good. I'm a farmer IRL. I have that combine. Lovely piece of kit. Got a bigger header, though. Yeah, this is just a little baby on here. Wait, you've got this one? 7160? Or do you have that other one? That newer case one? Yeah, it doesn't have a very big header, but we're going to upgrade this one. We bought this one last year, and I think we're already going to upgrade it. We've already kind of outgrown it, actually. 9120. Okay, okay. Try farming IRL. I grew up on a farm in real life. It's not harder than this. A lot of people on the internet will tell you that there's no point in farming in the video game and you should just do it IRL. You're not getting the real experience. As somebody who did it in real life, there's some parts that are harder, but like driving a combine is exactly the same process. The parts that are hard are related to animals and poor weather and injuring yourself. Driving a combine in the game is exactly as hard as it is in real life because it's not that hard. Is rice good to plant in the beginning? Yes, but it's not a simple crop. You do have to learn rice, I will say. Like, as a beginner player, it's not a good crop, but in the beginning of your game as a regular, like as a more experienced player, yeah, you'll have a good time with it. Yeah, it's actually easier than this because they fully auto steer in real life. This one I still have to take off of its GPS line and put onto the new line and do the whole thing. The real ones will just fully do it on their own. I was testing an AF11 last year or the year before, and it's crazy. You can literally just sit there and you're just there if something goes wrong, really. Okay, move that out. This is kind of nice that we got further around because now I don't have to drive the whole perimeter of the field. I can just go like this. The money management side is harder in real life. Yeah, this game is incredibly forgiving and you make a lot of money in this game. The money thing in real life is a way different ball game, that's for sure. Dalius, thank you for the follow on Twitch. Actually, oh, that was for the P's and we are getting started. Okay, just making sure. Elton Mango, also thank you for the follows and the shares. What's your tips for planting rice? I have a video about how to do rice on TikTok right there. If you go look, it'll tell you how to do it. There's not really tips. You just have to know the process, basically. Go look at the video. It's quite far back. Like, that was last year that I posted it. If you just look up Sparx rice, you might find it in there. But let me know if you have any other questions after that. I could try and answer them, but that should get you 90% of the way there. Ever been in a real 9X, like a 9RX? No. Steiger 715 though, yes. They're very similar tractors. When we were on the farm, we didn't farm at that level. Like, it wasn't anything we'd be needing 700 horsepower for. An X9 combine. An X9 combine. No. Is that John Deere? What the heck? This should be going automatically. Oh, there we go. Is that the game? No, we had a little baby combine growing up. It was an old JD. X9. S7. X9. Holy. That thing's crazy. That's something you'd see here in Alberta for sure, but no, I've never been in one like that. That's nuts, dude. This is the one that I was... Nope, not that one. AF11. This is the one that I was in. This thing's awesome, dude. I got a video. It's like... And it's 1-to-1 what it looks like here in game. I've got a video testing that one. Sure, I've used the footage at some point on TikTok, but I couldn't tell you what video it'd be in. Part of Alberta, are you from? Sylvan Lake, born and raised. Sylvan Lake? That's not too far from where I am. I'm in Calgary. I was born in Sherwood Park. And pretty much was there until I moved out of my parents' place and now in Calgary. Bandix, thanks for the follow, dude. I drove a Case 1086 and a 7220 when I was younger. Those would be pretty small in this game. That's what this game needs, though. Like, this game gets into the big equipment too fast. And, like, I know 80% of the people that play this game, like, you have to remember, there's a lot of just, like, kids that play this game, too. And they only like the big equipment. Like, if you drive anything smaller than the biggest thing in the game, people will come into your chat and they're like, why would you even bother with this? Turn your subsidy signs on and get the biggest equipment in the game. I don't like to play like that. I like the small stuff. I like the progression. But I will say, I think they really leaned into the big equipment in this farm sim. And the progression kind of suffered a little bit. I do feel like we're missing some of that old cheap equipment. You know, slogging along with that until we can afford the big stuff. Oh, we can just mod it in at the end of the day. It's all good. You always keep small stuff? Yeah, me too. I think it's fun. I want older and rusted and dented. I know. It's like the more I play this, the more I want to struggle because the game gets so easy that you have to, like, force yourself to make the game difficult. And having to use old equipment and start with, like, no money, that's the best way to do it. But you do have to mod it in order to pull it off. Like we used the Ford SA series pack for some early game stuff. We got that Fiat 650, and that helped a lot. But I'd like to see more stuff like that in the base game. Why not drive the case magnum? Yeah, and even this combine, like I'll be using this, and people will be like, get a bigger combine. You have a big field. First of all, you wouldn't even use a combine this big for this field in real life. This is like, you got 10 people together, you can do this one by hand. Not really, but but like the smallest combines in the game are appropriately sized for this field, because you would buy the smallest that you could possibly tolerate. If you spent 8 hours harvesting this, that would be good. That would be a good return on your investment for your combine. This thing that cuts this field in, like, I mean, we're gonna be done this in 40 minutes tops. That's way overkill. It'd be a 400K on a combine to do this field in 40 minutes instead of a few hours. Hell no, dude. You'd be using something way smaller than this, that's for sure. Gentle Rage, thank you for the follow on Twitch, dude. There's a new mod for super hard mode. Have you seen it? No. Crop destruction is super high. You can't teleport anywhere. Money's super hard to make. Oh, I like that. The only one I don't love is teleporting. I didn't know teleport saved, and halfway through it was just so boring that I stopped doing it. I think no teleport in multiplayer would be fun, where you could like ask somebody to come pick you up and drive somewhere, but we just kind of did a lot of walking and it wasn't that entertaining, honestly. So we deleted that rule halfway through the playthrough, because we were like, well, this is stupid. We're just spending useless time walking around the map instead of actually playing the game. It wasn't this save, it was a Kinlog save. Probably did it for the first 50 hours. And then after that, I asked Chad, I was like, can we just get rid of this rule? Like, we're just walking on the side of the road for most of this. Kind of a cool challenge if you're really going for immersion, but you do waste a lot of time. I like my tractor like I like my women old with hail damage. You get him, Bannon. You know what? I can respect it. I can respect it, Bannon. Well done. They need to bring in a pull behind harvester. Is that a real thing? Like, can you do that? What is it, like an offset pull behind harvester? That'd be kind of sick. We've got that for potatoes and stuff. It would be cool to see it for grain. I added these really, really tiny combines in this game. Just little baby combine. Oh, we're done headlands, aren't we? Oh, yes, we are. Okay, let's start on the other side then. We're gonna smash that tram line to pieces, or not that tram line, that windrow to pieces, but whatever, don't worry about that. Have you done any log transport? No, I'm not allowed to do contracts on this save. I've done them. But in this save, I'm not allowed to do any contracts. So it has been kind of a hard save, but I like it. Log transport is actually my personal favorite mission to do, because when you have the dual joysticks, you can load those logs so fast, like 2 minutes. You get the full, even the ones where you have to do like the main truck and the trailer, 2 minutes tops, easiest $6 grand you'll ever make. I like those ones. And they used to be so busted. They used to pay, when the game came out, those paid like 15 to 25,000. They nerfed them very quick. But you could honestly have just played this game entirely doing log transport and never doing anything else. They were that busted. I'm sure it's rough with a PS5 controller. Yeah, the dual sticks do make it easier. PS5 controller would be rough. Oh no, I'm not taking anybody to help. We get too many trolls when I do that. How'd you start the save? Like, what did you start with? I started with, this one was kind of weird. Because I wasn't allowed to do contracts, I had to start with something. So I started on field 12, and I was allowed to buy, I had a small budget. I had like $1,000 to start with. I had field 12 at $1,000. And I used it to buy some hand tool grass harvesting equipment. I sold bales for like 150 bucks each until I could afford a chainsaw for 1,000 bucks. Cut down all the trees, and then I think what did I do? I think I rented a cheap skid steer, got rid of the stumps, and then I used the hand tools to make a garden. And then I gardened spinach until I got my first tractor. I just kept expanding with hand tools and spinach, and that was it. I got real sick of hand tools by the end of that, though. That's for sure. Can't figure out how to do the log transport. When I go to the spot, there are no logs. Are you going to the right spot? There's 2 spots. You might be going to the wrong one. You might be going to the delivery first. Or you've got a weird conflict stopping your logs from spawning, which is totally possible as well. Okay, now we can bring the truck over there. We don't really need to move it. If you didn't use any contracts, how did you start? Yeah, so those are pretty much your only 2 options, right? Like, well, actually, not anymore. Not anymore. There's 3 ways to start now. 4 ways. There's 4 ways to start now. You can either start with a little bit of money. You either start with enough money and nothing else. $100,000, nothing else. That'll buy you your first land and your first tools, and that's technically all you need. You can start with a piece of land and very little money, but you do need to start with some, just enough to make anything. So you could, I mean, you could even start with like the smallest piece of land and then just a hand baler and a grass cutter, and that's it. You can start with that as well. You could start with absolutely nothing, $0, no equipment, no land, and then you could either do contracts or you could do fishing, or both. So you can ban yourself from contracts and then just do fishing for your first little bit of money. Fishing is actually relatively overpowered, even if you don't do the fishing bonuses, because if you release, I think it's 15 fish and then 25 and then 50 and then 100. You get big cash bonuses with each of those, and they're actually overpowered. Like, don't do that. But even just regular fishing is good money. You can start like that too. So you can get your first one. And then emergency pack was the other one I was thinking of. Yeah, now you could do the emergency pack and you could work as a firefighter. Now what you'd have to do is you'd have to start with a fire truck. But you could work as a firefighter. You don't even need a piece of land until you have enough money for your first land, and then you can retire as a firefighter, and then you can farm for the first time. It'd be kind of a fun way to do it. I like these new ways that we're getting to start from scratch, whether it's emergency pack or fishing, hand tools. Like those are my favorite additions to the game. Need some new kind of career ones to earn money like that, because those are sick. Not quite gonna fit in there. We're gonna do this one as well. I have a map where you spawn with 2 boats and a fishing rod and start with $0. I like that. That's a cool playthrough. That's a cool playthrough. Cubs Anthony, thanks for the follows on TikTok, guys. Appreciate that. Do you have a ton of mods? Ton of mods? No. I added some pretty basic grounded stuff, like I've got some little tractor mods, hand tools, stuff like that, and then all of the DLCs. But I didn't want to go too crazy with mods on this one. I've had, I mean, I haven't had a lot of playthroughs ruined by mods. We've had one playthrough that got ruined by mods. I don't know if you watched that video with Austin Farmer, the one that he published recently. That playthrough got ruined by mods. Like, too many mods killed it. And so now I'm like kind of extra careful about the mods that I put in. Oh, I had another playthrough. It wasn't ruined by mods, but it wasn't quite what I was looking for. Our second ever map in Farmstead 25 was a vineyard, and we did it on a French map, but we used the grape production mod, and it's really overpowered. I mean, base game grapes are supposed to be quite challenging. That mod pretty much brought that from maybe a 350 hour playthrough, turned it into a maybe 150 hours. I don't think we even hit 200 hours on that one. And we were stretching it as well. Like, we were doing other stuff in order to make it go a little longer. Like, we were messing around with horses and stuff like that. So production mods, I'm really not a big fan of production mods right now. Yeah, you can just plug your G920 into your console and it'll work. Yeah, you're good. Sometimes mods will make a game not run smoothly. Yeah, some mod maps are like that. Some actual mods are like that. Frankly, if you just do too many mods, they will do that too. Yeah, you gotta be careful with that. Is Farmstead 25 precision farming harder than Farmstead 22? Harder? No. Complex? Yes. Because precision farming adds more. Like, precision farming gets updated like the main game does. So you know how in Farmstead 22, there's less stuff that you can do than Farmstead 25? Precision farming gets the same treatment. It gets new equipment. It gets new features just like the regular base game does. And so, yeah, I don't think it's harder. I think the fundamentals are all still there, but it is more complex for sure. There are more things to think about. Definitely. B29 Crew, thanks for the follow on TikTok. Would you prefer JDM or American Muscle or German cars? None of those interest me. German cars, like big fat saloons, no. American Muscle, no. I'm a handling guy. JDM, I guess out of those three, JDM. But like, I'm not really that into JDM culture. Like, I don't want my car to look like a kid's coloring book. So honestly, none of those three are what I'm into. It's rally cars for me. If you if you want me to pick a type of car, it's rally cars for me. And there's some crossover with JDM, but not that much. Sparx, aren't horses good if you put a lot of hours into them? No, they're not. If you do horses in this game, it's for the love of the game. It's because you like horses. Horses are not like a fun or rewarding mechanic. They're not lucrative, like you're not making a lot of money on horses in this game. No, horses are, you just got to do it because you like horses, which is totally fine. I mean, horses are cool. I grew up with horses, but even from that, like, I think horses are cool. They're not really that interesting in this game. You have to brush them and you have to ride them every month in game. And that's kind of it. Oh, and feed them. That's kind of it, you know? Like, they're not really that much different than in real life, but that activity is more fun in real life. In game, you just take your controller and you walk them around your farm for a little bit, and that's it. Were they good in Farm Sim 22? I don't know. I never tested them in Farm Sim 22. I can't imagine they were better in Farm Sim 22. I mean, maybe they were better money in 22, but I couldn't tell you because I never did it. Sparks, we have a dynastic dispute over Newfoundland. No, I don't want to argue with the Newfoundlanders because when you get them mad, you can't understand what they're saying. It won't help us, JB. So I'm seeing if I can wind up Colin so I can get him to talk in chat. Audi Quattro is the best rally car. Audi Quattro is the best Group B car. The best rally car is best rally car. It's that Lancia Delta, I think, isn't it? Lancia Delta? Is that the one? I can't tell you. Group B was cool. Group B rally was cool, but it was less fun to drive. I think modern WRC is the most fun to drive. Group B was cool. I think the best for spectating, but I don't like it as much as as modern WRC. Quick question: with precision farming over the years, does lime lose yield over the years? Yes, every 3 harvests, you're at your maximum yield debuff. So don't put lime every year. If you run the math and you're in a lucrative crop, you might be able to make some money liming every 2 years. Otherwise, every 3 years is what you should be doing. I don't like iRacing. I'm not really big into track. I definitely stick to rally off-road. I think there's a little bit of like dirt circuits and stuff in iRacing, but circuits don't interest me. F1, I tried F1. I learned F1. It was cool, but it does get boring. You know, 3-hour races are a little much. I think rally is just peak racing. Yeah, when it says it needs lime, that's the 3rd harvest. Yeah. That you can wait for that to pop up, and then you're good to go. I just keep all of my fields on the same cycle. So when I lime, like when one says needs lime, I'll do all of my fields, get them all lined back up, and then I just stay on that cycle pretty much. Modern Rally WRC isn't better to drive as there's a lot more assists, ABS, etc. in my opinion. That's wrong. ABS isn't an assist, first of all. I know, actually, well, okay, hold on. ABS is an assist. I don't think WRC 1 cars are allowed to have ABS. The other tiers might have ABS. Modern rally cars have assisted steering, but that's not an assist. Compared to classical cars, I don't know if WRC cars are allowed to have any level of ABS. I'm sure they try and sneak it in if they can, but I don't think ABS is within the rules. Austin should have won that first to a million challenge you and him did. Well, then he should have played better. He's never gonna hear the end of that. What's your favorite car? GT3 RS. I know it's crazy for me to say that I don't really like circuits or road and then say that my favorite car of all time is a GT3 RS, but like it is. I think it's the best looking car anybody's ever made. It's beautiful and it performs very well. But if we're talking about rally specifically, probably like the 24 Yaris or 25 Yaris. Brody, thanks for the follow on TikTok. Didn't have time yesterday, but today I'll be starting my first playthrough on Farmstead 26. Okay. Really hope they make it where you start with less rather than such a big start. Oh, perp, I'm so sorry. That actually is my biggest complaint about Farmstead 26. You start with too much in Farmstead 26 again. Yeah, I think Farm Sim 26 has a lot of potential. Mobile games have a lot of potential in general, and people tend to sleep on them. Unfortunately, they did make that mistake again, where you just start with too much crap in Farm Sim 26, and it killed it for me as well. I play on console, so I don't really know much about precision farming. Why is there a couple of lines of the field that don't have any crops? Why is there a couple lines in the fields? Oh, those are called tram lines. So you're talking about these guys up here. I will show you, because we actually need to use those ones in a minute. Once we're finished harvesting this, we actually do need to use those. So those are called tram lines. They're not in the base game because they are kind of a complicated mechanic. But basically, it's a place where your sprayer can drive. Because in real life, if you drive on your crops, you totally wreck them. You crush them, and they're useless. So you waste fertilizer, you waste seeds, and you waste any work and labor you spend maintaining those sections, right? So rather than having you waste all that material, modern seeders let you program in tram lines, and then they will just not plant in those places. And so it helps you know exactly where to drive with your sprayer. So you program it to the distance. It's actually double the distance of your sprayer. You program the space to be double the distance of one half of your sprayer. And then you know exactly where to drive. You'll have perfect coverage on your sprayer every single time. You won't waste seeds. You won't waste fertilizer. Yeah, it's a good little mechanic. In Farm Sim, the difference isn't very much, because Farm Sim, you make so much money that those differences don't really mean very much at all. You could have your crop destruction on and you could just run over the crop and you'd have basically the same effect. You can turn crop destruction off. In real life though, farmers, first of all, they farm way more space than what's in this game. So like those really add up over time. That is a lot of wasted seed. It is a lot of wasted fertilizer. Farm Sim, it's like $1,000 between the two. It doesn't matter that much, but in real life, $1,000 is $1,000. Like think about what you could do with $1,000. And that would just be on not a terribly big farm. On massive operations, you'd be talking about tens of thousands of dollars in seed and fertilizer, especially with today's prices. So they make a big difference in terms of total yield. Tramlines is what it's called. Yeah, exactly. And you can use precision farming on console. I know you said you play on console, so you don't know what those are. Precision farming is on console, and you can get that in your game. I would say, like I always tell people, to just learn the base game first. But then when you're ready for a new challenge, give it a shot, because it is really cool. Do you stream elsewhere or just TikTok? I stream on Twitch and TikTok. So if you want full screen, you can watch on Twitch. If you want vertical screen, you can watch on TikTok. And actually, Twitch has that now too. But just watch on whatever you whatever you prefer. It's a modded map called Nadenthal. GNADENTHAL. For $1,000, you can buy 4 trailer rigs. $1,000 is a lot of money, and that would be on the lower end of the estimate, because like these fields are tiny. Farm Sim fields are tiny compared to what you farm in real life. A harvester of this size would be doing something closer to this entire map. Not 1 or 2 or 3 of these fields. Genuinely, if you had a 7160, you'd be using it on 1,000 acres, not on 10. I don't know what the actual estimate for the 7160 specifically is, but it would be much closer to 1,000 than it would be to 10. Becky, and Bea, and Josh, thanks to the follows and the shares on TikTok. Oh crap! I wasn't paying attention to our load. It's going good, Adam. Somebody had a good question and I totally missed it. It's gone now. Shoot. Oh, it was a good question. If somebody asked a question and I missed it, I read it and then was going to answer it next, but then forgot it before I could, and now it's not on my screen. That's a huge harvester for the field. That's a monster harvester for this field. For this field, genuinely, not as a joke. If I had this field in real life, I'd be using this. I'd be like, and that's not a joke. I would be using this. If I had to buy my own harvester. Realistically, if you had a field this size in real life, you just borrow the neighbor's harvester. You'd give them $100 or a couple $100 and you'd borrow the neighbor's harvester. If I had this field in real life, I wouldn't get anything bigger than this because I wouldn't mind spending 8 hours out in the field, 10 hours, 15 hours. That's more what realistic farming would be like. And then you just keep all that profit instead of dumping it into your $250,000 harvester with $20,000 in maintenance every year. Wouldn't be worth it. How'd you get your farm stick to work in Microsoft Flight Sim? I might have to do a video on that. Basically, I just had to manually bind everything. Now, when you play simulators all day, you get really good at knowing bindings, but it doesn't automatically set up. Have you ever tried farming in real life? Yes, I grew up on a farm in real life. So did you make those lines by driving the spreader? I'm trying to do it on console. No, you have to get precision farming. And then you go to this menu here. You go to precision farming menu. And then you hover over the field and you go tram lines. And then this is where you program them in. So tram line width should match your sprayer. This is 21 meters. My sprayer is 21 meters. And so that's what I set my tram lines to. You could go a little less as well. But then you have more tram lines, so you lose more yield. So you really want to get it as close as possible. And that's the benefit in precision farming to buying a bigger sprayer. Like if I buy a bigger sprayer, it only takes me, I don't know, 2 minutes less to do this whole field, but it does mean I could do less tram lines and I could keep more of my crop. So that would be the real benefit to a wider sprayer, at least in precision farming. You're telling me a high horsepower 9RX with Seed Hawk is overkill on Kinlog. Unless you turn all of Kinlog into one field. Yeah. Yeah, it is. Gotta remember the bigger machines, more maintenance and higher fuel bills. And this game will actually, like if you mess it up too much, this game will actually punish you for that. We had this experience ourselves in Farm Sim 22. Right at the start of the game, there was a Fendt 1050 with probably 40 or 50 hours on the clock. Which is a lot for Farm Sim. It's not a lot in real life, but it's a lot in Farm Sim. Had 40 or 50 hours on the clock. It cost us $50,000 a year to maintain that early in the game. Early in the game. We would have been, oh man, over the course of that thing's life, we probably spent $200,000 or $300,000 on maintenance. So if you really mess it up enough, this game will it will punish you for it. Now, buying it new in game, that probably won't happen to you. That's going to happen to you more likely if you do discounted stuff. Then you're going to run into that issue. I especially have the patience to use smaller equipment on bigger fields. Anything more than 45 minutes to harvest a field feels too tedious for me. So that's the nice part about Farm Sim, right? Is it does this on purpose because you're correct and you're probably how most people feel about that. That's probably the same as how most people feel, is spending more than 45 minutes on a field in a video game is too long. In real life, or if you want to go for some level of realism, it's great. 8 hours, hell yeah, throw some Netflix on. That sounds like an awesome time. Most people in a video game who are playing for an hour or two when they get home don't want to harvest a field for an hour. And so this game lets you use bigger equipment by basically, you make more money when you do anything in this game, frankly. Everything's cheaper than it is in real life. Everything sells for more than it would in real life, even on hard mode. Hard mode does not make this game realistic. And you'd have to triple hard mode to get this game even close to realism. And it's like that because most people don't want to spend 8 actual hours in the field. So don't worry about that. The game accommodates exactly your kind of play style. Do you have a favorite map between the two maps in Farmstead 26? No, they're both actually pretty good. If you want to sit and play Farmstead for 8 hours, plant root crops, they take forever. That's true. That's true. But even those pay you like an insane amount of money. You know, you could do 8 hours of root crops and you could be done after that. Like, genuinely, if I planted this all as onions, I'd be done. This is $3-4 million worth of onions. If I process it as well, I would be done my playthrough if I planted onions this year. It would take me probably 30 hours to finish that whole cycle, but it would, I'd be done with this game if I planted root crops at that level. It's crazy, dude. How many acres are you harvesting? So on this one, we're doing, looks like somewhere between 15 and 20 in wheat. And then we planted a bunch of poppies. I think what I'll do is I'll either upgrade, I won't be able to upgrade this harvester. No, I might be able to upgrade this harvester before the poppies because we have canned peas sitting ready to sell. I'll have all this wheat. Well, I may not sell this wheat yet. I may or may not have all this wheat. I might be able to harvest this before, upgrade this before I do the poppies too. So I've got about 30 acres of poppies over there that I don't know if I want to harvest with this harvester. Even though it's a big harvester, I think we need to go bigger. Made a tractor, but they had 2 screens and they made one into a TV. Dude, that's like the norm now. Yeah, everybody is either watching TikToks or watching Netflix or something in their tractors. That's the norm now for sure. Blato, thank you for the follow on TikTok. How much money do you have? We got about 41K right now. So what I do is I tank my money during harvest season. I upgrade everything I possibly can. I spend all of my money on either renting equipment, buying new equipment, or building infrastructure, or buying fields, whatever. And then the idea is that everything you've invested into your harvest, you're gonna get back after the sales season. So if you look at my bank account into a harvest, it's gonna be somewhere close to 0 usually. This is actually a lot. 41K is way more than I typically have, but I had a lot of stuff to sell from our peas. I don't do peas anymore because they're boring, but I had a lot of money from the peas before. How did the hard challenge, did the loser delete the farm? The loser deletes the farm. Austin deleted his farm and paid us 100 Twitch subs, which is a lot of money, actually. He gave us 100 Twitch subs for losing that challenge, which is somewhere in the neighborhood. Was it 100 or 50? 100 or 50? I think it was 50. I think he did 50 subs, not 100. So I was like, 100 subs is $500. Okay, so he paid us $250 in the form of subs that went to my community on Twitch. We're doing 100 this time, though. So that's $500 on the line for losing this one. These are big bets, dude. Right now, soybeans are around $11.70 a bushel in Farmstead 25. On hard, they sell for about 36 per bushel. So yeah, much easier. 3 times as spot on. That's a pretty good guess, eh? And then it's actually, like, it's even harder than that because in real life, fertilizer is probably more than triple the price it is in game. Fertilizer is nuts right now. So you'd probably be spending more on that in real life than you do even in the game. Raven says, server has been started. Feel free to join and enjoy the public multi-crop farming experience. No mods except the map itself. Eventually we can upgrade when we get more input of what should change. Happy farming. Raven, thank you so much. And chat, please go check out our new RFC community server. We have a community server now. You guys have been asking for ages. It is officially up. Thank you to RFC. Check the Discord for the details and go check it out. Somebody said there's 7 people on there today already. I think that was Raven actually. Said there were 7 people on there already. So now you can go play. I don't know what map it is though. Raven, what map did we do? Did we do that Quebec map? Having to go with sugarcane at the moment on a small field. My main thing at the moment is I want to try everything at least once. So I got olives going, carrots, and now sugarcane. I like that approach to this game. Try it all at least once. The only thing I'll say about that specifically is, did I end up too far? I gotta move. How embarrassing. Don't do it all in the same map. So like, you know, try 3 or 4 new things in one playthrough don't do it all in the same map because you'll get so rich that it'll be too easy. It's more fun to almost start a playthrough dedicated to that thing. So just keep that in mind. Once you start feeling like you have too much money, then start a new save instead. Four Fields map is the most realistic map with the time, right? I mean, oh, we have a fire. The biggest map you could get. Four Fields is probably pretty close. But yeah, the biggest map you could do. A fire has been reported, one or more straw bales burning in a field. Okay, hold on. We gotta go get our stuff on. That's not very far. That's like the neighbor's field, dude. You'd see it from here. All right, let's go get a truck. I'm turning the siren on because we're close. I love these little side missions, dude. These are so sick. Can you like turn those down specifically? We're going across Katie's field. I mean, we're saving Katie's field. All right, that's enough of that nonsense. There we go. I don't think we need the lights. There's not even much flames in here, dude. There's kind of like smoldering. The best North American 4X map. Oh, dude, I don't even know. I toured a few of them. I like Kansas 4X. I thought that one was good, but I haven't played a lot of maps, honestly. I wish you could save. I would start bailing for you. Nah, I gotta do it. I gotta do it. I gotta bail. You know what? I'm kind of glad we're doing bails because that's going to help us make money to upgrade equipment before we need to harvest the poppies. So I do actually like that we're doing a little bit of bailing. I feel like we just made a good amount of money for that one. That didn't seem too bad. Get what buttons we need. Ziddle and ABC, thanks for the follows on TikTok, guys. I think you deleted your farm. Mushroom didn't go well. You deleted your farm. Mushroom didn't go well. Huh? Patcam, what does that mean? I'm not on the RFC multiplayer right now. No, I do have to check it out for the first time. I am really enjoying this save we've got going right now, but I'll have to come check out the RFC stuff. Who's winning between you and Austin? Dude, it is so close right now. Yeah, our current save on the new series is, he might even be a little bit ahead, but we are very close. I think I'm making more money than he is per month, but he's ahead in dollars right now. I've got more land. He's ahead in dollars. Well, no, now he just bought land. So we're probably back similar in terms of money. And I don't know where we are in land right now. He might be a little bit ahead in land. I put a lot of money into productions, unfortunately, which paid off for me last time, but I don't know if it's going to be worth it this time. We'll see. I might have made a mistake by doing that. The map is St. Lawrence. Oh, perfect. Okay. Oh, I'll definitely come check it out. That sounds sick, dude. Okay, we could probably get one more load into this truck, and then we have to go figure out how to use these ridiculous grain storage bins, because I'm not really sure how to do these. Zed, thanks for the follow on TikTok, dude. Appreciate that. ABC, thanks for the heart. Cody, thank you for the heart. And ABC, thank you for the donuts. Appreciate those too. Petunia's the real winner because she gets treat. That's always true. I'm not keeping the bales for my cows. I'm selling them because I'm not getting cows, okay? Not getting cow. You're not going to talk me into cow. You never get that out without pulling the bales apart. No, you can't just hose down a bunch of bales. Well, you could. No, those are dense. Those are dense bales. Yeah, you might be right. Those would just be, you just let it burn, to be honest with you. You just rip them apart, let it burn, make sure it doesn't spread. Because you're not saving any of that. It's all full of smoke and stuff. You're not saving any of the hay or any of the straw. You just stand there and let it burn and make sure it doesn't catch the rest of the field on fire. What they should do is they do straw bales for the fires, which is kind of realistic because, like, people will just come onto your farm and light your bales on fire. But what they should do is they should do silage bales because those actually do have a chance of spontaneously combusting. If your straw is burning, somebody just came by and burned your bales. We're not getting cows. I'm selling all this straw. Look how much straw this is. This is big money. I might have also underestimated how much straw there is here. I said 40K worth of straw. That might be if we sell it now. Save this until winter. Might be like 100K, dude. Do you farm IRL? No, not anymore, and I don't think I want to. Honestly, it's not something I'm interested in from a professional level. I think if I ever had a lot of money and I just didn't know what to do with it, I would farm for fun. Oh, maybe breaking even would be the goal, you know, but farming to make money, farming to survive just sounds terrible. I don't want to do that. I'm happy with the video game. I'll log in and play this for a few hours a week, and that's enough farming for me. And like all of the tasks sound fun. This is fun in real life. Running a combine is awesome. I think it's a blast. You know, doing field work is a blast. Animals are just so insanely rewarding. But like trying to make it profitable and then trying to live on the $10,000 a year that you make just sounds awful to me. Unless you were getting in with multi-millions of dollars, I don't think it would be a good experience. Who's lighting hay bales on fire? Oh, dude, it's if you leave hay bales out, yeah, people just come by and like teenagers mostly will come by and just light your hay bales on fire. It's totally normal. It sucks. It sucks, but you know, it happens. Remy, thanks for that follow. We want cows. No, you don't. You don't want cows. You do not want. You think you want cows. You do not want to watch me feed cattle for 8 hours a day. That's all we'd be doing. It wouldn't even be entertaining. You don't want cows. You don't want cows. Just do a knot off Jeremy's farm. A knock off Clarkson's farm. Honestly, that's what I would like to do. Like, I think what the squad is doing, Grant, what he's doing, he basically did the same thing, right? Although his is, I think his is with the intention to make it more profitable than what Jeremy Clarkson's going for. You know, it did extraordinarily well on YouTube. He's got his own farming game, and then he took all that and he turned it into a real life farm. So he basically did that, right? Like, I don't know how much money he's made, but that joke about having millions of dollars to get into farming probably is closer to what he actually did. And I think that'd be fun. I think if you were at the point where you put enough money away to live off the investments and then you just farmed with the extra that you have, I think that would be amazing. How big is Clarkson's farm in Canada? As a show, huge. Actually, like surprisingly huge here as well. Everybody likes Clarkson's farm. Now, it's kind of hard to say because like myself and everybody related to like all of my content creator friends are like related to simulators and farming, so they know Clarkson's farm. And then in real life, all of my family is like farming and farming adjacent, so like they know Clarkson's farm as well. So actually, I'd be curious to see how many people in Canada actually watch Clarkson's farm, because like mine's kind of a weird sample size to take all the people that I know who are like mostly farming and farming adjacent anyways, but it's a great show. So until winter, the bearings in the middle of the machines goes out and it's 100 degrees Fahrenheit. That's true. My partner's contracted at the moment and been pulling about 20-hour days. I mean, that's the trade-off, right? Is you do 20-hour days and then in the wintertime you do 1-hour days for a little bit. But yeah, it's hard work, dude. You don't want cows. I'm not getting you cows. Okay, tell you what. I might do cows at some point, but it's not soon. It's too early in the save to do cows. It will just be so much work. If I was going to do cows, genuinely, I'd be willing to bring somebody into the game to feed the cows twice a day. Or I could just do less cows. I guess I could just not do 10,000 cows and that would be okay. But that's what's fun, right? Is having so many cattle. Clarkson's Farm has become a phenomenal voice for us over in the UK. I think like Clarkson's Farm has genuinely made a solid impact in the world. Like I think it's actually made the world a slightly better place by just showing people what farming looks like, because so many people are disconnected from farming and their food, and like rightly so. If you didn't grow up on a farm, why would you know anything about farming? But shows like that really introduce the average person to farmers, because I think, and this happens in the UK, but like UK politicians will kind of villainize farmers because they know that the average person doesn't know anything about farming. So it can be like, oh, all these millionaire farmers are taking your tax dollars, you know, for their own political gains. So shows like this really stop them from being able to manipulate people like that. And I think that's a positive impact. What's the game called? Farming Sim 25. Okay, so now we got to figure out how to unload this into our new bin. This truck is not very good off-road. It is not doing very well with this much weight, but it contributed to our prime minister resigning. All of them resigning. But I think you guys have had like 4 prime ministers since Clarkson's Farm got on the air. It's been crazy over there. But that's good. You know what? If you got people who are not doing a good job, kick them out. I think more places probably need to take that approach. Oh no, the UK politicians didn't do that. We did it to European farmers taking our money when we were in the EU. Ah, I see. Wouldn't that be UK politicians? So it was less like UK farmers though, more EU farmers. Sparx, I have 1 acre. Is it overkill to run a 9RX and a Seedhawk? It depends. How much money do you have? How much money do you want to be left with? Did we get cows in this map or was it another map? We've had cows in Kinlog. And can I go any faster with this? Oh yeah, I could get a little bit of speed here. We've had cattle in Kinlog. And is that it for Farms to 25? Genuinely, that might have been it for Farms to 25. And those were just the Highland cattle. And I wanted them because, oh, I gotta fix this. That's why. I wanted them because I had never done Highland before. Okay. So we could get in on the far end here. And we slide the thing underneath the trailers? I guess it's not that big of a deal because you can move the truck to unload back. Okay, let's try this. I gotta do this right the first time because I do not like reversing these. So we go... How does this work? I need to know exactly where this slides into. Okay, hold on. Not that. So we just roll that under. Because we're not going to be able to drive it over top. So we need to go like... Is it easier for the front? So about there. Want to end up about there. So pretty much on the grass. Okay. I think I can figure this out. I wish you could move it by hand. I'm assuming that's how you do it in real life, is you just roll it under by hand. So we need to end up about here, and we need to go a little bit further forward. Like that? That feels like it's so far in. Can you move it by hand? That'd be sick if you could. A little too far over, but we can fix that. There's a short auger mod that you could drive over and connect to the auger. See, that would be kind of nice. No, this will work. I just need to adjust a touch. That should go. Oh, but that's off now. Oh, no. Did I bump it or what the heck happened? Okay, shoot. Now I gotta move all this again. So this has to come out. Okay. Oh, no. This has to be... It's like twisting. You get out of there. I must have bumped something. That's fine. Now that we kind of know what we're doing, it'll be easier to do it again. If I even have to move. Is that good? How close does it have to be? And how do I open the top of the bin? I tried them once, quit, never touched them again. These? Is the bin gonna open automatically, or do I have to like go up and open it? Just dump into it, see what happens. This we can turn on. It even needs to be turned on. Okay. Then we'll pull this up. Like this. Okay. Just finished watching Race to 1 Million. And what do you think? We're doing another one right now. What did you think of that one? And under. Oh, I think I got this. A little further. That'll probably dump. It's pushing it, but I think it'll go. It won't. Oh, it will. There we go. Okay, it's dumping into the auger. Oh, there it goes. It's going. Look at that. We should see this filling. And then how do we do this? So I'm assuming this is where it comes out. How do we get it out of there? Also, do I like, should I be selling this wheat now? Let's just look at the pricing. Once you need another auger to get the grain out, I could just use that auger to do it. But yeah, like realistically for unloading, you'd use a smaller auger than that. Okay, wheat prices. Wheat. Absolutely bottom of the barrel garbage right now. But chat, this is going to be a few $100,000 worth of wheat. This is a lot of money. This is going to be more money than I thought we were going to make. I was expecting maybe 150K. But like this is already 80,000 liters of wheat, which will get us 100K. No problem. And actually, it'll make us a little bit more as long as we keep our score high. Okay, I need. How do I change the tip side? Okay. Sounds good to go. That's going in. It is quite a hassle to do it this way, but the storage, like, it's so much cheaper. So much cheaper than the ones that have the built-in dump deck and the augers. Is way better. Trust and Linky Boy, thank you for the follows on Twitch, guys. And Jay, Nate, Bunkum, and the 1TTR, thanks for the follows on TikTok. All right, so now we pull forward a little bit. And we'll pull this out. And then we do the same thing with the back. So we just have to kind of remember where that is. Yeah, it would be nice if you could move that by hand instead of having to get in every time, but... on. Like that. We'll get better at this, maybe. Oh, not quite. A little further. Man. I think getting the angle of this right is the trick. I understand how these silos worked out. Yeah, I mean, this is the first time I've used them. This is quite a common sight to see around here, actually. You see a lot of these, like, silos where you just use the auger separately. Okay, we'll open that up. There it goes. Perfect. Map's called Native Doll. Bray Banks and Silk, thanks for the follows. Are the VODs on YouTube? They are on YouTube. Actually, right from the very start of this save, we're about 100 hours into this save. All of the VODs are on YouTube. I think I got a couple to catch up on, but if you start now, it'll be caught up by the time you finish. The only tough part here, I think, is that back one. I guess I could just pull up instead of moving it. Maybe. Oh, not quite. Not to wreck it. Man, getting lined up with that is quite the nightmare, dude. We got triple road trades here for grain carting here in Australia. You could do that in the game as well. I don't know if you've ever tried it. You use these and you can buy more. And then you actually can, you can go as far as you want. You can go triple, you can go 20 of them if you want to. Doesn't want to unload. Go a little further. I'm also bumping the auger. That does get a little bit tough. I mean, what do I do about that? I can move. Back it up. I think what we'll actually do is we'll just, it might be easier to adjust from the auger side. So the auger's pretty maneuverable. And if I go higher on the auger, like that, make sure it's lined up. Okay, that's lined up enough. And then, yeah, I think I have to back the trailer up. Well, oh, so now we're moving the whole thing. Let's just take it out. Oh, now I can't even take it out. Uh-oh. I go forward a little bit. This is hard. I could go forward and then pull that back. Or I could probably just go forward. Nah, the angle's too bad. Hold on. I missed your hydrate. I got you. Hold on. Okay. Try going forward. That might catch, but I think the angle is too small. Wouldn't be able to tell from here. I gotta go in the truck to know. That's at a silly angle, but yeah, it's no good. Hold on. Have I played Hunter? As in Call of the Wild? Yeah. We actually, whenever they have a new DLC, we do a stream with them. Okay, I think that's still lined up. Let's try resetting this. That's why I made this a circle. Is so I can reset if I need to. Of course, I left the tractor in the way, but that's all right. That is hard to do. Truck needs to be further out and further back. Further out and further back. Okay, so like probably right on the edge of the grass. Yeah, because then it doesn't have to swing so far under the tractor, under the trailer. If I just pull that up like this. That feels too far now. Next, we'll move the auger onto the grass. Yeah, definitely. I didn't realize it had to be out so far. Oh, there we go. Oh, no, it actually, that is perfect. See, that feels like it's too far. It's actually pushing it. It might be a little too far out. Oh, no, that one. See, we're too far over now. So I need to be... How can I mark this? Okay, let's do this right. Let me get the truck out of here. And then let's do this the right way. And we'll even mark it for the truck. Okay, so I'm going to put that right there. I'm going to move the truck out of the way. Let's build this out properly. Right? We'll move this onto the grass. I think that's a good idea. Now we'll have to go... oh, I guess forward. Okay, so forward. Go all the way over. The drive over extension for the auger will make it easier. Is there a drive over extension? Is that a real thing? Is that in the game or is that a mod? I don't think I can do anything with this. I don't think it has any more. Doesn't have any more movements or unfolding. Well, can it unfold? No, it doesn't. It doesn't do anything else. Okay. Anyways, we're gonna line this up with the grass in real life, right, but not base game. Just drive that forward until we're lined up. And then honestly, I'm just gonna leave this here. Moving this auger every time is the hard part. You have an extension, like a thing that you could drive over in real life? What does it do? Just brace, like just have braces on the ground? Oh, that's right. This is backwards. We lined up. Not yet. Oh, that's got to be close. And then forward a touch. I think that's perfect. Okay. Now, optimally, we don't move that anymore. Is there parking brakes? I don't think there's parking brakes in this game. Otherwise, that would be perfect. Okay. So we leave that there. And then, yeah, that's what I was thinking, Demonis, is we paint the ground with a different color. So this would be fully extended. And the truck needs to be about, well, right in the middle. Well, no, probably further out, if anything. Ramp so you drive over the auger. Yeah, that would be nice. Okay, and then we'll just take a little bit of paint. Now, the problem is this game doesn't really let you paint very nicely. But if we take a little bit of something that we'll be able to see, probably just some dirt. Why don't we use some mud? We'll get some nice tracks on it then. Hoping to find animal mud, but let's use this. Yeah, I hate how not precise it is. But you know what? That's probably a good enough indication. I like it because it kind of looks like, look, it even blended it. I didn't realize it blended textures, but it actually blended dirt and gravel in a gradient. Wow, that's cool. And it's like 3D. A weird little detail. All right, now let's try this. So we'll take this out. Tell me how to use these augers. I don't know how. Me neither. I'm learning them right now. You're watching me learn the augers. The spray paint only works for trees. I don't think you can use it on the ground. That would be sick if you could use the spray paint on the ground now, dude. Okay. So nice and wide, because I do have to use the back trailer. Typically, we'd be coming in from the other side, but we'll do it like this. And we need that back trailer to be in line here, so a little further like that. So I had that snow runner camera where you could like see the trailer. Feel like we're a little too far over to the left, but let's try it. That conveyal is feeling like a better and better investment now. Oh, let's see. Look how far it has to swing out. You have to like go too far forward and then put it under. That actually might just work. Otherwise, I gotta reverse and adjust. No, we gotta reverse. There we go. And then that will swing under the correct amount. There. That looks perfect. If that doesn't go, something's wrong. And there you go. Auger wagon would be better? Yeah. Yeah, I think it would. There's no auger wagons for trucks, though. I mean, we're not moving that far, right? So we could move it with that. I think the conveyal would be the move here. So I'm just going to look at semi-trailers first, where I could just dump the whole trailer into one conveyor and then it's good. But what's the difference? So this holds 75 cubic meters. This holds 44, but it runs a conveyor along, like underneath the bins. And then there's just a little port on the back. So all you would do is you'd slide that thing up on the back and you'd be good. Oh, it has an auger as well, actually. Can it just dump? It can dump out of the conveyor, but it also has an auger. Oh, that's sick, dude. But then I can only do 40,000 cubic at a time. This one goes underneath, but once you had it under, you'd be good. It's just that these are so close to the wheels. They got this one as well, which dumps out the back on a belt. I'd see if I can figure it out with this one. Let's try our new strategy for another one and then see what happens. I didn't realize that one had an auger. Yeah, this is kind of like an insane amount of work to get the truck unloaded. Oh my god, and I just ruined the whole thing because I went the wrong way. I backed into it. Probably an easy fix as long as we fix it now. That good? That's good. Then we'll just move this like way out of the way if we can. Okay, awesome. Holy, what a... It's a lot of work to fill these bins like that. With this trailer specifically, and it's just because these trailers are so not good for maneuverability. Luckily, I'm renting it this year, so what we could do instead is rent the conveyal next year and use the auger instead of this. We'd have to deliver trailers about twice as often, but it's not really that far, and it would probably be faster than try to get this to work every time. So maybe that's the move. Do you have your mod pack somewhere? I don't know if I've got the mod set up for this one. On Thursdays, we play with Austin, and we've got the new playthrough. That mod pack is in the Discord. This one's actually almost identical to that. So if you did it, if you used that mod pack, you'd be pretty close to this, actually. We used very similar packs. It's also the same map, so even that one will be good. And I'm just gonna repair the truck because the truck, I think part of the reason it's so slow because it's very damaged. Okay, let's try that. See if that moves a little bit better. Just use the mother bin. The mother bin isn't intended to be moved with grain in it. It's a field bin. What is that? Auger wagon? It's definitely a cool piece of kit, but yeah, the idea isn't to move, like, transport stuff with this. You just leave it on the side of the field, and then the trucks can come up and unload. Which, the problem that would solve, actually, is, basically, if the trucks don't do very well off-road, we could just park this on the side of the road and unload straight into trucks. I probably would use this to drive all the way. And again, you're not really supposed to move them loaded. Like, that's not the idea. In fact, this one I'm pretty sure you're definitely not supposed to move it. But if you can, I mean, it's 141 cubic meters of grain. If you even could move it. Is there any drive over belt systems you can MacGyver something with? I think, like, there is a little conveyor belt. Like, that one which might be easier to maneuver. That's an extension. That one's not gonna do it. No, not unless any of these ones. Like, that one looks kind of nice, but I don't know if it has the ability to do the drive over. And then this is another swing one. This one's got a smaller area on the swing, so that one might be a little better. And then I don't know, it's possible one of those folds out for a drive over, like you press a button and it puts the attachment on. Those are modded, so those may or may not work like that. I'm not sure. There's probably one in Mod Hub. Honestly, I might just get that from Mod Hub and put that in the game, because if I'm using these bins that much, and I really like these trailers. I like the idea of having a double for unloading grain. I might just get that mod instead, as long as it's high quality. What would you call that? Conveyor drive over? I don't even know, dude. This is technically a way into the field. Let me use it. I want to unload from that thing too. What if you get a rear dump and get a wide swing? I could just do that. That's the actual solution. Like in game right now, I would just get a different trailer. I'll probably fight this one for the rest of this harvest season. Well, look, we're gonna have to do poppies too. Dude, for the poppies, we actually could do a mother bin, but then I'd be driving the combine over to the mother bin, which doesn't make any sense. Or I'd just be doing too many steps. I'd be using a tractor to move grain over to the mother bin, and then I'd be using a truck again. It only really makes sense in multiplayer. That's the sad part about the augers, is they really only make sense in multiplayer. They the utility of them isn't really something you do in single player unless you're going for some sort of realism, I guess. Buy a bin with a dump deck. Buy a bin with a dump deck. Yeah, you're right. All right. Well, luckily, I mean, look how much we fit into that trailer. So we're gonna have to mess with it 2 more times probably. And now we're good at it. So it should be quicker next time. We'll see if it's a skill issue or see if we can fix it. Drive over auger. I'm surprised it isn't with the augers. In the mod hub. Yeah, I'll go look. Because, yeah, I don't have it in there. Straw takes too long to open multiplayer. I think the straw is actually going to be the least of our concerns. I think we'll be able to whip that out super, super quick. I'm not worried about straw. Soaring Eagle SA30 drive over conveyor. Okay, perfect. What yield am I getting? High. 107, 15 tons a hectare right now, and that's with a tram line in this width. We got 1 tram line in this width. We're getting 15.5 tons, that's a lot, honestly. That's a lot. In fact, since we left the truck, we're already 25% full. Like, we've definitely brought this field back from the dead. It's gonna be a good $250,000 to $400,000 in yields. I don't know why it's chirping at me, because it still should be on its line. This field was worth buying. In fact, this probably mostly paid off the field. Like, how much did this field cost us? This field cost us, oh my god, 755K. Okay, it won't quite pay off the field. I did not realize how much we paid for this. We paid $755,000 for this field? Holy dude. Okay, I mean, that's not bad. It'll pay off in 2 years instead of 1, but that's crazy, dude. Can you explain what yield is? I don't know a ton of farm stuff. Yeah, don't even worry about that. I mean, everybody has to start somewhere, so like, don't be scared to ask questions. Yield is the amount you get, basically the amount of, in this case, wheat you get for a certain area of land. So let's say for every acre that you harvested, you got 10 cubic meters of wheat. This isn't how you'd measure it in real life, but this is how FarmSim measures it. So let's say you had a 1 acre field and you harvest it and you got 10 cubic meters of wheat. Or we'll say 10,000 liters of wheat. And then next year, you did better with your fertilizer, you did better with your lime, you plowed it so you got, better stats. You get 15,000 liters of wheat instead of 10,000. That is basically your yield, how efficiently you farmed that piece of land. So the higher the yield, the more you have to sell and the more money you make. So low yield, for example, you'd get if you didn't cultivate, you didn't plow, if you didn't get rid of your weeds, if you didn't do lime every 3 years, you'd get low yield. You'd get less wheat per acre, and you'd have less to sell. You'd make less money. So the idea is to get your yield as high as you possibly can, because then every year you're making more money, basically. An acre is basically a football field. Half a football field, right? Probably close to half. An acre is not very much. An acre is a pretty small amount of ground. I can actually show you what an acre looks like in game. An acre, 0.3, 1.16. Okay, this. I find one that's like exactly an acre. Okay, this is 1.1. So this grass field here is 1.1 acres. That's from the tree to this line right here where I'm standing, and then to the end. That's an acre. Yeah, you're right. A football field must be like an acre and a half then, hey? Be a little more than that. So that's an acre. So you measure in acres and hectares. I don't know how many acres go to a hectare, but and then different parts of the world will measure it differently. So like here people talk in acres, but we also talk in like sections and quarter sections. That's not a specific measurement. That's basically like the standard unit between the roads around here. Like rural Alberta, we have sections, and they're basically roughly the same size, and those are like the spaces between the roads. Is that Nathal? Yes. So a section would be, if you ever hear us say section, this would be a section. So that would be 23, 22, 25, 26, 45, 44, 38, plus the buildings in there. Basically, this corner of the roads over to this corner of the roads. So like 44 and 45, that's a quarter section. In this game, quarter section ends up being about 40 acres. I don't know how well that lines up. I feel like that would be different depending on where you live. I don't know how well that lines up with real life. A section is a square mile. Is that what it is? It's a square mile? That would make sense. It is a square mile. Oh, okay, perfect. Yeah, whether that's, it's 640 acres. Okay, so in the game, it's 40 acres because everything's condensed in Farm Sim, right? So yeah, a section is bigger than 40 acres. That's just Farm Sim measure. Well, that's not even Farm Sim measurements. That's native though. It's whoever made this map decided that's how big they were making their sections. Yeah, it's probably a little more standardized in real life than in the game. I don't know hectares. Yeah, we didn't really talk hectares growing up. Acre is roughly 8 feet wide and a mile long. Is there a square measurement for an acre? That's an insane way to measure it. 8 feet wide and a mile long? Is there a square way to measure it? Because that's insane. How many meters? How many square meters is an acre? I feel like acre's metric, right? In what world? I mean, that does sound right. But 8 feet is not very long. 210 by 210 meters? See, that measurement makes a little more sense. I like that. Yeah. Feet. 210 by 210 feet. 210 by 210 feet. So like 70 by 70 meters, 65 by 65. They measure forest fires in hectares, but that's still here, but throws me off. Yeah, that's right. They do the same thing here for forest fires. They measure in hectares. My grandpa owned 17 acres, but 7 are usable. We grew up on about 100 acres on the ranch. I was actually touring the ranch in Microsoft Flight Sim yesterday. So if you missed that, you missed our little farm tour. That was about 100 acres, and then I don't know what it was at the cattle farm. That one I'm not sure. 2.4 acres in a hectare. That is a stupid measurement. 2.4 acres in a hectare. I hope there's a better reason that it's that measurement, because that's a little insane. When's Microsoft Flight Sim again? Probably again sometime this week. I want to get caught up. Like, I want to go make a bunch of money in Microsoft Flight Sim so that you guys can see the exciting stuff. Because me just running missions over and over again is not going to be that exciting to watch. So what I'll do is I'll go run the missions that I need to run. to make money, and then I'll do the training and the special missions with you guys instead. So give me some time to do that. I would be imagining Wednesday next week maybe would be a good day for that, but it depends on how much I can get to. Yeah, like Search and Rescue I think would be really fun, but I have to do a bunch of boring missions to get to Search and Rescue, so we'll see. Actually, that's a good point, right? Like some of those later missions are probably more fun in general. Like Search and Rescue would be really fun, I think, the whole time. But like right now I'm just ferrying passengers. I'm just flying in a straight line for an hour. Just remember that US paper size is also stupid compared to A4. Letter size? A4 feels weird. A4 is it's a strange size of paper to use. Letter just feels so nice now. I wonder, do you need one of those extra controllers for Farming Sim, or can you play it with just the wheel? So if you play with just the wheel, you're gonna need one of these to operate the arms and stuff on the vehicles. You know, if you got a loader or something like that. You'll also need it to run around, because there is a lot of running in this game, so you'll need it to move the character. Actually, that's not true, because you can control the character with the steering wheel. I like this steering wheel controller hybrid though. That feels good. These add a lot to your game, but no, it's not actually required. That's, yeah, most modern measurements, you're right, are based on like really, you know, less common now, but would have been common things back when they were imagined. But that also depends. Like the imperial system feels a lot more arbitrary. Metric, actually I don't know if metric feels less arbitrary. The only one that feels good is like grams and Celsius. Those are the ones that make the most sense. Those water-based measurements. Is a meter based on anything good? Like a foot? I don't know. A foot makes sense. It's about the size of a foot. Even a cubit makes sense. You know, it's the size of a forearm. I guess a foot is probably close to the size of a forearm as well. But like, what's a meter? Who came up with a meter? They just picked one day or what? I have sticks and buttons on my wheel. Should that work as well? Oh yeah, if you have the joysticks, that'll work too. What do you have? Do you have the Euro Truck wheel from Hori, the truck control system? That's the only wheel I know. Oh no, Moza TSW has joysticks as well. What wheel do you have with joysticks? That's interesting. More wheels should do joysticks, by the way. I wish that was standard. Border sections were how most farms in the US started through the Homestead Act. Yeah, I think we pretty much continued that up here too. This is 25. I don't know a ton about farming because I usually log. No, that's okay. I was the same way. Like, I got into this game for the logging. I genuinely played this game as a logging simulator, and it's good as a logging sim, but I had to learn a lot of the farming stuff. It's also very different farming than what I grew up with. So I was kind of in the same boat as you a year ago. I didn't know much about this game at all. Moza KS wheel, it's a formula wheel, so that's why it has the extras. There's sticks on the formula wheel? Interesting. Okay. Just be careful using the formula wheel for non-formula stuff. It'll be fine for farm sim because there's no force feedback. Be very careful if you use it for something like SnowRunner. It could take your finger off. I don't know what base you have it on, but it could mess you up real good if you use it on something like SnowRunner, something with kind of unpredictable force feedback. But it'll work for farm sim, no problem. There's no force feedback in this game. Oops. Thought I had more room than that. Metric is powers of 10. Yeah, but like what's the base, you know? Metric makes sense as a base 10 measurement. But what is the base? Like, are any of those units, so like, is a centimeter arbitrary? Is a millimeter arbitrary? I would understand a millimeter just being created out of 100 centimeters. A meter being created out of 100 centimeters. I even understand a centimeter being created out of 10 millimeters. But did one of them come from something? There's a whole scientific committee that determines measurement standards. A meter, since 2019, is defined as the distance light travels in a vacuum during a time interval of 1/299,792,458 of a second. But that's backwards because that's defined as a meter already existing. So I like that, but they got to that the other way. They came up with the meter first, then they measured the speed of light in a meter, and then they called that the standard of a meter. But they didn't figure out the speed of light and then come up with the meter. So that couldn't have been the base. That's an awesome definition. I love it. But it couldn't have been the base because the meter existed before we knew what the speed of light was. Hope, thank you for the follow on Twitch, by the way. I appreciate that. So something else is the base. That is the current standard. No, that does make sense, but the meter would have had to come first. Eric, thank you for the hydrate. Suddenly a foot seems fine because a guy went, my foot is this big. We'll use that. Yeah, I agree. I'm not using them. I'm staying in the metric system, but I will say once you understand how Fahrenheit works and once you understand how like imperial measurements work, they do seem better for like the everyday person. Like I feel like the imperial system was intuitive at one point, but now that we have more precise measuring tools, like we can use something like the metric system. We can use Celsius, and all of our things fit together really nicely. But I understand where Imperial came from and why it exists the way that it does, because it does make sense. Toddler threw a stone and they chose that distance. Okay. Do you like Fall Out Boy? And if so, what's your favorite song by them? I liked Fall Out Boy. Kind of in middle school, I was into that kind of music. I think mostly because my friends were. I don't listen to a lot of Fall Out Boy. Favorite song? Couldn't even tell you, to be honest with you. Political warning, decameters or decimeters? Decimeters we don't use here, but the Brits do, which that weirded me out the first time I found out that the Brits actually use decimeters. Like casually, like people will just say stuff in decimeters, which is crazy. You never do that here. Here in Canada, there's millimeters, centimeters, and then we'll use inches and feet and meters. Those are like the common way to do it in Canada. We got like a blend of the US system and the Canadian one, or the UK one, the metric system. We do it weird because most Canadians are like they have references in both. We'll like cook in degrees Fahrenheit, but we'll never tell you the outdoor temperature in degrees Fahrenheit. But we might tell you the indoor temperature in Fahrenheit, which is strange. A decimeter is 10 centimeters. Yes. Isn't it like from the tips of the fingers until the end of the other fingers in a certain position? That's why I measured cable and rope in a store per meter, arm stretched sideways, and then one arm folded to the chest. But was that like, is that how they came out with it? Is that how they decided that was a meter? Or is that just a convenient way to measure a meter once you already have a meter? Degrees Fahrenheit is a crime to say. Well, what do you guys say? Is it not degrees Fahrenheit? What would you say? Cooking and pool temperature in Fahrenheit, correct. Correct, yeah. And it's only because, like, we get a lot of appliances from the US. So, like, a lot of our cooking appliances come from the US. So they work in Fahrenheit. So we just use Fahrenheit. A lot of, like, older builders and contractors will also use inches and feet because they get a lot of tools and stuff from the US. So they'll, like, talk in feet and inches when it comes to contracting, for example. If the first dude in the US had very small feet, your distances would be different. True. Original meter was essentially a hunk of metal everyone agreed on. The original standard for the meter was a platinum bar known as the Meter Day Archives. So they really did just pick it. Like, they just picked a piece of metal and were like, let's use this. You know what? I respect it. They were just like, it's this piece. How do we measure stuff? And they just reached over, they grabbed the steel rod, and they were like, this? Let's use this forever. I like that. The platinum bar. Does platinum... Because technically, like, certain metals degrade faster and, like, get shorter And they would also change per temperature. Is platinum like really resistant to temperature changes and also like degradation? Because I know the standards for like grams and kilograms. I think they're made of, what are they, brass? So they actually like they lose particles over time and they get microscopically lighter over the years. I'm not doing it in the French accent. 10 millionth part of the distance from the equator to the North Pole. Okay. We're just making stuff up now. It was originally a percentage of the diameter of the Earth through the prime meridian. That's what it will like. That's what they came up with. Is it like a nice even percentage? Like, is it like 0.001? Or is it something insane? I'd be cool with that. I could live with that. Because, like, it's surprising how long ago they were able to measure the Earth accurately. Like, this is... That measurement would predate the meter. But, like, the speed of light would not. So that... I could believe that one being how it was created. What? Corbin, thank you for the follow, dude. That is actually okay. I like that. I don't mind that. Why does the US and even Canada still use the imperial system when the metric system is universally recognized? So I think the going story is that Benjamin Franklin ordered the metric standards for the US. And at some point it never made it. Apparently it's likely that it was attacked. The ship was attacked by pirates and the standards never made it to America. And so they just came up with something else. That's the story. It seems a little sensational to be real if you ask me. So I don't know how real that actually is. But that's a funny story. If that's true, that pirates are the reason America uses the metric system or the imperial system, I think that's awesome. Canada uses the metric system because we share goods with the Americans. That's it. We use the metric system because we were a British colony until late 1800s. And so we were just using whatever the Brits were using. And then I think just over time, we've kind of blended the two. It's actually kind of a nice skill, though, because Canadians have the weird skill of being able to convert between the two systems that most people just don't do. Because we grew up doing it, right? Like, we grew up knowing how to convert between the two and never thinking about it. Whereas, like, most places just don't have to do that. We never learned in school how to convert between the two. We probably did. But I think most people could probably just do it based on their experiences. Like, it's kind of like Canadians with English and French. Canadians do have to learn French, but most of our French knowledge is actually just because all of our things that we buy are in English and French. And so you pick up so much like French just because all of our product labels are in English and French. And it's very weird seeing American product labels because they look so empty. So like Oreos in Canada, it says like Oreos, and then underneath it says cookies / biscuits or whatever it is in French. But then when you go to America, you buy a pack of Oreos and it just says Oreos, and maybe it says cookies underneath, and everything looks so like weirdly empty. I'd imagine for Americans, when you look at products that we have, it looks like the labels are super, super busy. But I've never had that experience. Corbin, thank you for the follow. Sparx, what's more comforting, the idea that there's nothing out in space or that there are other organisms, because both are creepy? I think the idea that there's nothing, that there could be nothing else in space is scarier. Because then it's like, why are we here? If there's other organisms in space, I find comfort that there's no point to life. Like, it's meaningless. And we just happened by accident, just like all the other aliens. And we're not special. And there's probably no afterlife. And, you know, like that's more comforting. I feel like if there's no aliens, then somebody put us here for a reason, and then what the hell do they want from me? What am I supposed to be doing if somebody put me here on purpose, dude? That freaks me out. It's too much pressure. I like the idea that we're just a happy little accident. Hi, Hawk. How's it going? Welcome in. The metric system was developed during the French Revolution to replace a chaotic variety of local measurements with a universal system. I don't know what that means. Originally defined as exactly 1/10 millionth of the distance from the Earth's equator to the North Pole. I like that. Passing along the meridian through Paris. I'll give him that one, I guess. Scone, thank you for the follow on Twitch, by the way. When will Sparx After Dark stream happen? That's a rare one for me. It's usually like if I have nothing else to do that evening and I just feel like streaming. I don't plan them. They just happen. They just happen. Engines are in centimeters, but wheels are in inches. That's a good point. That is weird. The Americans do use the metric system for all of their favorite things. Have you guys noticed that? The Americans use metric for all of their absolute favorite things in the world, but they use the imperial system for the mundane stuff. Crazy that the only other organisms could be tiny bacteria living in water or massive societies that could crush us. Could be. You never know, dude. I do believe we're an accident, and alone, for the tiny bit of universe we can see and research, if there was other things out there, I think we would have found them. Well, see, that's the problem. That's the ultimate problem with using statistics to figure out if there's other life, because we have bad statistics on that right now. We know about us, and we know about our immediate observable local area, which is almost nothing. So, like, we have really skewed information. It could be one planet with life per galaxy. But because we only know about our individual solar system and not the million other solar systems even in our galaxy, we don't have enough data to infer from statistics whether there's other, like, intelligent life or life at all. So you have to avoid trying to use statistics either on purpose or accidentally when you're thinking about this. I think statistically speaking, you could probably use what we don't know as a better inference versus what we do know. Like, we know that we don't know so much. we don't know what's happening in most other solar systems in the galaxy. 99.999% of them. We don't know what's going on. In ours, we're the only ones in our solar system, but we only know about one out of the millions of stars out there. There are around 2 trillion galaxies, and then there's other galaxies on top of that, right? So I think statistically it's unlikely that we're alone out there, but you really can't use statistics too much because our sample size is horrendous at the moment. Everyone is using 10mm bolt sockets, and all the time they just get lost. That's true. What about the Marianas Trench? What about the Marianas Trench? What does that mean? I know about it. Well, I don't know about it. I've never been there. Crazy that we know more about space than the deep ocean. Honestly, we don't. You hear that sometimes, but it's not really true. There's a lot more unknowns in space than there is in the ocean. It's just that the ocean is in the way of exploring the ocean, where there's nothing in space. So, like, you can see between very, very long distances in space, right? But it's hard to see 10 feet into the water. That statistic I don't think is true anymore. We know a lot about the ocean. There's still parts of the ocean that we don't know, but we've discovered how much of space we actually don't know, and it's a lot. It's a lot of space. Plus, we've learned more about the ocean in the meantime. No one's explored it? I mean, the Marianas Trench has been explored in the sense that we've been there. I don't think it's been fully mapped out and logged every single sea creature and stuff like that. But yeah, it's there's probably some unknown stuff down there. 3.2 million planets in the Milky Way. Multiply that by a few trillion to think we're the only life feels arrogant. I mean, we don't know how rare life is. That's the ultimate thing, right? And that's why it's hard to use the statistics. We don't know how rare life actually is. It could be super, super common. Like maybe 80% of those star systems have life of some sort, whether it's like microscopic or like intelligent. But because we only really know about, like, we don't even know if there's life on Mars, for example. We don't even know if there is microscopic life in the ice on Mars. So we don't even know about 2 planets in our solar system. We know about 1 planet that it does have life on it. We don't even know about the other planets in our solar system or the moons, right? So we have no way to gauge how common or uncommon life is. It's just, we need more information to even begin guessing that. Even if we had perfectly perfectly, you know, what's the word? Scoped every single planet and moon in our solar system, it still wouldn't be enough. If we knew exactly what was between the top of the atmosphere to the core of every body in our solar system, it still wouldn't be enough to infer statistically about how much life is in the galaxy, which is insane to think about. But that's humans kind of naturally do that. We really naturally use statistics to make inferences like that, but you just got to resist the urge in this case. It's not possible. There's more water we haven't explored than our own galaxy. More water we haven't explored. That's kind of a weird way to put it, though, because like Europa has an ocean. We haven't explored that one. That's more water. I don't know. It doesn't really hold up when you think about it like that. Like, I think the statistic probably comes from what we can observe in our own galaxy versus what we have observed in our own ocean. But like, there's other oceans that we haven't looked in, and we have 0% of those. So it doesn't, like, I don't know. Those stats, I don't really like those stats. It feels very kind of sensationalist and just like a fun, kind of cool, interesting stat, but it doesn't feel like it's true. It's interesting to think that other planets could be having the same thought now if there's life out there. I know, right? They might even have Twitch streams out there. That's crazy. There's still undiscovered species under the Antarctic ice. Yeah, of course. But there's still way more probably undiscovered everything in Europa. Mars, we don't know what's in there, right? Everyone says there's more water than land, but that's... what about under the water? There's more water than land, but what about under the water? What do you mean? Yeah, I mean, we don't know what's under the water. We don't know everything under the water. It's harder to explore. Where did that Europa ball come from? Where did that Europa ball come from? Like, where did Europa come from? I think the going theory is that it was a big chunk of ice that got caught in, like, probably a bunch of ice and rock that got caught in, what is it, Saturn or Jupiter? Jupiter's orbit, and then as it gained mass, it started heating up the center and might have liquid water. Well, it seems to have liquid water on it because it's got geysers. And now you got a big chunk of ice. Also, we're obsessed with what happens after death. We hate not knowing. That's true. That's true. What iPad do you have? iPad. I don't have an iPad. I haven't had an iPad in a long time. I got rid of it ages ago. Buxy and David, thanks for the follows. I have a tablet. I have a Tab S11. It's huge. It's like a laptop, dude. A Tab S11 Ultra. I think if I was going to get another tablet, I wouldn't get an Ultra, but I might get an Ultra instead of a laptop. Depending on what I do with it, you know? We play SnowRunner. Yep, we still play SnowRunner. We played SnowRunner last Wednesday. So, like, 4 days ago, actually. We like SnowRunner still, don't worry. This is weak. Yes, correct. Have I turned on the Steam Machine? Yes, Steam Machine rocks, dude. Amy and I have been playing Cyberpunk. She actually texted me today saying that she would like to play more Cyberpunk tonight. And so that's what we're going to do tonight, probably. The Steam Machine has been holding up very well. It runs higher graphics than I thought. I thought the Steam Machine was going to be like low, medium graphics in something like Cyberpunk. But we're currently running medium high with ray tracing, which is not what I thought the Steam Machine was going to pull off, dude. Tablet better than an iPad? I mean, the iPad that I had was very old, and the tablet that I had was very new. So was it better than my iPad that I had 10 years ago, 15 years ago? Yes. I don't know about the modern stuff, though, because I haven't had an iPad in a very long time. Interesting to compare, though. Is the Thrustmaster T248 a good buy as a second wheel after a G920? Yeah, at least a T248, because those pedals, the wheel is going to be about the same quality level, although the T248's quieter. It doesn't do that grinding thing that the G920 does. The pedals are the big upgrade on that one. So yes, absolutely. I have a permanent discount code for Thrustmaster stuff, by the way. If you're buying anything on the internet related to simulators, just try using the code Sparx, see what happens. Like, we got Next Level Racing, we got stuff with Samsung, obviously. So monitors you might be able to find at a discount. But now we actually have a permanent discount for Thrustmaster. It's 5% by default, and then if there's any more deals, it'll stack those deals on top of the 5%. So we've had them as high as 60% off on some things. So just punch that code in. If you're buying anything, just punch in Sparx and see what happens. Okay, will that unload automatically? I feel like I'm not good at lining this up. Gotta get a little closer. I always go like right to the edge. Or maybe this just needs to be that in real quick. Nope. It's a little too off. The Russians sent a probe to Venus, and there are only a few images of Venus's surface because of Venus being so hot that the probe systems would get fried because of the extreme heat. The Russians sent like 9 probes to Venus, and yes, they actually were able very quickly to get a probe that could survive the descent, survive the landing, and then basically transmit as much data as possible before it basically just burnt to a crisp. And they were able to get images out. They're very creepy. They're really creepy images. I don't know if you've seen them. Venus is a freaky place, dude. But yeah, those are real images from Venus. That's cool. Venus is a cool planet. Don't go there, but cool planet. The Russians also killed a dog. I'm gonna be honest with you. Every space agency has killed something, dude. I mean, the Americans were doing monkeys. That's worse. I feel like that's more messed up. Dog, like that's messed up to put a dog in space and then they just let it die. Like that's terrible. But I would feel like the chimps knew more, like they were even more aware of their situation. And that seems more messed up. Both are messed up. But I think the chimps were more messed up than the dogs. Looks like the 70 needs to be in the combine track next to the swath of the straw. That would make sense, wouldn't it? But my pipe does not line up nicely in that way. Maybe in the next combine it'll line up a little better. What should I do after I get enough contracts? Buy a piece of land and then you're farming, dude. That's it. Robin Goldie, thank you for the shares and follows. I could save 45% off 260 with the code. Oh, 45 off 260 with the code, but could get a used B grade for 160. You could do that. It's up to you. I think the T248 will hold up used pretty well. I would go new if you've got the money for it. There's nothing wrong with used. I would just go new if you've got the money for it. It'll last you longer, basically. If you want to use it for a good 10 years, buy it new. Used, you never know what you get. Maybe it'll be in great condition. I think the used market for wheels is actually really good because people tend to buy them, use them once or not at all, and then sell them. And so the used market's actually pretty good, but you always take that risk that it's something that's been floating around for a while, multiple owners, got dropped a few times, somebody wasn't very nice to it, or it's just heavily used. Like if I sold any of my old wheels, they would be, I couldn't even guarantee you they'd last you another week. Like some of my original wheels have thousands of hours on them. I wouldn't sell them because I just couldn't. I might give it to you and it would work for a week and that's it. I for sure, like my G920 is no good anymore. It's done. It's for sure done. So like that makes me a little bit more nervous. It's just that's not very likely for you to find secondhand. If somebody says they are selling because they've upgraded, I would stay away from those maybe. If somebody says they're selling it because they don't use it or their kid left it when they went to college or something like that, that's a good deal. If somebody's like, yeah, I'm selling my G920 because I got a Simu Cube, don't buy that. That thing went through the ringer, dude. That thing has 2,000 hours on it. The pedals are powder at this point. Stay away from those. Ask them why they're selling it is a really good, is probably a really good way to find out. Minutes Guy, thanks for the follow on Twitch, by the way. I've had great luck with used stuff. Yeah, if you know what you're doing, the used market on so many things can be great. And again, with simulator stuff, at least with the casual stuff, it's a great market. Great, easy way to get cheap stuff. Heard that as a beginner sim racer, I need to buy a whole F1 car that works, a team, a second driver, and a track. Is this true? Yep. You're actually a LARPer if you don't. That's actually, wait, you actually would be. Yeah, I mean, JB, you can get anything less than that and be a LARP, or you can, you can be a man and you can just buy an F1 team. I don't make the rules. That's just how it goes. Probably applies to farming too, but I'll pretend it doesn't. P-Town, thanks for the follow on TikTok. How late is it for you? Oh, it's not too bad. It's 3:50. Actually, it's 4 o'clock already. It's kind of nuts. I don't think I'll be able to do any overtime today. My back is killing me already, and I have to be as nice to it as possible. I've been very rude to my own back lately. I gotta pick this up here because otherwise I won't be able to do it in the next row. Yeah, you set that up. Let me know. If you need a driver, I'm in. Actually, I'll drive for you, but only if your engineers are really good. If you're engineering the cars, I don't think I could do it, JB. We did play some Assassin's Creed. Yeah, we had some trouble getting Assassin's Creed working. It really needs an SSD in order to run properly. But once we got it moved over, it started working great. We played for about an hour and a half. It's good. It's kind of fun to go back to the old Assassin's Creed and realize how basic the gameplay used to be. Like, I don't know if you played an Assassin's Creed lately. They have a lot of features, and that's good, but there was something a little bit refreshing about just a basic storyline, just basic combat mechanics, and even then, like, Assassin's Creed 4 Black Flag, it has a lot of mechanics. Like, when it came out, it felt like one of the more bloated Assassin's Creeds because of the whole, like, ship system and all that stuff, coming from a game where it was like you upgraded your sword, you upgraded your wrist blades, and you could get a different color cape. You know, going into 4 was like, oh my god, there's so many mechanics. But now you play an Assassin's Creed and it's like there's base building and like you hire other assassins, and like it gets crazy, right? There's exploration and all sorts of stuff. Well, there's always exploration, but you know what I mean, right? So it's kind of refreshing to go back and play one that is just, it's like a simpler time. I'm okay with all of those features. I'm not saying modern Assassin's Creed shouldn't have. One of the coolest parts of Assassin's Creed is they always did come up with new features. You never played 2 identical ones in a row. 1 and 2 were similar. By the time we got into Assassin's Creed Brotherhood, they started coming up with new features that were never in other games. And that was cool. And they never really stopped doing it, but they kept adding every time. So you kept a lot of the old features, and then the next game would introduce new features, but also the old features. So when you got to the point where you're playing like Shadows now, there's features that were added back in Brotherhood that are still there, plus features that they've taken from all 12 other Assassin's Creed that they made in the meantime. And it's kind of cool to go back to the simpler ones, you know? You've never played Assassin's Creed? I would start with Black Flag, honestly. Like, if you've never played one, I would start with that one, because the story doesn't matter. The story doesn't matter at all. I think if you wanted to pick up, like, you know, game to game, I mean, if you wanted to pick up one, this is a really good time to start. If I had played the old Assassin's Creed, I don't think I'd be happy about spending $60 on the new one. It's a little too expensive, I think. 60 Canadian dollars. It's a little too expensive for a remaster. But as somebody who didn't play the old ones, it does feel worth it. You know, just because the story is exactly the same. It's not a remake. The story's the same. The cutscenes are the same. The mechanics are the same. It just looks better, right? It just looks and plays a little better. I don't think that's worth $60. But as somebody who's never played an Assassin's Creed, to go back and play one of the best reviewed Assassin's Creeds ever and play it like it's a modern game, that's worth $60. You only played Origins. Origins was okay. Not the best. I think, see, what's crazy is Valhalla was not popular when it came out, but now people talk about it quite highly. I think the most highly reviewed ones of all time are probably 4 and number 1. Maybe a bit of recency bias, but Valhalla gets a lot of great reviews still. And then the whole Ezio storyline is probably definitely for older Assassin's Creed players. I know we have people who literally weren't born when Assassin's Creed 1 came out that are now playing modern Assassin's Creeds. But for probably the older Assassin's Creed players, Ezio's storyline was probably considered the best it's ever been. I don't know what else was there. Shadows is probably too recent to really get that, because people hate new Assassin's Creeds every time they come out. Every time there's a new one, people hate them, and then 5 years later they're like, this is the greatest game that ever came out. So you have to like wait until that time is done. I feel like that's true with any AAA titles. I don't know what it is. I think when gaming communities get to a certain size, there's just people in them that they're negative for the sake of being negative, either for the sake of being different or just because they're whiny babies. So it's like for AAA games to get the real idea for how good the game is, you almost have to wait a couple of years now, because you don't get the right, you don't get the honest opinions until a few years later. For me, the Ezio timeline is the best one. I think so too. Story-wise, I agree. If you play AC Valhalla for what it is, it was good. I hear very little different opinions, but at the time, I only heard negative things. I heard it was the worst Assassin's Creed ever. I don't play it, don't even touch it. And then over the years, it's been like, oh, this is one of the greatest games of all time. It's crazy, dude. I don't know why it's like that. Another series that is like that is Call of Duty is like that for sure. Every single time, every single Call of Duty that comes out is allegedly the worst one there's ever been. And then 2 years later, people are like, you know what? I kind of like that one. And then 10 years later, everyone's like, that was the best one they ever made. It's been like that forever, dude. Sid Meier's Civilization, that community does that every single time. They review bomb it the day it comes out, and then 5 years later everyone's playing that one. Might not be true this time though. I will say Sid Meier's 4 was great, and then 5 came out and people hated it, and then 6 came out and people were like, 5 is the best Civ they've ever made, and then 7 came out and people were like, 6 is the best Civ they've ever made. I don't know if they're gonna do that with 7. 7 as a longtime Civ player, it's actually worse. It is actually worse, and I'm pretty easygoing with games like that. I love when they change the meta. That's the biggest thing that people hate, is the meta changes. They have to change the meta or it's not fun. But they kind of messed it up this time. It's actually worse. COD Ghost is the worst? No, people think COD Ghost is good now. People are like, yeah, COD Ghost was awesome. Or the other one, the one with Kevin Spacey. Now, that was the worst one when it came out, allegedly, according to COD fans. And now it's their favorite. I swear, dude. People are weird. People are weird. Why aren't you mining with that? That's tomorrow. You got your days mixed up. That's tomorrow. Adam, thanks for the follow on TikTok, by the way. Oh, what other series is like that? I don't know. There's a lot of live service games now. I feel like Fortnite fans kind of do that too, where every new update, OG Fortnite's better, or the last update was better, and then it gets far enough away from the update and they're like, oh, I want to go back to the olden days. I don't know. I hate the new one, starting with COD Cold War. I hate playing internet games. Like, oh, are they like always online? That's kind of a problem. That's a different issue, but totally understandable.
Magic_feet_14 just subscribed with Prime.
Magic, thank you for the Prime sub, dude. Thanks for using your Prime in here. For those of you who are using your Prime sub, seriously, thank you so much. Magic, thank you for being here for 8 months as well. One more to do, badge. Guys, if you don't like ads on Twitch, that's kind of the main downside of Twitch compared to TikTok, is there's ads on Twitch. If you have an Amazon Prime subscription, so if you use Prime Video, if you have Amazon Prime for shipping, or somebody in your house does, you can get rid of the ads on Twitch with your Amazon Prime subscription, because Twitch is owned by Amazon. And your Prime subscription actually includes no ads on Twitch. You just have to activate it. So if you prefer to watch there, you can use your Prime. And if you just go Command Prime in chat, in Twitch chat, and click that link, it will take you to the menu where you need to click the button. The only thing you may need to do is go into your account and add your account, link your account. But yeah, try that. If it lets you do it, if you're already linked, it'll let you do it from there. Otherwise, just go into your account, link your Prime account, and you'll get no ads on Twitch. And then you have to Prime sub to the channel, but then you'll get no ads and you'll be good. Patrick and Fab, thanks for the follows on TikTok. What map is this? This is Nadenthal. It's set in Manitoba, Canada. I think I could probably get through another 2. Not another 2, but another 1.5. And then I can move the truck out of this corner. Although the truck is probably ready to go, isn't it? No, we'll unload it now because the truck is ready to go. Well, no. It'll be smarter to do it. I'll turn around the truck. I'll load what we can from here, and then we'll do it. Okay, hold on. It's midnight in where? Belgium? It doesn't actually show me. When you guys send flags in TikTok chat, it doesn't actually show me the flag. It gives me the country code. So it says BE. I'm assuming that's Belgium. Where's Minecraft? Eden? I don't know. Where does it take place? No hate Star Wars more than Star Wars. That's true. Okay, Star Wars. You know what? You're right, Demonia. Star Wars does the same thing. Star Wars does the same thing. A new Star Wars comes out and people hate it until it's been long enough, and then they say it's the best thing of all time. I'm still not gonna forget that people did this with the prequels, because my entire childhood, all I heard from Star Wars fans was that the originals are better, the prequels were garbage, Hayden Christensen has ruined Star Wars. And now you'll never get anyone to say the prequels were bad. They'll call out some bad writing and stuff like that, but everybody, it's cool to like the prequels now. And I agree, I like the prequels. But I've always liked the prequels. I was never like, oh, the originals are so much better. The originals are good, the prequels are good. It's gonna happen with the sequels. And you just gotta be ready for it. Remember this right now. The sequels are not very good movies in terms of like Star Wars quality or good writing or anything like that, but they are flashy and they got a lot of currently kids into Star Wars. When those kids grow up and they get on the internet, you are only going to hear about how the sequels are good. Yeah, frickin' Jar Jar Binks, dude. Like, that's all people talked about. I promise you, 10 years from now, people are going to talk about how good the sequels are. And there's going to be some new trilogy of movies or some new TV show at that time that people are going to say is the worst Star Wars has ever been. But I promise you, I will put money on this, that the general consensus will be that the sequels are good movies. They're fine. They're flashy. Like, I'm not terribly serious about Star Wars. And maybe this is the other thing that you have to remember, right? The average Star Wars fan is not a diehard Star Wars fan. Star Wars is a AAA Disney movie. The average Star Wars fan is just somebody who thinks the movies are cool. That is the average fan. The diehard fans are talking about writing and dialogue and continuity and world building and stuff like that. But that is not the average Star Wars fan. And then the older the average Star Wars fans get, the more you're going to hear, oh, the sequels are actually pretty good. It's crazy. You mean OG theater release of Star Wars from 70? When I say OG, it's the OG. Yeah, like 1975? 4 was the first one? 6? That's what I mean when I say OG. When I say prequels, I mean 1, 2, and 3. Episodes 1, 2, and 3. Phantom Menace, Clone Wars, Revenge of the Sith. And then sequels are the new ones. I don't know the names. They're fine. I wouldn't take them terribly seriously, but I don't know if I'd take any of the movies seriously. The extended universe ones, extended universe stuff in Star Wars, I think can be held to a higher standard. Like the TV shows, the Clone Wars TV show, that should be held to a high standard. Andor, high standard, right? Like those are extended universe things. Those have to get it right. The movies are just kind of mass produced, you know, AAA Marvel style nonsense meant to get the masses into Star Wars. I don't think you have to take them that seriously. They're just it's kind of an overview. They don't really get that deep into most of the characters, any of the world building. They don't really touch the politics, although I like that about the prequels. And they're meant to pull people in, you know? 4, 5, and 6. Yes, exactly. Okay, thank you for the Prime sub, dude. Thanks for using your Prime. I appreciate that. I was always a prequel lover. Me too, but I have it pisses me off, but I have friends that used to swear up and down that the prequels were the worst things they've ever seen. And then one day they just switched up. One day, if you see him in chat, original Egg Boy in chat, he used to tell me that he hated the prequels. And now he'll say he loves them. And I'm calling him out for it because he does this and it drives me insane because I know for a fact, I probably have recordings of him saying he hated the prequels. I'm gonna have to go look. I have a lot of old game recordings. I'm gonna have to go look. Probably mention it in some COD clip or something like that. I'm gonna call him out on this one. Apple user, thank you for the hearts, or thank you for the roses on TikTok. Bryson, Apple user Matt H, thank you for the follows on TikTok, guys. Welcome in. Check out Farming Sim 25 or stick to 22. You should get 25 if you can run 25. If you're on a crappy PC or old gen console, you can't do it. If you can play 25, yes, it's incredible. It's incredible. Finlay, thank you for the follow on TikTok as well. Yeah, we're on Twitch. The Twitch is Sparx TV, Sparx TV. You get the full screen over there. There's chat over there as well. If you're tired of like the repetitive questions in TikTok chat, Twitch chat tends to be a little more higher quality sometimes. Less repetitive questions, if anything. Also, Bonin Aaron? Bonin, thank you for the follow on Twitch. I don't know what to call you. Maybe we'll go with Aaron. Thank you for the follow on Twitch, dude. I appreciate that. I thought this was a video. This is not a video, WD-40. This is the real deal. This is the real world. We're actually in the cab of a combine right now in the real world. Yeah, there's people dumb enough to believe that, by the way. I've heard some people say, like, oh my God, it took me 10 minutes to figure out you weren't actually in the real world. I was like, that's crazy, but I guess it's a compliment. I don't know. The Ghost, thank you for the follow on Twitch as well. Welcome over, guys. I'm assuming you're coming from TikTok. Welcome over. Good to have you. You should say green screen it. Yeah, I green screen the back. I'm actually in a combine right now, and this is all a green screen. I'm wearing my meta glasses, and that's what you see here. This is VTuber. Somebody will believe it. It'll be good. We'll ruin somebody's day. Yesterday, my brother bought Farm Sim 25 and tried the tutorial and quit after 4 minutes. He says Farm Sim 17 is way better and more realistic. That's weird. I'd like to see if he could defend that point with literally any amount of backup. Farm Sim 17 was a good game, but saying it's more realistic is just objectively wrong. You can play Farm Sim 17 if you like it more. But it's mostly just for nostalgia. I think some people like the simplicity, some people like the nostalgia. The realism is an insane thing to say. Maybe a heavily modded Farm Sim 17. Like if you really went for realism mods in Farm Sim 17, not graphics, but like gameplay, I wonder if you could make it more realistic. I'm not familiar with the mods in 17. You maybe could get it more realistic or at least more complex than Farm Sim 25. But base game to base game, that's a ridiculous thing to say. Yeah, it's drone footage, exactly. Really long selfie sticks stuck on the back of the harvester. Those Insta 360s on the sticks. Yeah, I like that. I just don't have the patience or knowledge to play Farm Sim. That's totally okay, because it is one of those games. It's all patience. I mean, the knowledge you can... It's not for smart people. Like, it's... You can learn Farm Sim, no problem. But yeah, the patience to learn and the patience to do all of the stuff in the game. If you don't enjoy that, that's totally okay. Nothing wrong with that. You try playing 25 multiple times, I think that's totally fine. This game is not for everybody. I will never say that you're wrong. Video games are subjective in general, but this game is particularly subjective. Like, what have we been doing for an hour? We've just been going back and forth in this field and talking. That's it. Like, not everybody wants to just go back and forth in the field for an hour harvesting wheat, but that's what we're doing. And I like it. I think it's a great time, but I was gonna make my farmer fat. You know, that would actually increase my immersion. Why are all the farmers so fit? I've never met a farmer this fit, dude. There's no, look, he's got pecs. That's a farmer with pecs. Where does he have the time to hit the bench press, dude? There's no way. There's no way. He's wearing one of those, like, shapewear things or something. I don't know. I like that. I think they should do that. It is a good game for stream. Yeah, what makes a good game for streaming and what makes a good game for just playing are just totally different things. That took me a long time to figure out, right? Like, I started streaming in a game that I like to play, but honestly, it's an objectively bad streaming game. I started playing Rally. I can't talk to chat and Rally. I actually can a little bit, but I drive worse. Whereas this game, I don't have to focus that hard on the game.
Barrel
And I can mostly just talk to chat. I like that.
Subscribed at tier 1 for
Is this a
3
competitive
months.
series? No, no, no. This is our
What did we find
hardcore
out
series.
about precision farming? Did I
We
miss
found
it?
out. Yes, you did, but that's okay. We found out that we don't need to cultivate at all. We are currently testing poppies with cultivation versus no cultivation. And what we have discovered is no cultivation seems to actually be, it's not better. It is actually just marginally worse, but it's worse by such a small percentage that I don't think cultivating is worth it. I think, so this, for example, we just have crop stubble right here. I'm going to take a drill and I'm going to put seeds right on top of this. I'm not going to do anything else. I'm going to seed right on top of this stubble. There's no other step in between these two that justifies the yield that it gives you for the amount of work that it takes. The only other thing would be lime every 3 years. I actually am going to lime this one because it hasn't had lime before. And I want it on the same cycle as the rest, but that's it. That's all it's going to get. That's the best thing about the game. You don't get mad at anyone or rage like COD. No, and I don't mind competitive games. I'm actually a big fan of competitive games in general. I like to rage at my teammates in Siege and other competitive games every once in a while, but this one is just so nice to sit back and relax. There's no objectives, there's no time limit, there's no missions. And I like that it's really self-guided. Like I struggle to get into games that tell me what I need to do, because sometimes I don't want to do that. And there's games that are good at that. Like Cyberpunk tells you what you need to do, but ultimately you can go do whatever you want. Skyrim, same thing. It tells you what you need to do, but it doesn't care if you do it or not. This game is totally self-guided. It'll never tell you what you need to do. You just play it. And I like that. I like feeling like decisions that I'm 100% making myself are actually paying off and turning into something. That's so rewarding, dude. Also, Belle, thank you so much for the tier 1 for 3 months. I think I was so caught up in your message, I forgot to read it. Thank you for tier 1 subbing. I really appreciate that. Okay, we won't be able to fit much in here, but get a little bit going. Same map as the current competitive series, Gas, actually. Yeah. So we've got one competitive series going. That's on Thursdays. So we play on Thursdays with Austin. And then we've got this. This is our hardcore Canadian series. So really hardcore rules in this one. And it's set in Canada. So we try and use mostly things that are available in Canada. I've bought a few European implements, but I just don't want to go through modding in a bunch of Canadian seeders and stuff like that. So it's fine. Yona, thank you for the share, by the way. Giant should ask Wildcard if they can use the Arc customization system to change body or body proportions. Arc Survival Evolved? Dude, could you imagine playing this game with some of the characters that you can make in Arc? I feel like there's better games for this. They should do it like Inzoi or something like that. Arc, you just know that there would be a 2.5 foot tall bright purple character running around the map the day they added that. If they made it like Arc, dude, multiplayer would be unplayable. They got to do something a little more grounded. They should at least do body types, so yeah, we could be fat if we want to. I think that would be great. Let's see if this thing will actually get up to speed now that it's repaired. Oh, it actually might. That's better. We're moving a little quicker than last time. We're gonna go use our stupid auger, dude. I want to play racing game shooters, and I like playing Star Trek Online and Assassin's Creed Black Flag. I think those are good. Those are good games, dude. That's a nice, like, I don't know. That's a nice gradient of games. They're not all exactly similar. I like mostly simulators and then the occasional competitive game. Always been into strategy games, but I'm really into roguelikes lately. I hated the concept of a roguelike. Because a roguelike, and you'll hear me talk about it sometimes if you've never heard the term before, a roguelike is a game where every time you die or your end runs, the game resets. You lose your progress. And when I hear that, I'm like, that's stupid. Why would I want that to happen? And then I started playing games that kind of fit that description. And I was like, oh no, I get it. This is actually a ton of fun. The first one I played, Man, the first roguelike that I played? I guess I started with kind of like sub-roguelikes. So games where the progress didn't reset, but it was almost like match-based. So kind of like Deep Rock Galactic, where you have progress in between the rounds, but once the round is over, it's over. And then I think I got more and more into stuff like probably Balatro after that was the next one. Man, I don't know. How the heck did I ever get into roguelike? What the heck happened for me to do that? Must have been. Balatro must have been my first roguelike. Well, no, because I would have been playing stuff like StarCraft. Like StarCraft, it's match-based, it's not roguelike, but it is roguelike. Not like Rogue, the game. The progress resets between the matches. I guess I started with match-based. You ever actually played STO? No, people mention it all the time. I've never played it. I played No Man's Sky, and in the past year, the updates have been really good. Dude, in the past 5 years, the updates have been really good for No Man's Sky. I am so impressed with how good that game has gotten. It's got a great community. The devs are amazing. I'm really looking forward to their new game. I know it's nothing like No Man's Sky, but I'm really looking forward to their new game just because they're good devs. Oh, man. I'm too close. And I think it's because I might have bumped this at some point. But I'm just a little too close to... There we go. I guess if you do it right, you could probably just drive up every time. You don't have to move the arm. Hold on. Just stopping on my break from work on these power lines because I do contract work. Enjoy. Stay safe, dude. Welcome in, though. Holy, how much wheat do we have in here? Dude, we're going to be pushing like 100K. 120K already. We're going to have 160 once we're done. Probably not quite, 150 something. Once we unload this truck. Okay, so we want to go a little further out like that. There's a little bit of skill to this. That's under any of them? Not yet, but I could definitely get it under the front one. Okay. Switch. There we go. So this has been nice and smooth. I actually just might keep this system because it is actually working. This is the one that gave me problems last time though, so maybe I will, I'll wait to say that out loud. I am a little nervous because I think I'm too close to it. Oh, but I can just keep going backwards until the angle is right. Be cool if somebody came up with a system where you could hook it onto the trailer and then it would hang underneath the trailer. So when you moved backwards, it would pull it with it and it would keep it in the right position. That's gotta exist, right? That's such a good idea. That has to exist. But I can't move the arm because it's on an arc, right? So if I move the arm, see now it doesn't go back that far because I'm too close. But if I just keep going back, eventually it will go. Do you have any tips to have motivation for the same map? Like to keep playing the same map? Oh, see, no, now it's no good. Can I move the auger entirely? I can, but now I'm off the help get it out at least. And then we have to go back. We'll just have to move the trailer. It is still finicky. Like, it's not a fast process. I also probably... Oh, I couldn't go the other way, but... So we want to go out. Might have to reset for this one. Well, actually, that's far. Kind of deceptive how far out it can reach, too. Ooh. Not quite, but we could get there. We'll just switch to back. Might be able to grab that. That looks good. That should go. Oh! Won't go. I was quite confident with that one, I'm not gonna lie. Okay. Maybe we got too far off on the top. Let's see if we bumped it. No, that's still good. Gotta work at some point. Oh my god, it's still no good. How far off of this thing? Oops. I need to turn the flashlight on. Oh, okay. Don't worry about it. Oh no, it is. Like, we're not even close. This is freaking hard, dude. It might genuinely just be easier to move the conveyor. The question is, how do you line up those two perfectly? Pull it away like that. Maybe? Now I'm too far out. Oh, man. Maybe this is not easier. I'm lined up again. Go higher so we can go a little closer. How precise do you have to be up at the top? That seems good. Oh, that'll go. That'll go. Oh my god, are you kidding me? It's not good. This is a brutal system. I'm sure this is easier in real life when you can have a little more control over this, but this is... What? That's like right on. No, that should be good. What the heck is going on here? Hold on. Huh. Hold on, I need to ban this spammer in TikTok chat. I think we're set up, right? Oh, the area is just actually so tiny. I wonder how many times we were close. All right, there we go. That's still another 13K. Holy. 150. Perfect. Not quite 160, I don't think, by the end of that, but we're up there. Yeah, we can climb this. Wish you could open those. That would be cool. Oh, wait. There's a thing. Oh, that'd be cool if you could pull that and actually open it. Oh, actually open it. But you cannot. Oh, man. They should add that. Because I think that's a base game bin, too. That'd be really sick if they put that in. Do I drive trucks in real life? No. No. And we have to get this out. That's not... I don't know. No, I don't think I want to do this again for the entirety of the poppy seed harvest. That's okay for the wheat, like, you know, one and done. I think I'm going to use different trailers for the poppy seeds because I don't want to fight with these trailers any longer than I have to. I'm going to go, you know, get the rest of the wheat with this because that'll just be easier and cheaper. But I'm switching trailers after this, dude, so we can just pull up and empty. I can keep the auger. I'll just do a different trailer. Do you have PC mods? Actually, yeah, there are some PC mods in this save. We have a discount yard, basically. So it's a yard. You know how they've got the discount store in game, and you can look in there, and there's just like 1 to 4 machines that are 20 to 50% off. There's a mod in PC that actually makes that a physical place on the map. and it adds more. So you can actually go there and look at the equipment, and it just like changes over time. Here, I'll show you. It's cool. I think that's maybe your only PC mod. Oh, I've got dev tools as well, just for some debugging and stuff like that. But I think those are the only two. Now, let me look. That's over here. And yeah, it just like spawns different vehicles. And then you walk up to them, it'll tell you how much of a discount they give. So here's this Sky Egg fertilizer holder. That's not bad. 16,000 bucks as an extra tank. Oh my God, chat. This is my favorite tractor of all time. The 1066 Hydro, baby. Look at that. What a beauty. What an absolute beauty. It's expensive, actually. It's 27K. It actually is pricey. It's only got 26 hours on the clock. I genuinely wouldn't use it. Like, I love the tractor, but I wouldn't use it. Just hear it one more time. Yeah. Yeah. What an absolute beauty. Oh, remember driving this all around France? We put 150 hours on one of these in a save. It was insane. I don't need it. I genuinely, there's nothing I can do with it, but what a wicked machine. Now that, on the other hand, 29K for a Bobcat? That's not a bad deal. There's some good deals in here today. There's a tiny little header. This is a sprayer tractor. We don't have the sprayer that works with this one. But 26K. And then you just have to buy the spraying attachment. That would be a pretty wicked deal. There's some good deals in here. Nothing that I need to buy. That tractor I'd like to buy and just put on the lawn, but nothing that I need to buy. And yeah, you can haggle with them too. So you don't even have to buy it at the price that they show you. You can offer them a cheaper price. I've never got it to work, but you can offer them a cheaper price. Feeder wagon tractor for the cows. I'm not getting cows. Not getting cows. Slaps the hood. Just take it home for the weekend and bring it back Monday if you don't like it. Dude, I'd take them up on that offer. Wouldn't be coming back though, that's for sure. That must be such an effective sales tactic for cars, because I've heard of that working on so many people, dude. Is that a mod? Yeah, it's called, oh, I don't know if I can see the mod because it's a physical mod. Or it's a construction mod. It's called used equipment lot or used equipment yard or something like that. If you look up used equipment, it should pop up. I'm pretty sure that's what it's called. Pushing it on gas. We'll get gas on our way out. We are pushing it on fuel. Tarzan, thank you for that follow on Twitch. I appreciate that. Well, why is that? So you can look at the discount. So yeah, used vehicle yard or used equipment yard or something like that. It's pretty cool. It is PC only though. It's one of the only PC only mods that we've used. Jacob and Brett, Angus, thanks for the follows on TikTok. We're definitely getting cows. I'm not getting cows. I know you guys really want cows. It's not happening. Cajun, thank you for the 5-stream streak. And I think I got Tarzan's follow. Thank you guys so much. Mr. Boom, we actually have a community server now. If you want to come join, the details are in the Discord server. So if you guys are looking to play in a community server, we officially have one. So yeah, if you're on TikTok, go to my bio, open up the Discord. So you may have to copy and paste the Discord link into a browser, but it's a console friendly server, and you can come play. It's not what I'm playing. I don't want to mislead you. It's not where I'm playing right now, but we may play on that server on stream at some point, and go check it out. But you should absolutely go look. Yeah, just go to my Discord, go to the Farm Sim channel, and it should be one of the most recent things in the Farm Sim channel. Yeah, definitely go take a look. Sparx, you know what you should get? No, you're going to have to tell me. You said earlier that you get cows, though. I said if I get cows, I would get them at the very end of this save so I don't have to feed them for very long. That's the only time I'm going to get cows, potentially. Cows. Okay, well. No, that's not the Discord. Well, Jacob, you shouldn't put links in chat. Is that actually my Discord or is that your Discord? Link to the Discord. Is that actually my Discord? I wouldn't click links in chat. I'll be honest with you. I don't think Jacob's trying to mess with you, but like, don't take links from chat. I don't know where that goes. And joining the Discord actually puts you at a lot of risk. A random Discord. Get the one from my bio just in case. The link is discord.gg/Sparkies. It's so see what Jacob sent there? It's discord.gg/SPARKIES. If you just type that into your browser, it'll open your Discord app and get you in the server. And for Twitch, you just go command Discord. It actually just popped up naturally somehow. But just click that link and you're good to go. Find get water buffalo. Water buffalo are still cows. Well, in this game, they're still cows. Had ads, but could you show me how to set up the yard sale mod? I must have done it wrong. I don't even really remember how to set it up. It's a little convoluted. Go to the mod page on the FarmSim 25 website. So if you don't know this, you can look at all of the mods on the Farming Simulator website. Go there, find the mod. There's usually more details on how to set it up and stuff like that on that side. To be honest with you, I don't really remember how to set it up. We did it once and got it working, but it is a little bit janky. Sorry for messaging the same chat message again. You might have read it when you were in ads for me. They should add a photo mode to the next Farming Sim game. Oh, I know. I hadn't read that at all. I think a photo mode would be sick. They probably underestimate how much people actually like agriculture photos, and like the game looks so good now that I think it is finally time to put a photo mode in. Yes, they should. Yes, they should. I'm sure there's a mod for it now, but I would like to see that baked in, especially if it's like Forza's photo mode where it makes the game look a little bit better than how it looks when you're actually playing. I think that would go a long ways, actually. People would actually use that. And I'd love to see like photo content from Farm Sim, because I love seeing it in Forza. I love seeing it in SnowRunner as well. I think they should do it in this game too. Plus, it would make coming up with thumbnails way easier, which is kind of a difficult thing to do. It could go on iOS. What? Discord or this? This has kind of a sister game on iOS. It's Farming Simulator 26 on iOS. If you have a Netflix account, you can play it for free, maybe. That might have been the old one. But it is like a paid app. This is FarmSim 25. It won't look like this on your phone. This is like a PC game, obviously. But there is a farming game on your phone, yeah. The map is native, though. Cows are a PETA that would be hunted off the face of the earth if they weren't delicious. Cows? No, cows are sweet. What are you talking about? Have you not had cows before? They're super sweet, dude. No, cows are nice. We'd keep cows as pets. Ark Survival Ascending graphics would look good on Farming Sim. It's a little too cartoony, I think. Ark goes for a very bright, saturated, intentionally cartoony look. I think Farm Sim should probably go for as much realism as possible. Like if Farm Sim keeps going for photorealism, I think that's their best move. They should go down the route that Forza goes, where don't stylize it, keep it as realistic as possible. Just get things looking realistic, I think is the best for Farm Sim. We might see some more stylized farming games in the future, but I don't think that's right. For a simulator to have stylization like Ark does, even though Ark looks good and it's pretty, it's very heavily stylized. Simulators shouldn't be stylized. They get a little weird when you do that. Sell a little for to buy the 1066. I'll get the 1066 in a future game. I gotta make myself take a break from it. I can't have it in every game, you know. Now VR support, you're correct. They should have VR support. Brad, 100 head of beef cattle. I speak from experience. If there's a way for cows to be annoying, they will find it. Dang, your beef cattle experience was very different. I mean, yeah, they're not without their problems, but I don't know. I always thought they were so sweet. Cows are big babies, dude, you know? Sheep, on the other hand, guys are idiots. What land you got? This is 35, I think. Is this the field you bought off Walter? This is the field we bought off Walter, and honestly, we're getting some good yield out of it. This is going to be somewhere in the neighborhood of $20,000 in wheat and probably $50,000 in straw. As long as we sell those at the same time in the winter, I think we will genuinely be making a ton of cash out of this. 35 acres? No, it's field 35. It's field 38, sorry. It's about 20 acres, I believe. Heard goats are escape artists? That's true. Goats are escape artists. Sheep are too, actually. Sheep, pigs, and goats are more clever than you think. Cows are dumb. Like, they're not very good at anything. But sometimes that gets them into trouble. But there's animals out there that are genuinely clever, and they're escape artists. I've had a good way to take farms 25 pictures. Put your first person field of view to 40. That's a good way to do it. I might have to do that a little more. Usually what I'll do is I'll take a picture like this, and then I'll edit it down to the important parts and then stylize it a little bit. But I do think it needs an actual photo mode. That would be nice. 31 acre field. This is a 31 acre field? Wait, so it is bigger than 25 by a margin. 31 acres. So it's 22. Oh, I didn't realize it was such a big field. That's way larger than I thought it was. That is actually really surprising. Only 20. You weren't lying about this being hardcore. Only 20. What do you mean? Oh my God, an oil spill on the road. We got it. Only 20. What? Hold on. Ask ChatGPT to enhance it. Oh, I don't use any AI for my content. I'm not like against AI. I just don't need it. Here we go. There we go. All right, let's go clean up an oil spill. Oh my God, it's on the other side of the map. That's crazy. Only issue with cows is they're hugely curious and nosy. That is normally how they get into trouble. That's true. There's a photo mode mod on ModHub that's like ETS. Yeah, there always is, right? There always is some sort of photo mode. Okay, we are ripping across the map in this case. Holy, this is like in the last corner of the map. All right, get out there. Yeah, I know people use AI for thumbnail. It's probably like the most accepted place to use AI when it comes to content creation, is just generating a bunch of thumbnails. But I want to learn how to make thumbnails myself. I feel like anything that I don't know how to do is like a learning opportunity to gain more skills. And if I just throw it into ChatGPT or something like that, then I don't get the skills. And so even though it takes longer and it's harder and it's less effective, I would rather do it to learn something than just use AI to generate it. And then it's likely that I'll be able to use those skills for something else, because so many skills have carryover in ways that you wouldn't really expect. Graphic design being a big one, obviously, you know. Can you say where you install this map and the map name? Native and the mod hub. That's it. We're gonna do corn too. I gotta get some corn in. Use AI to tend your fields. That's true. I use the AI farmers in Farming Sim. That's as close as we get. Is there another road further up that I could take? There is. Because that one goes into town. I forgot. That doesn't even go the way we want. Scania, thank you for the follow. What about headlines? What about headlines? Headlines? What about headlines? What does that mean? And hi, Cappy. How's it going? Welcome in. Sparx, is this still the same field? As what? As when we started harvesting? Yeah, dude. This would make me realize that I need a bigger harvester. Because otherwise we're going to be harvesting forever. That one's basically done, which is great. Well, we need a bigger harvester next year. Problem-solving skills for video games can carry over to real-life applications. I fully believe that. I really do. I think there are a lot of skills, and it depends on the game. But I think most games have some sort of carryover skill to something in real life. Problem solving being a big one. The other one that I've noticed for me is navigating, like maps and navigating. The average person does not know how to read a map, except for people who play video games. They read maps no problem, and they're exceptionally good at it. But the average person is terrible at reading maps. I noticed that one pretty quickly, like with friends and stuff. Those that play video games, they map way, way better. Okay, these do I have to do. Don't walk in here. And then we put kitty litter on it. Oh yeah, somebody might have to write the map name. Yeah, I can say it out loud, but it is hard to spell. You're right. This is kind of rough. Can I say the map name lower? Nadenthal. Gnadenthal. That's it. You'll see it there. It's in the North American maps. What is this? This is a DLC that just came out where you're a volunteer firefighter. So as you work in your fields, you'll get random calls to go put out a fire or deal with something like that or help in a car crash or something. And so you take the fire truck out and you go deal with it and then you drive back home. It's fun. I really like it. If you really think about it, Minecraft is just a giant graph. That's probably not the skill I would say people get from Minecraft, but you can get some very, very basic coding knowledge from Minecraft as a kid. Like when you get into redstone on Minecraft, it's a very, very basic way to learn that kind of thing. And so like people actually learn, yeah, there's skills that you take in Minecraft too. Welcome in from RFC, guys. I posted the map name on TikTok. Thank you for doing that. I don't know if it came through though. Who posted? Mike? You did. Thank you, Mike. I see you in there. That's actually really cool and funny. Isn't that silly? And it pays a little bit of money too. It's not like a real way to make money, but it's just a way to break up the farming a little bit. I like it. It's nothing super special. It doesn't change the game, but just as something to have in your game to kind of just break up sitting in the field for 9 hours. I like it. Minecraft is a lot of math. I don't know. Most people aren't playing it like that, honestly. I think if you're doing, you know, like farms and stuff like that, or particular types of builds, then you're doing some math. But the average player is just surviving and building in Minecraft and just going by the looks. But yeah, I think you learn a little bit. Minecraft definitely isn't a learning dense game. It depends what you're doing. Like I think the redstone stuff can be. Big learning games would be stuff like Kerbal Space Program. Like that can literally teach somebody the basics of rocket science. Like that's insane. There's not a lot of games that can teach you, and it's only a real world skill if you use it. But like that's a really dense learning game. What's another dense learning game? I feel like simulators in general are quite dense learning games. Even Farm Sim, if you don't know anything about agriculture, playing Farm Sim will teach you a lot. Or Flight Sim's a big one. Flight Sims are genuinely like on the way to teaching you how to be a pilot, depending on how you play them. Those are obviously big learning games too. There is a crop duster mod. I don't know if it's any good, but it does exist. There might actually be multiple. What PC setup do you have? All the specs are in my Twitch info. I built it myself, so I can't just be like, oh, I bought this PC from here. I built it out of parts that I got from different places, but you can see all of those parts on Twitch. Witchy, welcome in. Oh my God, Vengeful, welcome in. We got Sunflower Cyclos back. Guys, how was your stream today? What the heck are you doing? Witchy, if you got a raid and run, no worries, totally understand. Otherwise, what were you doing today? We just got back from an emergency. We were volunteering as a firefighter. I didn't even see how much. They do pay us a little bit, but I didn't see how much we got paid. Sunflower, thank you so much for the follow on Twitch. I appreciate you. Thanks for coming in with Witchy. And Adam, thanks for the follow on TikTok. Mike, thank you for the follow on Twitch as well. And let's change back into our civilian clothes here. And then I think I was wearing that. That's close enough. It kind of vaguely looks like me. It's good. It's good enough. Oh, I'm not running all the way there. I just remembered how far away we actually are. Oh man, I was hoping to get away with only one more tank. Let's go drop this off. We'll just get the rest of that. Yeah, this is a way bigger field than I thought, dude. How much money is the emergency pack? 0. It's a free DLC, actually. I'm really happy that they did that. You just download it. So it is... I think you can get it in the mod hub. I don't know if you're on Steam, if you can actually get it in like Steam DLCs, but yeah, it's just a free add-on to the game. And then you just have to place it. So you have to either buy a fire truck. What I did is I gave myself the money to put a fire truck down, and then I just don't use it like it's like a volunteer thing. So I didn't want to pay $450,000 to respond to fires sometimes for free. So I did a little more realistically. I put the money in the game, bought the fire truck, and it just belongs to the county. Like the straw harvest pack, exactly like the straw harvest pack. Stream was great, made a good amount of progress on the forest map. How many streams have you done on that one? And how are you liking it? I was really excited when you told me about the forest map. I got super interested. Maybe we could do that as a competition with Austin or something. That might be kind of cool. Oh, that's a really good idea, actually. We're looking for more ways to do challenge saves. So if you guys have any good challenge maps like that, I'm down. How much do you get per fire? Not very much. So there's 2 ways to do it. You can take those random calls like I do, and those are mostly volunteer. Like you make somewhere between $500 and $1,000 per fire. Basically nothing. But then you can work a shift. So if you get the fire truck, there's a button you can press. And it's like work a shift. And then you just make like consistent money. You make a lot more. So that's like working as a firefighter. This is volunteer stuff. You work as a firefighter, you make a few grand. And it's actually a good way to earn some basic money instead of contracts or things like that. It's a good way to do it. Penyu, thank you for the follow on Twitch too. Welcome in. Today was my second day on this map. I'm really loving it. I cleared enough room for a few greenhouses and cut my first field. It's coming out nice. Hell yeah. We kind of did something similar on our French map that we played. We started in the forest and we were kind of doing that. But we made a mistake and we tried to get into carrots too early and they just like didn't pay off. Greenhouses probably are the move. And Witchy, thank you for the 5-stream freak. Oh my god. Thank you so much. Yeah, we should have done greenhouses on that save. Oh, all right. Sure, take that line. That's cool with me. Have to do the same thing on the other side backwards. Would you recommend buying any of the official mods on Farm Sim 25 PS5 version? Any of the official mods? Like DLCs? DLCs in Farm Sim are very circumstantial. Like, how do I explain this? So, some games, it's kind of implied that you should buy all of the DLCs because it's content that everybody would like, right? Farm Sim isn't like that. Farm Sim is more like, if the DLC interests you and you think it's something you're going to get some use out of, you should buy it and try it out. What you see is more or less what you get with Farm Sim. But it would be pretty rare for me to recommend all of the DLC to anybody. Maybe if you play kind of like I do, where every time you play, you're intentionally doing something that you've never done before, the DLCs can help with that. But generally, I would just say if it seems like something you'd be interested in, try it out. If not, feel free to skip it. Like, one of them is the Nexat pack. Nexat is an experimental, all-in-one farming unit, basically. It's real, but it's like very different types of farming. So if you are kind of bored of conventional farming and you want to see if you can basically accommodate a type of farming that doesn't even really have a real-world standard yet, you can get Nexat and you can see if you can figure that out. If you like North American farming, you should do Plains and Prairies. If you like European farming, you should do Mercedes. But it kind of depends on how you play the game, you know? Is your wheel loud? No, that's just Logitech wheels. Nobody else is doing gear drives. Logitech wheels are loud. This is a direct drive, so this one's dead silent. But I think all of Thrustmaster stuff is belt or dual belt at this point, so they're pretty quiet as well. GSP Man, Shannon, Carl, and Schmegster. Thank you for the follows on Twitch. Carl, thank you for those 2 roses on Twitch as well. Or TikTok. It's all on TikTok. Thank you guys so much. This crop is just wheat. I didn't plant this. I bought this field from another farmer. And we just literally finished. In that moment, we are all done with the wheat. Go take our harvester back, give it a fix, give it a clean. And then we will get it prepped for poppies. I'm actually not, maybe I won't clean it, but I'll fix it. And then we will not put it away too specifically because we're going to need it in the morning here when we're finished all of our spraying. Billy, thank you for the follow on Twitch as well. I done red beet on my 0 save. I think it's better than carrots because of the tank on the harvester. I think so too. Carrots can be tough. Carrots are almost impossible to do solo, and you can do it with AI, but you have to run the cart. So you can have them do the harvesting, and then you can just follow them around in the cart. I'm pretty sure I can buy gas here. Actually, Bozo R3 and R5 too is loud because of the coil whine. Only at high torque levels. Direct drive can be whiny depending on what's happening. You're right. Definitely not like the Logitech. Like the Logitech will get you complaints in other parts of your house. If you live with somebody, they will complain about your wheel. Amy's never complained about any sort of direct drive stuff. The only other one she complained about is I had a really old belt drive that I was testing, and she didn't like the sound of that one, but it was ancient. My R5 straight out of the box was pretty bad coil whine. I don't know, is it broken? Mine wasn't that bad, to be honest with you. Could you send a recording of it to Discord? And I'll tell you if it's louder than it should be. Because, yeah, I wouldn't open it up yourself, but I wonder... Moses customer service can be a little iffy, but you could reach out to them. But honestly, could you send a video of it, like, calibrating in the Discord or something like that? I would be kind of curious to hear it and compare it to my own. I didn't consider mine very loud, but I do play with headphones on, so I don't really notice it as much. Not at home right now. No, just at any point if you can. Or maybe you could Google it too and see if that's a regular issue. Bose is like entry-level direct drive, so I don't expect, you know, perfection out of Moza, not at the R5 and R3 levels. So I wouldn't be too surprised if it was a little noisier than the average high-tier direct drive. I'm curious about this one. I can't test it in this game because there's no force feedback, but I should put this into a louder game and see if I get any whininess on this one. This is a T598. It's a direct drive, but it's also around the same level as an, you know, an R5 in terms of pricing and quality. So we should see. Although I think they built their Thrustmaster might have built their direct drive system around the more expensive wheel, so they might have just taken the same one out of that. So it might have gone backwards. I think Moza went the other way. Is Digestate worth it? Yes. Everything about Digestate is worth it. Absolutely. Because basically you take your slurry and first of all, you take solid manure and slurry and you turn them both into Digestate. So you don't need equipment for spreading solid manure. You can just work with liquid. You make money on it when it processes because it sells it as power. So you make money on it and then you pretty much get the same volume back. It's like 10% less or something, but you make money, a little bit less volume, and consolidate all your equipment. Digestate is absolutely worth it. The only tough part about Digestate is that the building to make it is very expensive. So that would be kind of the only downside to doing Digestate, is it's a very late game thing just because the building is, you know, literally $1 million plus. In all fairness. I have a T248 and it's pretty loud. T248 is a dual belt drive. So that's going to be louder than a direct drive with higher torque levels as well. Dual belt tends to be loud when you're fighting consistent torque. So gear drives will be loud due to the lower tolerances when it's swapping side to side, back and forth. So if you're off-roading, a dual belt will be really loud. Or sorry, gear drive will be really loud. If you are fighting consistent torque, like that would be more like F1, then dual belts can be kind of loud. It would be kind of rare to hear that so much in direct drives, but I'm assuming that's kind of what Mers is describing in Twitch chat here. That sounds like where you get that coil whine is fighting consistent torque. Shouldn't be for direct drive, but I could see that happening. Direct drive shouldn't be loud going from side to side, but it does depend on, like, there's other factors too. The tolerances in the quick release may cause some loudness. And there's other like there's random parts. How you mount it could cause some loudness in there as well. So absolutely not impossible. Like some shaking sounds in the way you mount it too. Not whine, but is that a bundle wheel? It can be, yeah. This one is, I've actually paired this with a different set of pedals than the bundle comes with, but yes, there is a bundle for this wheel. And it's, on PlayStation, it's probably the best direct drive wheel you could get. Pretty much not the most powerful, because I think Fanatec does make some more expensive PlayStation stuff. Price for value, this is the best wheel on PlayStation. On Xbox, it competes with the R3, so it's got more torque than the R3. It's got a cheaper ecosystem, but less wheel selection than the R3. So I definitely look at both options. On PC, it's kind of middle of the pack. There's so many options on PC that it's like it's a decent buy. But you should be, I mean, if you're buying a wheel on PC, you should definitely be looking at all of the options before you do. And they all have their strengths and weaknesses at the end of the day. I mean, Thrustmaster's strength has always been price. That goes for the ecosystem and the wheel. Moza, I would say, is innovation. Quality's okay. Innovation is definitely their strong suit. Fanatec would be quality, although I don't know where they are right now. Fanatec, I've had trouble recommending just because they're kind of in limbo right now. But you pay a premium for their gear, right? Is that gonna be a good way to do this? So yeah, I mean, figure out what your priorities are and pick a wheel that meets them. Logitech used to be the price for value guys, and then they lost their absolute minds, and now I don't know what they are, honestly. They are the people who made the wheel everybody used to like. Because what they're making now is not it. Oh. Dump that one. A little bit in there. Is that going in? That's good. Okay. Guess I gotta switch this. Probably was good to go. I just didn't have it switched to the right thing. The front trailer's not so bad because it's so wide, but the back trailer sucks. Could do 2 front trailers. What mods for realism do you recommend? Precision farming is probably the best place to start. And then I'm not sure from there. I'll have to get into more realism mods later, but precision farming is a start for sure. Is it worth moving from console to PC? Not for everybody. And this is probably one of my more controversial gaming takes because, you know, PC Master Race and all that fun stuff, but no, not everybody should move to PC. Some people are playing games where the experience is the same on console, if not better on console, because consoles are, you plug them in, you turn them on, they handle the updates themselves, the drivers themselves. You know, if you have 2 hours a week where you get to play games, you don't want to spend it updating your NVIDIA drivers and stuff like that. You want to turn your console on and have it play a game. If you're that kind of person, I think you should stay on console. If you're a big farm sim player and you really want to get into the mods, I mean, I don't know. Is it worth $2,000 to get some better mods for farm sim? If you're playing 40 hours a week, that answer might be yes. But you need to answer that for yourself. Oh, right. I messed this up again. I can't go out this way. I can, but I have to go turn around. Okay, hold on. It totally depends on what you're playing, how you're playing, how often you're playing, how much you want to spend in terms of like peripherals, how much time you want to spend updating and managing it. Like PCs don't manage themselves. PCs, you have to do a bunch of nonsense to keep them running. And you'll learn, it's not hard, but it is time consuming to do. So, I mean, if you could describe how you like to game, what games you play, how often you like to play, I can maybe help you make that decision, but I don't really believe PCs are worth it for everybody. This is an American map. This is a Canadian map. Edgar is and Maddie, thanks for the follows on TikTok. I think I saw Luke before it went off my screen. Thank you for the follow. PK Sharp, thank you for the follow on Twitch. Map Nadenthal, you got it. What are they making now? I have the G920 and it works brilliantly. So the G920 was their G920 was their good wheel. The G920 and the G29 are sister wheels and they work great. They were fantastic for the price that you paid. They lasted like 5 to 10 years in some cases, depending on how many hours you put in and how you took care of them. They were killing it on the secondhand market, and they still do because they stay in good shape. And then they released something called the G923 and thought they could charge everybody a bunch of money for basically the same wheel. It uses the exact same pedals. They changed nothing about the pedals. And frankly, they didn't change enough about the wheel to warrant it. They claim they put it on something called the True Force API, but frankly, all the games I played on a G923 felt the same as the G920. So they basically charge for the same thing. And the downside of the G29 and the G920 is the pedals wear out. After enough hours, the pedals basically just break down. It's a lot of hours, but that's the failure point of the G29. And that's the only part they didn't change for the G923. So I hated that. They didn't innovate their ecosystem. They didn't update the rest of the ecosystem. So the shifter is still kind of a piece of junk. And they never really added anything else to the ecosystem. They put all their time on the G923 to do nothing. And then they released a direct drive wheel called the RS50 or something like, I can't remember. And it is probably the worst price for value thing on the market right now, which was impressive. Coming from the people that brought you, you know, the wheel that was the best for price and value, for them to then release the worst wheel for price and value was insane. They had the formula. They wrote the formula. And then they failed miserably to do it again at the direct drive level. It's too expensive for casual players, which is their usual user base, and pro players don't think it's good enough to buy for that price. They're gonna go for like a Fanatec or a Simucube. If you're paying $1,000 for your setup, you're gonna go with something else. I don't know what they're doing, dude. I hope they get back, because I'd like to see Logitech putting out competitive stuff again, but I just can't get behind anything that they've done recently. It's so strange. Just like Facebook? What? Facebook, the platform? All right, I'm just gonna leave that there because we don't need it yet. What we do need is to spray all of these. Do you prefer a bunch of smaller fields or bigger, larger fields? It doesn't really matter to me. I'll pick the right equipment for it. Like, you know, if we're doing bigger fields, I'm just gonna use bigger equipment. I'm gonna spend the same amount of time on the field no matter how big it is. If I do it smaller fields, I get smaller equipment and I spend the same amount of time. Opposite for bigger fields. Yeah, it doesn't really change. I don't know. I think smaller fields are probably a little more interesting, but it is cool to use big equipment every once in a while. Have you tried American Truck Sim? Yes. I have a couple hundred hours in American Truck Sim, I think. 100, 150, something like that. Was your first farming game? Mine was Farming Sim 2013. Mine was 2012, but that was a mobile game at the time. And then I actually didn't play any of the console ones or anything like that until Farming Sim 19. And I didn't like it. I hated it. I actually played 2019 and I hated it, dude. My G29 pedals are broke. I can't get any but without the whole wheel, and it sucks, right? I know, and that's what happened to my G920 as well. The pedals went, they don't sell replacements. And so I started, that's actually when I started getting a bunch of different wheels and trying out new ones and stuff like that. And they lasted good. Like, I think for somebody who maybe plays 10 hours a week and puts about that amount of time on those pedals, they might last a few years. My main problem was, oh, I have no liquid in here. Okay, hold on. My problem was I was playing competitively at the time. So I was doing 40 to 60 hours of competitive rally a week, which is really hard on the pedals. I don't think there is another motorsport as hard on the pedals as rally is. Everything else is smoother. Anything on the track, anything on the road is smoother. Maybe if you're doing a lot of off-roading on BeamNG, that might be a little harder. But other than that, like, I was hard on those pedals. They lasted me less than a year. Hundreds of hours, but less than a year in terms of time. Make sure we get the right thing here. Fill the tank. I don't even know why we took this out. I have simple lizard brain. Big equipment equals fun. Then play big equipment, dude. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. What I like now is we've got some options for big equipment that's not expensive. So it's big equipment, but it's old. I like that. That's how we're playing this one. And I think it's awesome. So our tractor, this one right here, this is a very large tractor with a good amount of horsepower for how old it is, but it's not that expensive. I like this. This has been a fun playthrough. That's from the Plains and Prairies DLC. Hi, Chris. Chris, I don't know if this was you or somebody you know or what, but some Discord bot pretending to be a woman tried to add me as a friend on Discord, and none of their information stood out except they had your PSN linked to their Discord. So it wasn't me. Yeah, you should probably change your PSN password because they had your PSN linked to their account. I don't know if you even have PSN or if your PSN is Crispy Bacon, but it was literally Crispy Bacon as the PSN account. Maybe it was. I mean, Crispy Bacon isn't the most original name, I guess. But maybe just change your PSN if you have a PlayStation. I thought that was very strange. That's all. That's all I have to tell you. That DLC is my favorite. No, that's fair. This is a good DLC. What's my PSN name? Hold. I mean, if it's Crispy Bacon, change your password. I don't know. And if you had a Discord account and it's gone, change everything. Change everything you could have had linked to your Discord. Change your email password because maybe they took your Discord. It's not that. Okay, maybe you're good. Just another Crispy Bacon, I guess. It's not like that joke's been around forever, so you're probably fine. Yeah, you're set then. My neighbor runs 2 of those blue Versatiles. 2 of them? That's cool, dude. It's your PS5? Your PS5 is Crispy Bacon? I can't remember the name. It was very clearly like a bot that had some shared servers. Unless it was actually you. That's crazy. I don't know if you did that on purpose. Maybe I spoke too soon. Maybe it's not a bot. It wasn't a name that I recognized, so I wasn't I didn't engage with it. I just deleted it. I've been good, Republic. How's it going? What map are you on, Nadal? And Gavin, thanks for the follow on TikTok. We're gonna do the outside first. I made this mistake last time. We'll do the outside first, then we clean up the insides. Man, the tram lines on this field are awful. Did I change them halfway through? I think that's what I did, is I changed them halfway through. These are terrible, dude. We'll do no tram lines on this next time because we're just losing so much. Not trying to be rude to the PlayStation players, but PlayStation players have to deal with Xbox's old CEO. I'll be honest with you. Both consoles are not in a good place. Neither console's in a good place right now. Xbox has that new CEO, and we'll see if she does any better. I've heard some good quotes from her, but I've also heard some just stupid quotes from her. So we'll see how she does. Sony is determined to be Evil Incorporated for some reason. So that's not a good sign, but we'll see what happens. Both console companies are not, I'm not a huge fan of right now. Noah and Fabrizio, thank you for the follows, guys. Appreciate that. I just play, I don't care who runs it. No, and that's totally fair. I think that's how most people feel, and that's why it doesn't matter that much. I think anybody who still talks about the console wars is probably 12, first of all, but also they just don't get it at this point. It's not the console wars, it's us against the console manufacturers, dude. The console wars are the players versus the manufacturers. And they've tricked you into thinking that it's the manufacturers versus each other. But it's not. It's us against them trying to destroy gaming, dude. New Xbox CEO reverted Game Pass prices, which is good. I'm gonna be honest with you. Anybody in their right mind would have reverted those Game Pass prices. She was in the right place at the right time, putting those prices back. But every CEO in those conditions would have reverted those prices. That was going to happen no matter what. But I've also heard some good quotes from her talking about like the direction she wants to go with Xbox. I heard her talking about how she didn't think it was a good idea for Xbox to buy all these game companies because now they're just shutting down all these developers and studios. And she didn't think that was a good move for Xbox. And I agree with that. It clearly wasn't a good move. And so that was a really good thing to hear from Xbox. So good. We'll see how she does. She's doing a bunch of layoffs right now, and I don't know how much of that is her, but Xbox is doing a bunch of layoffs right now, which sucks. But after admitting that they shouldn't have bought all of those studios, unfortunately, that is the next reasonable step. That really sucks that they're just getting rid of them, but hopefully those developers and staff go on to places where their skills will actually get used, because there's some genuinely talented people involved in the layoffs, but Xbox isn't using them anyways, so hopefully they land on their feet somewhere where they're going to make more good stuff. Very true, gave us some good publicity. Yeah, it did, right? But that was really just right place at the right time. Oops. Actually, this crop is so young, I don't think it matters if we drive on it. This is a good sprayer, dude. I like this one. Xbox new CEO was laying off people probably because Xbox has had 14 layers of management. Now she's reducing it to 5 layers of management. Xbox was bloated. And I mean, this is how companies work. I think unless you've worked in a corporate environment, companies add a bunch of staff when they grow, and then they prune all that staff to figure out who was worth keeping to begin with. So when your company is growing quickly, you can afford a little bit of loss in terms of taking on new staff in order to basically see where people fit in. And you just kind of accept that some of those people aren't going to be sticking around. It's not a very good way to run a company in terms of people. Like, these are people's livelihoods that you're doing this with, and that's kind of messed up. But it is, unfortunately, a good way to run a company in terms of running a profitable company. You grow and you bloat, and then you cut down and you make it more efficient. And then, in 5 years, if you've done everything right and you're growing again, you'll take on a bunch of bloat, and then you'll prune it back down. You'll just notice this cycle. This is what companies do in every field. And they go through waves, and they kind of do it all together. When the economy is doing really well, they'll grow and they'll bloat. And then when the economy is not doing good, everybody lays off at the same time. And they prune all of that. They prune all of that extra talent. Again, I'm not a big fan of that in terms of like keeping people employed and helping them feed their families. I would prefer a more people-focused approach, but I'm just telling you how it works. And so Xbox is kind of going through that phase right now. They probably waited a little too long. That's the only comment I have about it with Xbox, is they did that for too long. They kept a lot of that extra fat much longer than they probably should have. So you're on this map. What would your advice be for a nice spot to start building? Somewhere in town. One of the tiny little plots in town with the house. I like that. Bunch of layoffs are being replaced by Indian H-1B workers. I mean, as long as it is legal for them to do it, they're going to do it. They're going to offload as much labor costs as they possibly can, send it to countries where it's as cheap as possible, and as long as they're legally allowed to do it, they're gonna do it. Will it make the user experience worse? Probably, but that's not their priority. Their priority is to get you to just pay as much money as possible with the least amount of input from them as possible. And if that means you'll occasionally struggle with the worst customer service of all time, talking to some AI chatbot and then eventually talking to somebody who like doesn't even know the product, if you're still going to stay as a customer, they're going to do it. And that's just how modern business is, I guess. I don't even know if that's modern business. That's just business, right? Is it right? Probably not. Is it noticeable when companies don't do this and actually get like good staff and stuff like that? Absolutely it is. Like Steam. I don't know if you've ever worked with Steam support. It is very obvious that they are a different caliber of support. But the truth is that companies can get away with doing less than that, unfortunately. Was the person on the Discord was a dog photo? No, it was a lady. What's a good map to do start from scratch that has logging on it? Try Silver Run Forest. That was the first logging map I ever played. It was the logging map from Farmstead 22, and it was incredible. It's so good. There's projects on it. There's good places to start. There's a bunch of different wood types. Silver Run Forest is a pretty wicked map. Xbox has apparently been making its money off of Minecraft. I think we all knew that. Minecraft and Game Pass is pretty much where all of their money comes from. They sell consoles at a loss, and then they recoup that cost by hiking the price of games in their store and by Game Pass. And then, yeah, obviously Minecraft has been one of their most successful titles. I think they have another title, Candy Crush, right? Something. I think their top 2 games are Minecraft and Candy Crush. Is where they make insane amounts of money, just printing money. I did not know that they made Candy Crush or own Candy Crush. I don't think they made it, but they own it. Joe, thanks for that follow on TikTok. Somebody needs to make a version of a PC console thing before Xbox comes out with their own. Well, Steam just did. I just bought one, and it's good. The problem is I don't think people are smart enough to figure out that Steam machine is a good deal. And unfortunately, I think it might. I don't know if it's going to flop, but I think the Steam machine isn't going to live up to its potential because people aren't smart enough to calculate how the Steam machine actually benefits them. We'll see what happens. I'm really hoping that I'm wrong and that people are smart enough about this and there's enough people explaining the math behind the Steam machine that people will realize that it is a good deal over a console. But unfortunately, people just see that it's more expensive, and that's where they draw the line. So we'll see what happens. I'm happy with it so far. I've used it a little bit. It's a good kit. I really respect that it lets you use Windows, lets you get off SteamOS. SteamOS has been good. But I really respect that it is your device. It's not owned by a company, and you have to use it the way they say you have to use it. It is your PC. But I'm going to continue using it before I do any official review. See what happens. U.S. government should give Steam a tactical team to raid scammers. Dude, I'm kind of convinced Steam already does that. I think that's already happening. The map is Nate Adult. Remy, thank you for that follow on TikTok too. Any good mainly flat maps in the US? All of them. All of the maps are flat. All of the American maps are flat. I would actually say there's a lack of interesting American maps in this game. They're all flat, unfortunately. Have you seen Maple Farm? It's Irish. No, but I've heard about it before. Vast Country? For logging. I haven't heard about that one. Also, Republic, thank you for the heart on TikTok. I think I got Carl's roses, but thank you so much. What time is it? 5:18? We're going overtime today? I didn't do that on purpose. Probably fine. I think Amy's home yet. I'll just keep spraying. Keep spraying until I see Amy get home. Again? Yeah, I guess I did a bunch of overtime yesterday too. Yeah, we played the new Assassin's Creed yesterday, and that was a cool experience. I'm not gonna stream any more Assassin's Creed. It was cool to see. I think it's too far out of the kind of things that I stream to continue streaming it. But I will probably finish it. I will probably play it and finish it myself. I just don't think I don't think most people were interested in it. I just wanted to try it. I have the videos of people coming to the US for the World Cup. Dude, those are so much fun to see. Like people, like Europeans go to the US for the first time and actually having a good experience. Like that's great. The World Cup has been good PR for America. It's been a rough PR year for the US, but the World Cup has genuinely been like a positive PR boost for the US, I think. It's good to see. It's good to see. Streaming on Sparx After Dark. I think she'll be home soon, so I'm not going to start up a Sparx After Dark stream, but maybe. I'll think about that. Why would a tractor with a sprayer shoot flames out? Oh, it's not flames. This is the spray. So rather than a conventional sprayer where the nozzles just constantly spray, this one has, I'll show you. This one has little sensors along it, and these actually identify individual weeds, and they just spray a tiny little spray directly onto the weed, rather than covering the whole crop in it. So it uses a lot less herbicide, and it's obviously a much healthier crop. It's great. I use like no herbicide a year. It's awesome. Good PR. What about the whole red card annulment? Yeah, that probably wasn't a good move if they're going strictly for PR, but I don't think the US cares that much about PR with the rest of the world right now, which is fine. That's a fine policy, I guess. But that probably set them back a little bit. But I would say the World Cup has been a net positive. We'll see how the rest of the games go, you know. But I would say just in terms of like Europeans experiencing the US for the first time, I think that was probably good. Like the average European interacting with the average American, I think was a positive experience, because I think all Europeans see is they see American politics and the big stuff and the rich people and stuff like that, right? And they get kind of a bad idea for what the average American is like. And so for a bunch of Europeans to come and meet a bunch of average Americans, I think that was probably a little bit of like a, hey, the average American is a good person, is a cool person. They're friendly. They, you know, they have a lot of culture. They're patriotic, you know. So I think that was good to see, honestly. I think like American politics is really loud and it likes to piss people off. And I think that sometimes people forget that Americans are not their politics. Like American politicians are politicians at the end of the day, but the American people are like really, really great. America was not ready for the Tartar army, Scottish fans. There was definitely, I don't think they were ready for football culture in general. I think that was probably a shock to the Americans, is how crazy football fans are. I think that was, that might have been a little bit of a reverse culture shock. But I think the rest of us knew about that. Well, even Canadians. I guess being online as much as I am, I'm aware of it. I don't think the Canadians or the Americans were quite ready for it. What wheel is better than the Logitech or Hori Farm Sim wheel? All of them. The T248 is my current recommendation if you want if you want like a good all-around wheel. When is BeamNG PS5 pre-orders coming out? I don't know. I think they'll have to come up with a release date before pre-orders. Price-wise, I would expect around $35 US. So typically you take the Steam price and add $5 if you want to get the average price. Sometimes they go higher. It is Sony. Give it $5 to $10. Expect 40, be happy when it's 35 is what I'll say. Any good US maps? Yes, plenty. Sparx, I had to do overtime too. My partner ordered Chinese for delivery to our home 10 minutes before I was due to finish. I was the delivery driver. I had to go home, go back to the shop to go back home. She paid £12 for food and delivery, and I made $2.50 for the delivery. That's so funny. I've always wondered if that happens. I meant to say I saw an IRL. My bad. Oh no, you're good. You're all good. Would you recommend BeamNG? I like it. Okay, it's not a game. It's not a full game. Yes, BeamNG is technically a game. It's not a full game, and I think the average player is going to struggle to put more than 50 hours into it. It's a total sandbox, but it doesn't even have as much as Farm Sim right now. So, like, Farm Sim is kind of a sandbox game, but it's got like a career and progression and stuff like that. BeamNG is still working on those features. They will happen. It will be a full-fledged game at some point. But right now, it's just kind of a bunch of scenarios and public servers, and they're cool. They're fun to do, but there's a reason when you watch people stream BeamNG on the internet, they're mostly just doing jumps over and over again. And it's because you really have to try and make your own fun in that game. If you want a full-fledged BeamNG, just wait till the career mode comes out. Now, I do wonder if they're going to sync those up. If BeamNG career mode will come out with PS5, I think that would be a really good idea for them to do. So we'll see if that actually just happens. But if you're waiting for a game, you can keep waiting on BeamNG. It's still very much kind of a test bed. Kind of a, no, it's past tech demo phase. Like, it's not a tech demo. It is in a way because it uses some very unique things, but it's a little bit more than a tech demo now. It's just not quite a fully fledged game just yet. And the problem is I don't know when that'll happen. Like BeamNG, I said this in the video that I released about BeamNG. I bought it as a kid. It was one of the first PC games I've ever played. And it's still in early access. It has been in early access for more than a decade. And I don't know where the end of the tunnel is. I mean, a console release is a good sign. I think they could take it out of early access if they release career mode and do the console release at the same time. I think that would be enough for me to say, yeah, it's probably not an early access game anymore. But I also believe that they'll continue adding to it after that point. Like, I don't think they're going to drop career mode and then stop developing it. It's very clear that the devs of BeamNG have a vision in mind that is continuing to develop. Like, the vision is still continuing to develop. They keep having good ideas and working on the new idea and putting the new idea in. They probably could just focus on the single things, like focus on a career mode, focus on a rally mode. But now they're adding like mining trucks and stuff like that. I don't really know what the vision is, but they keep having great ideas for the game. And the execution is good. It's very rare for me to think that something in BeamNG feels bad. When the rally came out, the dirt physics were kind of bleh. But they've continued to work on it, and that's, I think, a great sign. And it's early access, so that's what we would expect, right? I played 300 hours of Farms to 25, now I'm bored. Time to play something else. 300 hours is a long time, dude. Time to play something else. Precision Farm, we got it, AIM. What wheel is, oh, that was better than the Logitech. Yeah, T248 is my recommendation. Is the Logitech G29 for the farm stick? It can be paired with the farm stick. I think there's better options if you're going to buy a wheel, but if you have a G29, yes, you can put a farm stick with it. I wouldn't buy those two together. I think there's better prices on newer wheels. Oh, why would a sprayer tractor shoot flames out? I saw one IRL. What? Oh, no, you might have seen one. Okay. There's a new technology. Yes, Wilford, you might have actually seen this. I thought you were thinking this was shooting flames, which other people have thought before. There is a new type of weeder that torches the, it actually torches the weeds now. So it uses very similar technology where it detects the weeds and then it just blasts them with some heat to kill them. I believe they're propane based, but don't quote me on that. And it's basically like a herbicide free way of getting rid of weeds. There's also an even more advanced one. That's not the one that kills the weeds at the root. That one burns the top. A more advanced one is there's a laser based one. Now these use a lot of power and so they take a really long time to work because they're not very big. But they shoot a laser at the weeds. And that was cool as hell. It's for organic farming. Yeah, the propane costs are probably kind of high, but there's a big market for organic produce. So, you know, you can charge that extra money and cover your propane costs. It's probably not great for the environment to burn that much propane. Whether or not it's better than herbicide, I don't know. The laser one is a really good idea. The problem is, I think right now they use a generator. So, well, I mean, it's organic because it's just light, right? But it probably still burns a lot of fuel. I think if you could get like a big solar generator and pack that thing with a fat capacitor that could hold enough energy to work most of the field and then just go and recharge it, or have a drone do it, like have a drone tractor do it so it could just work all night zapping these weeds. So it doesn't matter if it takes 4 days to do it, it could just do it. I think that would probably be the best solution. That probably would be a good way to do it. Because that's the thing about drone tractors, right? Is it doesn't matter how fast they work. If it's a combine, it would. But everything else, it doesn't really matter how fast they work. If it plants and seeds your field over 3 days, it's not going to be ready at the same time. Doesn't matter. If it weeds over 3 days, doesn't matter. The weeds aren't going to get worse in 3 days. That's totally fine. That'd be a really cool way to do it. Saw a farmer show and they burned a whole field instead of cultivating, I guess. They burned a whole field instead of cultivating? Did they burn a cover crop? It's possible that they burned a cover crop to make the nutrients of the cover crop more available to the next crop. So a cover crop is basically something you put in the field that you don't intend to harvest. The idea is that you put it in the field and then you cultivate it back in, and then you plant what you were intending on planting. So we actually do it with precision farming. You'll see it after this set of poppies. We're going to put some oilseed radish in here, and then we're never going to harvest it. But I wonder if they burn the cover crop in some places. Like cover crop or weeds, couldn't tell what it was. Depends how dense it was, but it could be both. But I guess it would make sense to burn a cover crop. Definitely a risky move, I think. But if they're in a wet environment, maybe it would work. Because yeah, you kind of wait till the cover crop gets all wilty and then you smash it back in. So I could see burning it. I just wonder how much of the nutrients you would lose. It would make it extremely available, but you might lose a little bit. Or it might have even just been a test to see what happens. That's sick. Unless they stripper headed the year before. Yeah, I don't know. There are a few reasons why you might have seen that happening. Yeah. You know, the easiest way to deal with panther grass is to burn it to the ground and it will regrow afterwards bigger than the time before. Well, that's part of that effect, right? Is when you burn something, it grows back very fast and very dense because you basically just took everything that existed, all the nutrients that were locked into the dead wood and the dead compost and the dead plants, and you stuck it back into the ground. So once you have a fire, you have a very, very rich soil. That's why after a forest fire happens, it grows back really quickly. The trees don't grow back very quickly, but you'll see stuff shooting out of the ground immediately because all of these nutrients that were tied up in the trees and the dead coverage are now just available for plants to use. Oh, let me fix my AFK warning on TikTok. There we go. Ash is really good for the crop. Some crops, yeah. We used to use it on the raspberries. So once, you know, when we would empty the fire pit, we would take that and we would go throw it on the raspberries, right? Because there is a bunch of good stuff in there. And there's something specific in ash, right? That plants need and is hard to get. Phosphorus? There's something that is particularly prevalent in ash that is really good for plants. Helps neutralize the pH. I would believe that too. That makes sense. That's why a forest is growing so fast after burning. Yeah. That's why forest fires, and that's why we do like controlled burn forest fires, is the older a forest gets with no fire, the more at risk it is for a forest fire, but also the less healthy it starts to get because you have all these nutrients tied up in just dead crap. And so you can control burn forests, to reduce the risk of a forest fire, and that's the main reason it happens. But it also just releases all of those things that are tied up in trees that are going to take 2-3 decades to decompose. Now you've just made it available right into the soil. See a lot of Amish burning their hay fields each year, probably for the same reason, is my guess. When do you think BeamNG will be out on console? The fact that they haven't told us a date means it's probably not going to be until the fall at the very least, not in the next 60 days. Fire is a very underutilized resource. It is, and it does carry a lot of risks, right? You can kind of see why people are hesitant of it. It does have some bad public perception, rightly so, right? Because I live in Alberta, so the forest fires are constantly terrorizing the locals. So when the government's like, hey, we're going to do a controlled burn over here, everyone's like, let's not do that. But they don't understand what's actually happening. So I could see it's probably mostly that people are scared of it. I don't know how many times like a controlled burn gets out of control or something like that. I don't know what the risk is like, but would be interesting to look into. Forests in Australia are naturally designed to burn during forest fires because eucalyptus trees seeds only open when exposed to fire. Interesting. Yeah, I mean, forest fires are a natural part of the life cycle of forests. Now we seem to be having an increased level of forest fires, which is, there's a lot of factors to that. I mean, part of the reason is we keep putting them out. So, you know, a million years ago, forests probably would have burned and they would just go as far as they possibly could, as far as they had fuel and as far as the weather conditions would allow. But when you have cities and towns built into those forests, now you have to stop the fires. And that cycle doesn't happen the same way. And then also, like, the climate is different than it was even 200 years ago, right? And so there's more factors contributing to forest fires. And then there's people, like, there's railroads can start forest fires, and people in the bush can start forest fires. So there's also more factors starting them. So it's like, there's an increased risk of forest fires for a lot of reasons. Like, there is a lot of factors for why there's so many forest fires lately. I live 4 miles away from a forest fire. I got quarter of a mile from my friend's house. We were on 1 hour evacuation notice for a forest fire a couple of years ago. And I was streaming the day when we got the notice, and there was smoke in the room. You guys could actually see it on the camera. The room was just very faintly smoky. We got an emergency alert saying that we had to be ready to go within 1 hour. And so I cut the stream and I packed so we were ready to go. Want to make sure that, like, we could get Petunia out and everything. That was crazy, dude. That was very close. To do a control burn, you need a specific weather, according to Google. I feel like that's fair. How do you get the tire tracks for spraying? Precision farming adds that in. Yeah. I will spread wood ash on my fields. Yeah, hell yeah. I don't think there's a downside to doing it, to be honest with you. Threat controlled backburning is important so the forest gets to burn in a controlled, safe way. Yeah, so that's kind of like a really good way to kind of at least delay the cycle I was talking about and control where it's happening, is doing control burns when the you know, the weather and the conditions allow for it. Then you can kind of reduce fuel for future fires. Yeah, absolutely. If you do a backburn, it is safe, and if it's not breezy, it's perfectly safe to do a control burn. Well, I mean, there's some unpredictable factors to it as well, right? Like, there have been controlled fires that get out of hand, but it's not a very common headline around here. The bigger problem is all the uncontrolled fires that we have, and if controlled fires are gonna take away from that, that's probably it's probably a net positive. Why don't you use GPS? The GPS doesn't align very well with the tram lines, and also I do not struggle to stay within the tram lines myself. So when I'm doing tram lines, I don't use GPS. I could just drive them. How long are you gonna stream for? Well, I was gonna go until Amy gets home, but let me see. Let me see what she's doing. Oh, she's gonna be home relatively soon. Well, we better call it around now. Usually we don't even stream for this long. I typically stop at 5. But I was having a nice Saturday stream. I also got to go put some heat on my back. If I sit in this chair any longer, I think I'm going to twist it to a pretzel. So maybe that is our sign to call it.